All right, we are live. We are live, folks. Right before the midnight hour, there is a election night going on. Close watch with this Wisconsin governor race that is real tight. I mean, it's within thousands of votes. So we're gonna be checking that out. We'll see how that goes. What the hell's happening? What? Hmm. There we go. This is the cam
Screw
shot.
Milwaukee. Like I'm gonna just suddenly find it.
What the hell is going on here? All right, here we go. See what they're talking about.
I just found the thing you showed me with the list of everything with the
So
check
what's gonna
marks.
happen here is
Yeah, and Hong just
is
gave a
Hong
speech.
gonna
and
come
I
back
think,
and win this?
She did?
Yeah,
What'd she
probably.
say?
Wait, she gave a concession speech?
I think she thanked her supporter. I don't have a readout exactly.
Okay,
but,
okay.
You know, she didn't.
Heck of a time to give the speech.
Yeah. Maybe she has a speech at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
But she gave up.
How am I gonna do this?
I don't know.
Gave up. That's something we don't know.
We could still get a car for you if you need it.
I gotta sleep. I can't. All right. Everybody nobody cares about my sleeping. We're going for. You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is like. These are fun nights. Don't know what to expect.
Okay.
I mean, this whole from that first update, right? Was it Jefferson County is the first thing we got, right? We got like 3 updates in about a 5-minute succession there, and right away I was like, I was so hesitant to say it at first because we just didn't, but it was like, yeah, he's definitely made this a game, and then yeah, he's just all night, but for about 3 minutes there, Hong has trailed, but been right there, and an emphatic number in the city of Milwaukee could put her ahead.
Yeah, but see, Milwaukee's a lot of black voters. Vote for her or vote. I would guess they're vote for.
Come on, Milwaukee.
But she conceded. You must know.
I thought they were going to beat that 2 a.m. mark or 4 a.m. mark that they normally have reported out in the past.
Who was the guy?
So they waiting for Milwaukee County?
He said half an hour, which would have been midnight.
A lot of black voters in Milwaukee County.
I don't remember.
They thinking it's gonna go to Hong.
Can you ask
Everybody's
Shaq,
trying their best.
Can you ask Shaq from this point how long he thinks it would be?
They think
Shaq's working on filing his story. He's got other things to worry about.
Let me see.
Oh,
what's Twitter talking about?
This is going to be. I think this is going to answer a lot of questions. We just need the number.
Still close. According to the map, they're about. Well, not, DSA Watch account says
sometimes when I do this, it works.
That the race is close. Yeah. Both candidates at under 40%.
Somebody in the chat
I
was
guess that
asking again
new
about
batch
the recount
from
rules.
Milwaukee may go to Hung.
We did mention it earlier.
Inside of 1%.
Inside of 1%.
By candidate request, right?
Exactly.
So,
yeah. So there's no.
How about that Minnesota Senate race?
Triggered, but
Royce White got trounced.
Live on.
Guess him wearing that wig didn't really help.
If Crowley were to win this update substantially, he could get this up to a point. It's 4/10 right now. If he were to win this thing by we saw him win the outer excuse me, like the inner suburb.
Oh, they behind. They don't
by
have the
15
updated
points,
numbers.
right? So if he, again, 15 points
Oh yeah.
with his batch we're
According
about
to
to
the
get
DSA, they have updated numbers.
would be
It looks like
4,200, net 4,200. It would push this over 7,000. I don't know if we're expecting that.
they got
but just to
94%
give you a
reported. You guys only
range of
got 92, and it
possibilities here.
says that
Um,
Crowley. I
he
mean,
is
Crowley's
the
only
Milwaukee
up
County executive.
by a little over 3,000.
Hong-style left-wing candidates tend to do better in the cities. They also tend to do better, right, with the election day vote. I think a little something just came in somewhere.
Only 2% more might come in. Wow, this is crazy.
I say thank you to everybody here in the studio for. I feel like I let you down. I jinxed you. I told you a week ago it'll be nothing like Michigan. Here we are. Thank you, guys.
It's the DSA watch account, not the actual the anti-DSA. So the numbers could be a little skewed.
2856. Let me just check this thing if there's any update. Yeah, I mean, the only update is the ever evolving, but now I think it's I said it might really be in the mid 60s. It is. 64,000 is what we think the remaining vote is. 63,000.
Who's in purple?
Yeah, Winnebago, green. So.
You doomed.
Milwaukee, come on.
They calling it the late light dump. Problem is, if that conspiracy holds,
What can we do to get
morning,
this, Adam? What can we do?
late light dump
All we can
usually
do
would
is,
benefit the
is
establishment. Our DSA candidate.
Is your TV? Is it the thing on there? Is it showing? Are they saying? What are you
I
hearing?
see a podium with nobody behind it. So maybe somebody will step up to the podium and announce results
goodness,
or
Milwaukee,
take some
come
questions.
All the right wingers have stupid ass opinions online. They don't even know what they're talking about.
You mean there's a press conference about to happen?
They're all staying up
No,
late
I
for a
think
fucking Democratic primary.
There have been officials.
They haven't
kinda
even talked about their
giving
own party's
remarks or maybe updates. I
Which
can't
tell you
actually
that they
hear them,
know
the
the Republicans don't have no riz.
And so, yes, there is a podium set up, and there are microphones. We got a Greene County update, but there's
Even
nobody
Republicans
behind it
don't care about
in Milwaukee.
Republicans.
Yeah, Greene County just gave
Oh, yeah.
Crowley another 13 net or something. It
Yep.
looked like, yeah, okay. Which
All right, so what's happening?
tick, tick, tick. We go down a little bit.
Mm,
Oh my gosh.
still wait for that Milwaukee dump.
Did Connecticut
Please
one
do
get
that.
called?
Yes,
John Larson lost.
correct.
So that also happened tonight.
I'm in the dump
First
category.
congressional district of Connecticut. We have another incumbent, long-serving incumbent, going down to defeat Democrat John Larson. We saw the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary result. South Carolina, we
All these incumbents are getting kicked out of office.
earlier tonight we had a
People mean business.
we
When they say they
it'll be
want change,
Darlene Graham, and it'll be
this is what they meant.
Ralph Norman in a runoff that will probably take place about the time Milwaukee's vote comes in. And While we're waiting on this, we can say we'll be back next Tuesday for Florida. And I don't want to, I told everybody here last week, I said, thank you, everybody, for staying this late, and we don't
I
worry,
have people
next
get
week will
completely,
be
they go completely
a
insane
breeze
over a
compared to
candidate
this.
Yeah.
I'm
winning
a dirty,
a primary.
dirty liar. But
They
I'm gonna
got
say it again,
pandemonium.
they
Like, oh my God, the country's about to be a communism. And it's like, they still got to win the general election, one. And two,
It doesn't look like there's
just because
we'll see.
a one
It doesn't look like
person
there's a
wins
bunch of
a
competitive
seat, that
races
doesn't mean
in,
communism is
Wyoming,
coming.
but I did spend
You
my
know
summer
how hard it would be
vacation in Wyoming,
for
so I feel like I feel like I have some
one person to make communism in the Senate. Like,
I mean, it's
she
just-
literally
I
will
just
never
wanted
get
to
anything
explore
done
'cause I'm like,
close to
I
that
feel
type
like
of
Florida
policy.
now.
Now, if
Spend some time in the
like
area.
20 DSA members won Senate seats, yeah, then you should be worried and probably be scared, especially if the more extreme ones won. But one person potentially winning a primary should not get you all up in your panties. It's a typical scare tactic from the GOP, because when you have no policies, think about this. The reason why people are even entertaining the DSA is because Republicans and the establishment Democrats have no policies. Could you imagine? The Democrats could nip this in the bud right now by just advocating for Medicare for all, or any economic policy that is popular. Poof, DSA will be done, because then they'll have nothing to run on but their other extreme agenda that would be completely rejected by everybody. But no, you don't want to do it. So now you're gonna split your party in half because you don't want to provide the shit that most Americans want.
What a discovery that was. I had no
It's
idea
your
this
fault.
guy was running. That would be like if
Republicans ain't got no policies.
kid was running in.
Only the policy they got is be afraid of socialism. It's coming. That's all they got. That's enough to keep their base going, because their base is low IQ. So all you gotta do is tell them, if you don't vote for us, you're gonna get communism, and then they'll be scared, even though they probably don't even know what it is, and then it's not even close to coming. Like, America's not even close to communism. Not even close.
I was thinking about Tuberville, obviously, in Georgia.
Imagine being in power.
Had a couple of
You know who the
just a
lieutenant
cycle.
governor of Ohio is right now?
Imagine being a party in power.
That would be 2002.
Instead of delivering
winning Ohio State
for your
coach
base
Steve Tressel.
and for America,
The sweater
the only thing you deliver is
Covered,
fear.
the Texas
You're in fucking power.
primary
The same fear they're selling you is the same fear they sold
the Republican nominee,
4 years ago when they were trying to get power.
former baseball player.
Oh, you got to put Trump back in office and give us the House and the Senate, because if we don't, the Democrats are going to blah, blah, blah.
County,
You're in power now, and you're still selling fear
195.
instead of selling policy and results.
So he's got it close to 3,000. We are
And the fact that they still fall for the same okie doke over and over again,
1,000 remaining votes.
we have to really start to call it for what it is.
I mean, that's
At some point, I know people don't like to assault voters
we're basically looking
because
at
they think, well, voters shouldn't be assaulted.
comes in, 30
But
someone-
they need to be
someone
assaulted.
substantial just came in from what was it?
Insulted,
Buffalo,
assault, whatever.
Okay.
878 votes.
Because
Crowley 395, Hong 260.
a lot of voters are stupid
Yeah, I mean that's that thing. That's that thing we've been saying all night.
Stupid
Just like
and
there's
racist.
a breadth to it.
And a combination of
these
both.
Sort of smaller counties here where Crowley is able to just 150 votes here, 60 votes there, 80 here, and it does.
I understand how you're living in a poverty line in rural America,
And again, why
but you still somehow believe
Milwaukee
that
update has gotta, if
I'm
you
going to
know,
vote
it's gotta,
against
you know,
progress
it's gotta
that can
weigh
help me and my
out.
family.
It's gotta
All
weigh that out,
because
I think.
minorities may also be helped.
Once that
Remember,
Milwaukee is in
when social programs first existed,
Winnebago,
they were only for white people,
about
and they loved
45
every bit of
votes
it.
left, where again,
They were on board for it. But then once they started passing like civil rights and all these different stuff to allow other people to qualify to get in, then it became a big problem. Welfare queen,
where he's doing well.
lazy, blah, blah, blah. Now, mind you, the same structural system that will reject people
once you get,
from getting a job based on race.
that's it. I mean,
So you can't have it both ways. You can't reject people, can't stop people from getting work because of race. You can't raise unemployment for minorities. Then at the same time, criticize the same minorities who need social programs because they've been wiped out of the workforce. These same people. If we say, get rid of DEI, get rid of any government programs that help other groups of people to get jobs or to get a fair shake, get rid of it, but at the same time also get rid of their social safety net. So we take their jobs away, then we take away their safety net and tell them to figure it out. And then when they struggle, you say, oh, they're already struggling because they're lazy. When you just completely took them the seat right out of there, right from under them. You can't have it both ways, but basically what that is that it's not really about the struggle or the social program. It's about the fact that who gets the social program, who gets the help. They don't want you to get the help. They want you to be beneath. You don't deserve to get the help. You shouldn't get it. Basically because of your race.
And then potentially kind of restart that process.
That's why a lot of those county in Alabama have sewer problems, and when Trump got in office, he took away the settlement that would have fixed that problem because that town was over majority black. He said, oh no, they don't deserve to have their sewer fixed. Let them fester in bad sewer water in that town that's a poverty freaking town. They said, no. Let them suffer. When they cut off energy assistance in Alabama. And some of those people were Trump voters that got hit on that one. They were poor, low income, struggling people, cut off the assistance.
They have to restart that process.
We don't want to give that up. We don't want to help them. Let them suffer. Even though they voted for me, I don't care.
Or go through that
right?
vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
So a lot of the poor Trump voters are realizing, holy shit,
Are we talking hours?
we thought he was only going to punish the minorities.
At least
No, you got punished too because
whatever they have to do.
they use your racism in order to
Given, we
effectively
like 30-minute watch
destroy,
started at 11 and it's
because their decisions, anybody at the top making the decisions, they're making a class decision as well as race, but they don't have to directly use race. They let you do the racing. They'll, our supporters let them make the decision so we don't have to. We can look good. So when you see all the people in the comments going back and forth online, you're literally doing the dirty work for the people who literally don't like you anyway. Like they literally hate your guts for the most part.
Well, what do we
And you gladly hold their water because you think because your ass is white that you somehow get a pass or you're better than the next man that's not white because they sold you that bill of goods. But in the billionaire class, they don't give a fuck about white, black. They only care about green.
results from the election. So then
And they will destroy your town. They will put data centers. They will flood your shit. They will destroy your infrastructure in order to build whatever they want to build to maintain their wealth.
Yeah, and they're
And they don't care.
all the folks behind the scenes are talking about.
They don't
it
care.
as well, so we can also. Look,
Question is, when are people going to wake up?
yes.
When are those people in those poor rural areas going to wake up? You got Governor Huckabee, who's a Trump disciple, down in Arkansas. She's happy that Arkansas is number one in religious freedom, but they're literally at the bottom in every other category. Every other category. And that's a celebration. Think about that. You're celebrating your state being one of the worst in the country, but at least we have religious freedom, and we're number one in that. So they've been able to bamboozle, hoodwink, led their voters astray, ran amok on these voters in Arkansas to tell them, don't worry about the economy. Don't worry about education. Don't worry about the infrastructure. We got religious freedom. God is gonna make it right. As long as we got God, as long as we got MAGA,
I'm supposed to
we're fine.
Yeah, you also
be on
need
a
physical
panel
drive time.
Oh, forget about healthcare. We don't need that. Who needs healthcare?
at 8:30 in the morning.
What you need healthcare for?
Um,
We got God.
I
We
sent
got
them
Jesus.
an email a minute.
We don't need healthcare. We got Jesus.
I'm seeing if they wrote back.
While Huckabee Sanders in her expensive dresses,
Later in the morning.
Oh,
right?
I don't
Her new
know that
They went
look, right? She's
believe they did.
probably was on that Ozempic.
They've had, this is the
You know,
third day of
lost
the
some weight.
conference.
And look, good for her, right? For losing weight. I mean,
And
if you can do it, you can do it.
planned around this,
But she transformed herself. Got some good health care, I bet. As the governor. Probably got a great health care plan. While the rest of her state has
Yeah.
nothing.
yeah,
But they celebrate, they cheered it on. They cheered it on. How about what's Governor Landry doing down in Louisiana for those poor folks down there? Destroying that state. What about Mississippi? What about Alabama?
let's
All these red
look at
states
this
governors are destroying their
this
states,
way.
keeping these people poor.
We're
While those same people are online telling you how bad the cities are.
and
I ain't gonna go visit Chicago or New York because you might see a homeless person on the street.
working real late.
Yeah,
And
they got grocery stores funded by the government.
keep me
That's socialism. Glad we ain't got that down in Arkansas, because we ain't gonna have that.
90 minutes.
We all about
90 minutes of me saying,
religious freedom and
have you
poor health care.
the other athletes running for Congress?
We don't want nothing. We don't want that. Now, mind you, Trump's big beautiful bill closes hospitals in some of those rural areas,
I know we've come
shuts down a lot of that health care.
It's been 4 hours.
But they don't care because they say
It's been
if
unbelievably,
they shut down our hospitals, Jesus
interesting and
will make it right.
intense,
Who's Jesus?
um,
Jesus will make it right.
night here, and it really is.
They don't
coming
care
Down to this one giant, update in
Because
Milwaukee.
they
They're
told those
saying
people that
we
you have no alternative.
waited 90 minutes for them. They did
They're
the
literally in a cult.
session, and then they find out
They have no
it's not gonna
choice
fix.
but to support it. And their number one
yeah, so
main
I
thing is
guess
racism. That's what's keeping them.
my way of saying I'm
connected.
trying to say the audience
Like,
here, so I don't wanna brush
Someone said it
any
perfectly.
of
Like,
them, just
if
why
America didn't have any black people,
because the
America
audience
would have
has
already
been
passed Medicare for
over
all
6 hours in some cases
easily,
this moment that
because
didn't
they would have been like, yeah,
didn't happen.
let's do it.
And so, folks, I think we are gonna wrap it here.
But
for
they're
the
like,
reasons
nah, we
we're-
can't have it
We're saying here, just
because the minorities will have it.
But I want you to know.
So they're like, we're just gonna kill ourselves,
hate
but we gotta suffer.
doing this to you.
They gotta
We-
suffer.
you've been. I know you're
It's
here for
crazy.
results, and we've come to the point where it's like one thing away. I hope you understand that we just, we gotta let everyone here.
They're letting their
gotta, has
their
been here for a long
bias get to
time,
them.
And
That's what it's a small group of people in this country that's preventing progress because they're too ignorant to get out of their damn racism. That's the bottom line.
okay.
They need to be called out for it. I don't know why people are so afraid to call them out. Oh, we don't want to, like Michelle Obama. She's all like all over the place. I remember her saying, I think last month or a couple months back, we have to understand and try to come halfway with those voters.
The producer.
Seriously,
Do we want
lady?
to do Wisconsin results?
These
in
people
these
who depict you as
updates, or
ape,
How do we want to parse these
told you
out?
all kind of racial slurs, want you hung from trees, and you want to talk about beating them halfway?
Okay.
You went from the lady that was like, when they go low, we go high.
We're doing this as like kind of a cut-in thing. where
Now
we're
she's
just
like,
gonna take
oh, we
it,
gotta
they're gonna insert into news now,
we gotta
so
meet them halfway. It's almost like she was trying to reach out. Like, what are you reaching out for? Those people will not, they wouldn't piss on you if you was on fire. Like, come on.
This is an NBC News.
Yeah, we got breaking news.
I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 6 states hit the polls on Tuesday. And I got some major results to share with you, starting with the cliffhanger in Wisconsin. Most of the votes are counted in this Democratic primary for governor. The Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley leads the count right now by just over 3,000 votes over socialist Francesca Hong. But everybody is in a holding pattern here right now. Why? It is because results from the city of Milwaukee, nearly 30,000 votes from there. They have still yet to be released. They will come sometime in the overnight hours. Those results could, depending on how they break, be enough, just enough to put Hong into the lead in this race. Or they could solidify the hold that Crowley has on first place. Again, that will be sometime in the overnight hours. We're not quite sure when to expect it. An absolute cliffhanger here. And of course, the backdrop for this is, as we say, Hong, a socialist candidate here, riding much of that left-wing energy that had powered other successful insurgencies in these Democratic primaries this year. The party establishment, led by the governor in Wisconsin, had rallied late around Crowley in an effort to stop Hong. We will see which side, when that Milwaukee vote comes in, ends up prevailing. There are other major results from tonight to tell you about. Next door to Wisconsin in Minnesota, Democratic primary for the United States Senate there. The candidate more from the left of the party, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, easily defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, more of a centrist from the Twin City suburbs. And a major result in South Carolina earlier tonight. This is a special election, the Republican primary for the seat that was held by the late Lindsey Graham, his sister, who's been appointed to that seat and who is now running for it, finishing first in this race and advancing to the runoff. Nobody got a majority here, so there will be a runoff. Graham finishes first. She advances. She will face in that runoff Congressman Ralph Norman. Norman finishing in second place there, ahead of Congressman Russell Fry and former Governor Mark Sanford, a distant fourth. So it will be Norman versus Graham. The runoff in that South Carolina race will be held on Tuesday, August 25th, a short runoff campaign. Major results from, and also one other major result from tonight in Connecticut. A longtime incumbent Democratic member of Congress, John Larson, 28-year incumbent, ousted in a landslide by Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, Connecticut. Those are the major results from tonight. Thank you for watching this special report. More news straight ahead on NBC News Now and NBCNews.com. Complete wrap up on today. I'm Steve Kornacki. Have a great morning. More news straight ahead. Okay, and now are we showing something you said? Okay. So, folks, I apologize calling this. It's just get some sleep is the best I can tell you, because it's going to be a while there in Milwaukee. I hate ending it early. We have more. Next week, Florida, Wyoming, Arkansas. Please, I hope you'll tune in. September 1st, Mass. We got that Ed Markey, Seth Moulton primary. September 8th,
Lindell
New
did not
Hampshire. We got
concede.
3 more of these. These have been a blast.
Of course he did.
Again, I am so sorry we're calling this before we get a winner, but it's just it's going to be too late, and we gotta shut this studio down too. And so I hope you get some sleep. And thank you for staying up with us tonight as long as you did. Look forward to finding out with the rest of you what ends up happening.
Okay,
there.
thank you. All right, so we won't find out who wins until tomorrow or tomorrow morning. There you have it. Well, okay. So, did Mike Lindell really not concede? I would be totally not shocked by that. You see something. Let's see if we can find the Mike Lindell. Get some news update. Need a news update quick. Yeah, I don't really see any update. Trying to find. All right, let me move over here. So it says here, pull this quick. Those so many windows. All right, so looks like your boy, My Pillow, Mr. My Pillow. I don't know if this is a joke or they messing around or is trolling. I don't know. Oh, let me put this. I don't know if he's trolling or what. He's trolling or who's trolling. But Mike Lindell apparently will not concede. According to investigator, this is investigative reporter Kristen Swanson. She said that about earlier tonight. So this is according to Kristen Swanson. So this is a legit reporter. Mike Lindell says he claims that there are anomalies in the numbers that his team will be looking into overnight. What the fuck is crazy? Oh my god! Of course, Lindell thinks the election's rigged, right? It's Mike Lindell. He thinks every election's rigged. Who would have saw that coming, folks? Who would have saw Mike Lindell claiming that the election is rigged? If everybody had that on their bingo card, right? Mike Lindell. Oh man, you can't make this up. You can't make it up, folks. It's your boy Lindell doing what he does. Doing what he does. No. Hey, let's watch the let's look at the comments on this post real quick. Look at that one. You know, that's a pretty explicit tweet at the top. Oh yes, now the Republican primary is rigged. Just take the L and go cry in a pillow. Look at it. No tax one. The election was wigged. Did he lose by like 50 million votes? Just like his daddy Trump. What a effing loser. A Republican that can't even admit when he lost to one of his own party. Proof that MAGA is not proof that MAGA is not Republican. They're their own fascist cult. Ooh, that's strong. MAGA is a joke. The grift will continue, and the cult will keep feeding him cash. That's a good point because he's gonna make a boatload of money because he's gonna say we need to raise funds so we could hire cyber ninjas. Ninjas, because the election was rigged. We need money. Go to mypillow.com and buy. We got pillows right now for 50% off, representing the number that we got beat by or whatever the percentage was. And we need money because we're going to fight this. We're going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. And then all the people in MAGA is going to rush to the My Pillow website and buy all the pillows, all the shirts, whatever he sells, slippers, cups, hats, drawers, t-shirts, whatever, socks. So he can fight this. And now he's joining the Kerry Lake Club. What happened to Kerry Lake? Guess she decided to stop running for office, right? She couldn't win. Man is a special kind of crazy. He belongs in prison. Yeah, the fact that he escaped prison is kind of crazy. The grift is coming, folks. It's crazy that they can run the same gamut over and over and it works. Isn't that crazy? That they could literally run the same con and people fall and they'll fall for it. It's wild how that is. Like they could literally run the same con game and get away with it. It's pretty impressive if it wasn't sad or criminal. He lost by 45,266 votes. Yeah, he's gonna call up somebody say, I just find me 46,000 votes. Oh man. No for you. That's Lindell for you. Follow this reporter so we can get updates on Lindell. Follow her. The hell is this? Weird. Yeah, they clowning Royce White. Dude, Royce White, that's crazy because that GOP, this is how bad the GOP's gotten. Their primary featured a former NFL sideline reporter who is out to lunch in many cases. Now, she's considered normal compared to like Royce White and other segments of the GOP, but she's still out to lunch. She went completely batshit crazy. And then you have a former NBA player who is scared to fly on planes and wants to be a transgender to join the WNBA. So those two people combined got over 100,000 votes of GOP voters decided. So over 64% of the GOP primary voters in Minnesota decided to vote for two wackadoos as the primary. And Michelle Tafoya, like I said, the normal one of the bunch, but not as normal. She just looks normal compared to the rest because the rest is kooky land. But she won the primary with 53% of the vote. And I think Royce White probably would have lost by more had he not pulled off that wig stunt in the last 48 hours. Because he probably would have finished somewhere. There was projection that he would have finished somewhere in like 5th or 6th place. He ended up finishing 3rd. So he got some votes because he got a couple of headlines in the last 48 hours that helped him bump up to 10%. So, I guess you could call that a respectable 10% because it's not like he had any chance to win anyway. The GOP's not voting for him. But yeah, so Michelle Tafoya is going to go to the general election where she might end up getting beat probably by, I would assume, by double digits. I mean, just look at the primary numbers here. I don't see any scenario where she gets, like, let's just say if Adam and Royce voters and the rest of the clan votes, can she get any? She won't probably get no more than like 200,000 votes. Now, general election, more people will come out to vote, so there'll be a larger sample of GOP voters to vote for the Senate candidate. But those numbers are pretty low turnout to me. I don't know how many GOP voters are um in Minnesota, but they don't seem to be pretty. They didn't seem to be pretty enthusiastic about coming out to vote for their primary. I mean, they looked at that like, oh, we got to pick out of these three. Let's let whoever comes out win, right? We'll deal with it. We'll wait to the general election to vote. They didn't seem to be that enthusiastic. for Tafoya or White or even Adam. What's his name? Adam Walls or Walls, whatever the fuck his name. But yeah, so there you have it. Isaiah Martin says, "Whoa. The low IQ buffoon who averaged 0 points in the NBA as much as me, Royce White, got plummeted. This Tafoya lady gave the paddle a true stirring of L's. They crushed Royce on the Stephen A. Smith show, 2 straight losses for the Minnesota Senate, and a horrid basketball career. I would recommend going to Mar-a-Lago to take some time off, but I hear Royce is afraid of flying. Honestly, that wouldn't have let that thing in anyway." Oh my god. That's fucking cold. That's cold, bro. What an ending. Is this it for Royce White? Because I think he's already lost about his third election now, right? He's lost a couple representative seats. I don't know, man. He might want to stick to the local races if you really want to do change down in Minnesota. Maybe stick to like running for, a city council seat or something like that. Get your feet wet, you know? But who knows? At the end of the day, I always think that when you see black Republicans run for office in seats that they know they have no chance of winning, it's usually about like just trying to grab a money grab, right? We've seen it with that woman out in Baltimore a few years back with that ad that got her, and then she still ended up getting like what 17% of the vote, which they considered a big deal in Baltimore County. And then she never campaigned in Baltimore. She went out to like the suburbs because that's where all the money was. She made one ad in Baltimore. You walk through the streets with no one, like through, I guess, the one part of Baltimore, made that ad, which I even question if she actually walked in Baltimore. That could have been photo, green screen or whatever. I don't know. She could have really went. I don't know. But there was nobody there in the ad. And then the rest of her campaign, she got that big old bus. Remember that lady? I think her name was Kim Kasich or whatever. Nice looking woman, but she wear like these, nice, nice looking lady, but black woman, and I think she got like 17% of the vote, and she didn't even go and talk to the people of Baltimore, really, like the city where a lot of the voters were at. And she was running against a guy who was an incumbent, but he didn't even campaign. He didn't even have to campaign. He already knew that he was going to win the election. For what I saw, that man didn't even do nothing. I don't even think he ran an ad. She wasted all that money, got all that attention, spoke at the primary, spoke at the RNC, and didn't get elected. But she did make a lot of money, though, off of that because she was able to funnel money through her LLCs and businesses because, when you use campaign funds, you hire people to work on stuff. So the big grift is you raise a lot of money with the campaign. You have your buddies or someone set up companies and you hire them to do work, like would it be social media stuff or consulting, right? And you pretty much hire your people and they funnel the money right back to you, and you hire your family and your friends, and that's how you kind of get away with like pocketing the campaign money. It's the oldest trick in the book. Everyone does it. But it's pretty obvious that when the black MAGAs do it, because they run in elections like Clint, because I always say, Kim, if you really care about saving the city of Baltimore, why not run for mayor or city council where you can actually have an effect in the city of Baltimore? So you made an ad about how you're gonna, Baltimore needs to be fixed, but you're running for a congressional seat. You're gonna be even if you would have got elected, say with the miraculous, she would have won her election. What would you have been able to do for the city of Baltimore? Nothing, because you would have been a freshman congressperson with virtually no power, and you wouldn't have been able to do anything really. You would be able to do more if you would have ran for city council or mayor and tried to enact change with that promotion of that big ad. You wasted political currency on that ad that probably would have helped you won the governorship. I mean, not the governorship, the mayorship, the mayor race. With all that attention you got, you know. But we know that she wasn't really trying to win the seat. She was trying to raise money, and take money. That's why I always say you guys don't care about the inner cities. If you did, you run for the inner city seats. And it wouldn't be hard typically to win these type of seats because voter turnout so low. All you gotta do is run a decent campaign, go down there, talk to the people, don't sound like a racist, and you could probably win a council seat easily. You could probably become mayor. I remember when Bill de Blasio won New York City mayor the first time. I think it was like a turnout was like 30% of the whole city, and he ended up winning the mayor race. It was a very low turnout. I don't know if it was 30, but it was really low, one of the lowest in like New York City history, and he ended up winning. He becoming mayor, like, and it was a joke, right? He wasn't a great mayor at all. I mean, he had his moments, but like, if you care about these cities, you could literally win those seats if you truly want to fix things in these cities that you claim. With a little bit of backing and some good ads and some good, you know, marketing and talking to people, you'd be surprised who you probably would get to vote for you. Because let's face it, I would guarantee you, like, even people in the inner cities, if you come to them with a real message, even if you're a Republican, they'll vote for you. I mean, Rudy Giuliani became the mayor of New York City at a time when they needed someone that, Giuliani took on the mob as the U.S. attorney. He built up some credibility. This was before Rudy became a nut job. He was New York's mayor. He was the America's mayor, right? And he was liked across the board. Now, of course, there are some people that will tell you that they didn't like Giuliani, and yes, Giuliani was not perfect. He did some foul shit with the police departments and the way they react to minorities. But point is that people voted for him anyway, like they supported him, and you can get people in those communities to vote for a candidate that wants to fix. If you're genuinely serious about fixing it and not about using them for your culture war, you can get a Republican could win if they're about fixing things. If the Democrats are so bad, right? You could win a seat. Those cities are not winnable. They're very winnable if you have a right message and you're serious, instead of just going down there and kind of like disrespecting them and calling these people worthless and crap and being racist. No, you're not. You're not going to win the seat like that. But you could win it if you're legit and you're genuine. You say, hey, I have this policy. I have these things I want to try out. I want to do. We tried it this way. It didn't work. People probably will listen to you. But when you align yourself with the worst of the worst type of people, no, they're going to fucking tune you out. They're going to say, nah, we're good. Because at the end of the day, people want results. And more than anything, the local, if you can deliver results on a local level, you will always be electable. Always. You'll be electable, easy. Just deliver. And people will love you. Even if you're like not perfect. They're like, okay, well, he did deliver this, or he did show up. People just want to know they have a voice. Now, federal elections is a different story because, you can show up a million times and those motherfuckers never deliver. Right? Especially with a congressional seat. I mean, I always wondered why, you see certain people that have these congressional seats and they hold on to them for years and they don't do shit. They live off of their glory days, right? Like Maxine Waters, Clyburn, and those people. I'm pretty sure there's some on the GOP side as well. Like, what's that dude name? Kennedy, right? You got Kennedy, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. Mike Johnson's district is one of the poorest in the country, one of the poorest in the state of his state, right? they don't do shit for their constituents. But one thing they're delivering to their constituents is they're delivering culture war. Like, we may not deliver economic freedom or we're not delivering infrastructure, but we will deliver religious freedom. We'll deliver culture wars. We'll make sure we'll make sure that the 5 trans people that exist in the whole country that play sports will never get to play sports again. That's what we'll deliver for you. And then their voters like, yeah, you gotta stop those 5 trans people, whoever they are. We don't know where they are. They don't exist, but we gotta stop them. Right? And think about that. The whole weekend, the biggest story that was pushed from the right wing was trans athletes in WNBA. Think about that. People who can't afford gas, food, all type of stuff. People living in poverty. But their number one thing was, we got to stop the trans. And it's like, there are no trans anywhere that are trying to play basketball. But these goofballs that now wanted to troll their way into the league, pulling a stunt. It's like, and the GOP, the politicians are like, look at these, we got these idiots by the balls. Like, we could literally get them to focus on shit that means nothing. Like, we don't care about this, but our voters do, so we just feed it to them while we continue to do nothing for them. So when these GOP voters go to the ballot box in November, at the top of the list is going to be trans athletes again. Because it worked the first time. Why not run the same playbook? It worked in 2024. Why not run the same playbook again? Because it worked so well the first time. Why not run it again? Hey, Mike Johnson, you want to run it again? Yeah. You got the Attorney General of Florida talking about, if the WNBA players foul Sophie Cunningham hard down in Florida, we're gonna prosecute. Really, bro? You want to prosecute WNBA players for playing basketball? Like, get out of here. And these are the people that tell you they care about women, but they want to prosecute women for playing hard. Come on now. Out of all the stuff going on in Florida, that's your top priority, Attorney General? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on there? Maybe worry about all the predators and the R people and those people that are running around your state. And they get off with sweetheart deals. Maybe worry about that instead of worry about what's going on the WNBA basketball court. But they do all this. They say all this because they know the voters like it, right? Because that Attorney General one day probably wants to run for governor or maybe higher office one day, and he wants to know that his base saw one day that he tweeted out that he was going to lock up a WNBA player for fouling hard. They like that. They're like, yeah, a guy that doesn't back down to the woke mob, right? So he basically is jumping out the window to satisfy that base. So when he decides to run for office, they're gonna like it. Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the Attorney General that wanted to lock up those thugs, right? But that's what they call these women. They call them thugs. You can see it all the time online. Those thugs. Look at those thugs did to Sophie. Look at what those thugs did to Caitlin Clark. They're thugs. They're lesbo thugs. They need to be thrown out the league. These people don't even watch the basketball game. They just wait for the videos to be posted online so they can react to it. So they can be told what to say. They'd be like, oh, today we have to react. It's all like clockwork. Everybody, the whole right-wing atmosphere online was like reacting to that hard foul on Sophie. They all came out, guns blazing. it was so funny because Clay Travis, who runs Outkick, was supposed to be a sports entertainment network or whatever, and they always, playing the whole, oh, we gotta amp up, Sophie and all these people, and they're very anti-minority, right? The way they go about their reporting. Clay Travis puts out a tweet saying the black woman attacks Sophie Cunningham, emphasizing black woman to make sure we know, oh, look at this, a black woman attacked a white woman. That was how he was rephrasing it. And then he gets mad on another tweet. He's upset because I think it was Sports Illustrated or Yahoo, I don't remember what outlet it was, made a article that seemed to have indicated that, the foul wasn't a big deal, and it was like, kind of taking a side for the woman who committed the foul. And then Clay accused that outlet of being racist. And it's like, dude, you literally made a racist statement in your comment talking about the play as a sports outlet. Then you say, they supposed to be a sports outlet. Why are they race baiting? But you literally race baited on your own shit. And you're the founder of a sports outlet. Could you imagine if the founder of Sports Illustrated or Yahoo Sports would have tweeted out something like that? It would never happen. So, come on. Oh, the founder of ESPN put out a tweet saying, yeah, man, playing a race card or race baiting, as you call it. No, that's a independent writer or journalist that works for a network that's allowed to write an article about what they perceive from their point of view. Just like Outkick can write their articles, even though their articles are dumb, but they have the right to do it under their umbrella, as sports journalists. But those guys over there, they don't really know anything about sports. They just in it for the culture war. They turned themselves into a right-wing sports outlet as a grievance for going after female sports and black athletes that they deem to be critical of either Trump or Republicans, right? That's pretty much what they're about. Oh yeah, they also go after trans, of course. That's where they get a lot of their views from. It's a big hit over there. It's a big hit. And it's so strange because the trans issue is really not an issue. And the WNBA is dumb. Like they literally sat there and allowed these idiots to hijack their sport. Oh, we're gonna come up with a task force to figure out how to deal with this. No, you don't. Like I read the qualifications and the how you and the eligibility. There's nothing that needs to change. There's nothing there that would allow Enes Kanter and Royce White to enter the draft. Okay? It's nothing that would allow them to do it. And plus, trans athletes are banned anyway in most states in the country from competing on in the college and in high school in many places, which would almost immediately make it very hard for them to even reach the high ranks of professional or college, because if you ain't playing high school, you're likely ain't getting looked at to play college. And there ain't no colleges allowing transgender, to walk on to college to play college sports. And we know that there's another women's basketball league that said that they are going to comply with the same rules as the Olympics when it comes to transgender athletes. So, but like I said, there's really none of them really, they don't have any. There's like what, 3, 5, maybe 10 in the whole country that play sports at a high level that are good enough to play. I would guarantee there's probably more women, more girls that have played on boys' sports teams than transgenders have played on girls' teams. Currently, right now, like you go across the country, you will probably see that there's been some girls that have been playing on boys' teams, and we cheer it on, we celebrate it. There's probably more of that going on. Because if you want to say we're protecting them from men's sports or boys' sports, then they shouldn't be allowed to even try to join boys' teams because essentially they were putting themselves in harm's way, according to people that's against it. Um, that also would mean no trans man or trans the one with the girl tries to be a guy. Those people would not be allowed to also join men's sports because even though yes, technically they've transitioned to trans man, they still are women biologically. So if why aren't we speaking about that? Why aren't we protecting those women from even the trans men? We should be protecting them from boys sports, right? According to the people who complain about this. But you never hear anybody say anything about the trans men or the ones who are like the opposite one way. You ever hear anybody complain about that? I guarantee you tomorrow, if a trans man that went through college ended up playing on a college basketball team, no one would bat an eye. Just like no one batted an eye when Sophie Cunningham was a kicker for the boys' high school team, or when that one girl from Vanderbilt was on the Vanderbilt team briefly because the kicker got hurt, or when that baseball player played in the men's minor league team, the female baseball player she played in a men's minor league baseball team, and no one batted an eye, no one cared. So if we care about females and male sports, we would care about those people too. If we would say, no, they can't join the men's team because we have to worry about their safety, or we got to make sure they're not in the same locker room as them, right? Because that's another thing they say. It's the locker room. It's the competitive advantage. Well, I would think that if a female is trying to play on a boys' team, she's at a disadvantage as well. Even if we believe she may be good enough to play with the boys, she's still at a disadvantage. So we should protect her and not allow her to join. Right? Because just like how she may be better than some boys, that doesn't mean that she should be allowed to play. Just like if we're saying that the trans women may be better than some females, but we say that they can't join. I mean, Leah Thomas, who's been the mascot for all of this, and remember Riley Gaines and Leah Thomas tied for fourth place. Leah Thomas lost, and she had to. And by the way she looked, or he looked, depending on how you describe it, he was well more physically opposing than probably all the women that competed in that event, but still lost. 3 other women, and Riley Gaines, of course, who was upset because Riley Gaines tied for a man, and that kicked off her whole transphobic career of being a right wing transphobic because she was like, I can't believe that I had to compete for swimming with a transgender and I lost. While all my other peers, one there got finished higher. And she probably was insulted by that. But you know, I would like to see what the numbers say when it comes to trans man competing in male spaces. How well do they feel? How well do they do? Because, like I said, we've seen women compete in baseball. We've seen it in football to a degree, not real football, but as a kicker. I don't think we've seen it yet in basketball, but we've seen it in other sports. And look, the argument about like scholarships and taking away opportunities, that is a legitimate concern. But is it that big of a deal when it's like one person, right? Is it literally doesn't exist. Like if it was like 20 transgenders at one school and they were like dominating the school and taking over all the sport, okay, you might have a gripe there. You might be like, oh yeah, that's kind of bad. That's messed up. But you know, it doesn't exist. But we're gonna hear about this for the rest of our lives. It's so loud that I almost want to see something happen. Like I want to see a transgender just come in and just dominate because I'm just so sick of hearing about it. Like I'm so sick of the complaints. Right? Like, all right, come on, let's just see it. But it ain't there. It ain't close. So that's the fear mongering from the GOP. That's what they got. That's what they offer you, by the way. They offer you fear. Fear. Be afraid of the ghost that doesn't exist. Be afraid. So that's the Minnesota primary. So what else do we got? Move on. So this race is so close. We'll find out tomorrow who wins that. Look at this. Did you guys see this? Donald Trump fell asleep today at a meeting. Today. Look at that. Fell asleep. Sleepy Donnie. Look, it's only fair, right? I mean, we had Sleepy Joe, and we made fun of Joe Biden wandering off and stuff. So it's only fair that we can do it to Trump. Now, of course, the MAGA people won't like it because they have a double standard when it comes to like, how dare you talk about the master, right? But and what is she doing? Is this another conspiracy video saying that she's pressing a button to keep him up? Yo, the internet is weird. So what are they saying? The woman sitting next to Trump, standing. Well, she's not sitting; she's standing. Who write these titles? Come on, people, get with the program here. The woman standing next to Trump moves her hand and presses a device. How do you know she presses a device? We can't even see the device. Jesus, what device? Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate the internet. They said it's an electric shock. Come on now. You want to tell me that some fucking woman has electric shock on the president of the United States? Come on now. Like we have to we have to stop this stuff, people. Seriously. We gotta stop with the conspiracies, the whack. This is whack. This is out of the wacky of whack. Who's writing this stuff? This is something that I would expect from like the school of like Alex Jones, right? Or something like that. Who's writing this stuff? I don't even know what account this is. Let's see what the comments say. I can't be the only one that think this is out of weird or dumb. America only. It's a mask. Oh, I guess people are playing on to it. I don't know if they believe it or they're just kind of like trolling. Yeah, I think that's a device, but it's probably just his wife giving him a subtle jab to wake him up. I do find it strange though. Like, what is she really doing with her hand though? She was she a robot or something? I don't know. Excuse me, I think you dropped this. Yeah, I mean that's where I'm at with that. Like, seriously, like you on crack. Clearly a man underneath that suit. That's funny, but I can believe they'll do something like this to cover his obvious decline. I don't know about a button or whatever y'all talking about. The sad thing is there are people who actually believe this. Here's one person. She's pregnant, you morons. Pregnant women touch their stomach. Yeah, that's a reasonable explanation. Actually, she's Trump catering. You push yeah. Some people are making jokes about it. Some people believe it. You know, I don't know what to tell you. What the hell? Wow. Whoa. The fuck? What the hell? What's wrong with the police? Dude, the cops are crazy in America. Did he just like pull his gun out and just shoot the man after trying to slam him? And he killed them, apparently. A Russ County grand jury declined to indict the deputy involved in the shooting, sparing him from criminal charges. The former deputy now faces a civil wrongful death case after a federal judge denied his qualified immunity bid in 2025. Look at that. He slams him, throws him to the ground. Again, the guy gets up to run and then he shoots him. What the fuck? Holy smokes. I'm trying to figure out what was happening here because the guy doesn't appear to have been doing anything that would. The guy didn't even move. He's digging in his pants, which is fucking weird at a traffic stop. You all in the guy's crotch, you know? And then he grabs him by the shoulders to slam him. I mean, is this part of police training? Is this what they train at the academy? Dig in the crotch, then slam the guy to the floor? Why he couldn't just like cuff him and put his hands behind his back as they train you in the academy? Instead, he just slams him, and then the guy gets up to run away because he's probably scared, and he shoots him once he stands up. Boom. All right. Look, then he tries to get up because he's like, "What are you doing, bro?" Look, slams him again. All right, so you got 2 slams, and now the cop is like, "Okay, I threw him down to the ground now, so let me pull my gun out and shoot him." And then he pulls the gun out as the guy's getting up to run away. Wow. Unbelievable. These cops are so incompetent. What would make you shoot a fleeing man? Cops in America are stupid. They are dumb. And this is why you see people scream defund police, abolish all these agencies because of shit like this. This happens almost every single day in America. And a lot of times we don't even hear about it because we see the video months later because, after legal proceedings, stuff like that. Now, obviously, if there were people on the scene with a camera, yeah, we would have seen this video a lot sooner. And this is dashboard cam, so obviously they don't release those right away. But this type of stuff is happening every day. And we don't even hear about it. But they want you to sit there and be like, back to blue, lick the boots of the cops. They go through a lot. It's stressful. Like, come on, this is bad police training, man. Bad. Like if I'm running this department and I had roll call, or if I'm like a training officer, I'm playing this video on a loop. I'm saying this is what you don't do at a traffic stop. Okay, to all new graduates or recruits that come into the police academy or Rock County, whatever town this is. This is what you don't do at a traffic stop, or you end up being prosecuted potentially or being sued, and you'll be out of a job. I mean, this is just terrible, terrible training, right? There's no excuse for this. I don't want to hear about the split second this and that. Nah, this is terrible. This is poor. There's no excuse. You know, that man did not attack the cop at all. He didn't attack the cop. He didn't try to attack him. He didn't try to kill him. He didn't have any weapons. His hands was up the whole time. The cops just slammed him around like a rag dog. And I bet you he probably slammed him because the guy maybe the guy was talking shit. But so what? So what? If he was mouthing off, and I know all the cop bootlickers be like, don't run your mouth. If the cop says do something, you do it. No, you idiot. He has a First Amendment right to talk shit. That's how it works. Is it smart to mouth off to the police? Probably not, because they could make shit harder for you, but they shouldn't kill you. Like, you shouldn't die for mouthing off to the police, right? Regardless of how you feel about it. You shouldn't die because you ran your mouth to the cop. Like, you don't get to kill people because the guy was mouthy. You should be trained. The onus is on you to be highly trained when dealing with civilians. I don't understand this theory that people believe that the civilian is supposed to be the one to be the most well behaved of the interaction. Like, oh, it's on the civilian to be the perfect citizen when dealing with incompetent law enforcement that is supposed to be trained to deal with the public. It's not on the cop to be well trained. It's on the civilian to be well behaved and obedient. No. It's on the cop to be. He's the one that's trained. He's paid by the taxpayers. He's the one that goes through the training to deal and de-escalate. It's not on a random civilian to understand. Like, why the bar should not? Why is the bar higher for the civilian than it is on the cop? You bootlicking fucks out there. No, you gotta stop this bootlicking stuff and call these cops out as terrible cops. There's no such, like I always say, there's no such thing as a good cop when they are roaming around inside of a station or a police department with bad cops. The ones who should be calling out bad cops, it shouldn't even be us. It should be the good cops, the so-called good cops on the force should be saying, no, these people, we should not be working with cops like this, because bad cops put even good cops in danger. Because imagine you're on a call and your partner's a shitty cop. Your life is in danger because if he fucks up, you could die. Right? You forget about that. Bootlickers out there, they always want to say, back to blue no matter what. We love the cops. We suck them off because we just think they're the greatest thing ever. Think about the bad cop. Even think about your family member. Even if you have a family member that's on the force, right? Because I get it. If you're a family of law enforcement, whether it be a cousin, brother, husband, wife, I get why you would have a certain support for law enforcement. I'm not gonna completely, throw you under the bus for that. But just think about if your family member had a shitty partner that was a bad cop. Would you want your husband, wife partnering up with a shitty cop? No, you will hope that your family member would call that cop out and get them off the force instead of taking their side even when they suck. Because your partner could be in danger. literally in danger, riding around with a bad cop. So you got to think about that too. Not even just about like, hating the cops or cops suck. No, it's about safety to other cops, the good cops, if they exist. So it goes both ways. Bad cops are bad for the police department and bad for the community. But yeah, the community has no problem calling out bad police. But where the hell are the cops calling out bad cops? They need to be louder than the community. And that's how you build trust in the community. You get rid of the bad apples. Then you build trust. People say, oh, okay, that police department did the right thing. They got rid of that asshole. And loudly get rid of them. Not send them under the table. Oh, we're going to quietly fire them so they can go get rehired at another department. No, they should be out of law enforcement. Completely out. Loudly. We reject this deputy, this former deputy. They should never be allowed to hold a badge ever again. Not even at another department, another city. They should be out the force. They should be nowhere near law enforcement. Not even as a person that answers the phone as a civilian cop. A civilian worker in the police department. They should be far, far away. And shame them. Just like how you shame people you arrest and post their pictures online even though they're not found guilty. Right? I hate that. I'll never understand that. They post people mugshots when they get arrested, not found guilty, and post them all over Facebook. Oh, today we arrested John Smith for smoking weed or whatever the case. It'd be some petty ass crimes. Sometimes they're serious stuff, but they're still innocent until proven guilty. Why not do the same thing with these cops? You fire a bad cop, post his picture, shame his ass on your website, and let us know that you are with the community. Shame him. We just fired Deputy John Brown because he was a terrible deputy. He killed a civilian, and we don't allow that on our force. We are against it. Like, shame these former deputies. Put their picture out there, shame them, and make sure they don't get hired again. But no, we got to protect them. We got to give them immunity. We got to make sure they can get hired again in another city. Like, come on, man. Don't tell me that there's such thing as good cops when that shit happens. Right? Come on now. They know what they're doing. They protect each other. That's all they do is protect each other. We got to protect the badge. Protect the culture of policing. You see, and they do it on video. This man is on, he knew his dash cam was showing, and he still said, I'm going to shoot this man fleeing away. Because they believe that they were going to get qualified immunity. Because remember what Trump said, I want to give cops full immunity. So this man probably thought, I'm going to get immunity. Trump said it. And lucky enough, a federal judge denied his qualified immunity bid. At least there was a federal judge out there that had the balls to say no. And that's why elections matter, people. Because federal judges are appointed by the president. Federal judges are appointed by the president, by the party in power. So think about that when you out there saying, I'm not going to vote because my vote don't count. Or the same thing is going to happen. Yeah. And look, federal judges following the law say, we don't think this guy deserves qualified immunity. He literally shot a man as he was fleeing. But there could have been a judge. There could have been a federal judge that went the other way and said, well, qualified immunity, right? Just like Supreme Court gave Trump immunity to commit crimes. It could have went the other way. So you got to think about that stuff when you're out there deciding not to participate in the voting process. The federal judges got power, and they get appointed by the president. So you literally get to find out who's in what seat, who gets to decide what. But anyway, let's move on. Ooh, look at this. This man is calling out black men. Okay, having this is interesting. He says, what is he saying? Up. Man goes viral. Yo. Man goes viral after calling the entire state of Mississippi weak after another person was found unalived. Ooh. Mississippi must be cursed with the weakest black men in America. Ooh. This is from a black man. Let's see what he's saying. This is a minute long. Ooh, this is harsh. See what he got to say, though.
And all I keep thinking to myself, Mississippi, pussy. Now, I've never been to Mississippi, but I've never been to hell either. And I know I don't like hell. And I know I don't like Mississippi. A lot of black folk getting hung and killed down there in some strange ways. Black folk in Mississippi is pussy. The fathers are weak. They just letting 3 white boys take their little kids out on trips on boats and pull their goddamn throats out. I mean, a sister, a 29-year-old mother of 4 kids she got, was found hung. Did she have 1 baby father? 4 baby fathers? Did she have a husband? She have a brother? Is no men in her life that was angry enough to say, you know what? Fuck these black only hanging trees. They got white only hanging trees too. What the fuck, Mississippi? Y'all making the rest of us look embarrassed, and you embolden these crackers all around the world to get fucked up because you're not fighting back. Mississippi, them niggas down there, pussy. It ain't no, I've seen not one white person, not even a Chinese person die in Mississippi in the last 30 years. All I keep hearing about is black. Fuck.
All right, so this guy is obviously, I call these type of videos are what you call ops, feds, right? Because why would a guy get on social media and say some shit like this? Now, I get where he's going with it, but this is a very ignorant thing to say. Because first of all, he in the part of the video he says 3 white dudes took the throat out of. Like I'm assuming he's talking about the Nolan Wells thing because of the autopsy was missing the throat. That has nothing to do with the guys who they didn't find the body without a throat. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about with that. I mean, he immediately lost credibility when he went off the rails with that. Now I don't know if he's genuinely really concerned about Mississippi or he's just trying to clout chase you. It's really hard to tell with social media, but his rant is kind of like dumb and ridiculous. We don't know any situations or what was going on. We have no idea what kind of relationship this woman had with the men in her life. To call somebody weak and pussy, like, what do you want them to do? You want them to go out and start randomly attacking white people? Like, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster because there's still no evidence that the woman that was found hung by who, right? You can't just go around and say, oh, let's just get together and go and hang white people. Like, that's not going to end well. That wouldn't end well. Like, that would be dumb. Like, I don't understand. This is why I think this is an op. This is like a Fed trying to gas up black dudes in down south to commit violence. It makes no sense. Who are they gonna go? They're just gonna grab a random white dude on the street. Could you imagine? I can guarantee you, if black dudes in Mississippi decided to go around and just started grabbing white dudes and hanging them from trees, you would best believe the whole goddamn state would be shut down. They would wipe out the goddamn population of black men in Mississippi because they would have the feds down there. Everybody would be down there. It just wouldn't end well. That's the dumbest thing that you could say to somebody to do, especially considering the optics of Mississippi. You really think you're gonna be able to do some shit like that down there and get away with it? All you're gonna do is give them open reign and say, "Oh, open season now." You think they're just gonna sit back and you think the white people in Mississippi just gonna be like, "Oh, okay, well, they hung a couple of our people back, so now we're even." Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. You know, I don't think so. I mean, it's just crazy. Like the Nolan Wells case, we don't know. They still have to figure out exactly who and what did what. Um, and then the woman that just recently got found. I mean, you still got to find out who did it. You can't just go around just grabbing random people. That's basically what he's advocating for. He's saying that he wants black men to go around in Mississippi and start like hanging white dudes as some kind of like tit for tat. I mean, I don't know. I just think that sounds ridiculous. And you know, that's something that, and even if you wanted to do some type of retaliation like that, that's not something that you would announce on social media. Okay. That's another thing. Like, to do anything that drastic, you wouldn't even announce it on social media. That's something that you would, you know, do set up or behind closed doors, like private rooms or some shit. Going on social media, that's you just looking for attention. That's dumb. Let's see what the comments say, because we already know we love to see what the comments are saying. And I would bet that people are probably will be a 50-50 reaction to this. Now it is my mixtapes that posted this, so just consider the audience that follows this account. But let's see what they're saying. One person said, I mentioned the recent and horrible deaths and lynchings taking place in Mississippi on social media. They even brought up Emmett Till, three civil rights leaders who were murdered in 1964. People were asking me to prove it. Who would ask you to prove it? But prove what? That Emmett Till was killed? I don't know where you get that from. It's literally always the MFers who not from Mississippi that be saying this shit. Right, because that guy obviously not from Mississippi. Facts, Mississippi gang bang hard, and you carry lead to them crackers. We got to clean house first in our own urban cities. Black on black crime is going way more damage. Doing way more damage. Black on black crime. Always black on black crime. So you basically saying since to lynch blacks, blacks should start lynching whites? Not everybody or every culture is built off this inciting violence. That's kind of what I was just saying from behind the screen. But like you said, you've never been to Mississippi, so why speak on it? That's a reasonable tweet. That I dare this N word to go to Jackson and call one of them and say pussy. Mississippi, a whole lot of creepy people going about hunting other humans like rabbits. Ticket bags will probably move to Chicago. The only people dying is black, so they need to get a ticket. Wait, so the only people in Mississippi that die are black? I don't know about that. That's fake news. Yeah, so people are kind of like agreeing with the guy, some are not. Yeah, I don't know. This seems a bit dumb, especially coming from a guy that doesn't even live down there, right? Like if someone in Mississippi was online saying that, look at this. This is crazy. Somebody, nah, this is not even. All right, let's move on. Meanwhile, as we get away from that craziness, we have another crazy post from IC Exposed Racist. A 764 Predator. What the hell is a 764 Predator? Is that like a classification for predators? Who blackmail 117 underage girls into self harm and carving his name into their skin, only received 2 years in prison. Of course. But that's what they only get, short sentence. One guy got probation. 20-year-old blackmailed girls between the ages of 13 and 17. And the weird thing about this guy, he's probably going to not be touched in 2 years. Because obviously he we watch so much TV. We think that this guy will get taken care of in prison, but he won't. They have a whole wing for people like this. Like they all hang out with each other. They usually keep them kind of separate. Unless like if in any case like a person denies going to those units, and then if they get in gym pop, they may get handled. But for the most part, these people are relatively isolated, so they'll never get harmed. Which is, you know, which is usually how that works. That's sick. You only got 2 years for doing that. The complexion for the protection. But what about the victims? Who's protecting them? Down in ballots. Monkey. Democrat top candidate in Texas won't eat meat. Who gives a shit? Oh, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor, the one with the worst state in the country. Oh, at the bottom ranks. She's worried about what candidates are doing out in other states instead of worrying about her state. But her state is number one in religion. So she's handling her business. She's a Democrat top candidate in Texas, won't eat meat. The leading nominee in Wisconsin hates Thanksgiving. And now their guy in Michigan is coming out against football. Oh, God. Really, Governor Sanders, that's what you're worried about? You're the governor of Arkansas. And this is what you're worried about? This is your most important thing to be going at? Let's see what the comments say. I hope the comments destroy her. I hope they put up her rankings for the state. No, they're not. Damn it. They say your entire party are a bunch of pedos. Oh, there we go. I knew somebody would do it. you always can count on somebody online to come with the deeds. Sarah, you're a failure as governor, so shut your mouth. Look at that. Remember I mentioned this earlier? That's what I was talking about. Number one in religious liberty under Republican leadership, Arkansas ranks 49th in average wages, 49th in healthcare, 47th in educational attainment, 47th in maternal mortality. Ooh. I think Sarah should be worried about that instead of who eats meat and who doesn't in another state. Come on. Come on, Sanders. Like you put your foot, you step right in that one. And the people were there. They came with the deeds. Look at, she's a Christian wife, mom, former White House press secretary. Arkansas also has the highest food insecurity rate. Yeah, they kicked everybody off of Snap too. Down in Arkansas. He said, of course, somebody always has to come in with the qualifier. Now do Clinton as governor. Like Clinton hasn't been governor in what, in like 50, 100 years? There's always a comparison, like, dude, no one, if they suck, they suck. Doesn't matter what party they at. It's not a contest. Like who sucked more. No, you suck. Right? That's always a defense. Now do that person, or what about Biden? And it's like, who gives a fuck about Biden? The man is off to his own devices somewhere. He's gone. What does that got to do with now? You know? They're like, yeah, things are bad now, but it wasn't as bad as when Biden was in office. The point is, it ain't supposed to be bad now because you promised not to have things bad. You know? You don't get to go back and say, oh, because of that person. Oh, look at that. Tellerico eating meat. And Abdul in a football jersey. I guess Sarah Huckabee made that up. Shocker. She lied like she did when she was the press secretary. A popular restaurant spot closing. That semi-truck crash goes viral. Yeah, we know why you posted that. Nice try, Raindrops. Why do people upload their ballot on the internet? I thought you're not supposed to do that. I don't understand that. You go in, vote, and you leave. Why everything has to be a show? Oh, look at my ballot. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck who you voting for? Just vote. Never gave me Irish. Huh? Look at John Morant's new grill. $250K. Rob a jewelry store, tell him make me a grill. Do 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 do. John Morant's out in Portland now. He's got, I don't know. I think that looks stupid, to be honest. But hey, it's his money. Come on, dude. Do something with that nose hair. What's happening there? You got too much money to be walking around with your hair and nose hanging out like that. He got the grills, but his nose hair is just hanging out. I guess girls must like that. I mean, hopefully he ain't one of those athletes 10 years from now on a podcast talking about how much money he made and how it wasn't enough to live, and you don't know how we got to go through. You know what I'm saying? Because you just dropping money on grills. But they'll learn the hard way. Let's see what the comments is. MF got a radiator in his mouth. It's hard though. Huh? Yes. And man, at the taxes, I ain't having nothing left. That's what they said on the podcast. That's why these clowns go bankrupt once they retire. Boy, he doesn't play for the Grizzlies anymore. How are you a hoops accountant and don't know that? Oh, well, he says, holy shit. Guess the bot needs to update their bots. Guess everyone's clowning him. All right, let's see where else we at. Oh, here go another cop. Jesus, this is an Arkansas state trooper. Look at that, Sarah Huckabee's state as her state trooper is beating the crap out of a woman at a traffic stop. Alicia Hackett was beat in the face by Arkansas state troopers when she protested. He told her he could beat her in the face anytime he wanted. Don't worry though, this could never happen to you. It's just a few bad apples. Right. I mean, we've just seen a few videos already in this short time that I've been on here. Let's watch this. See where it starts. I remember seeing this video too.
I don't give a f. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around.
She said, I want to call my mama. He said, I don't give a f. And then he socks her in the mouth. Arkansas State Trooper Moises Areno stopped 18-year-old Alyssa Hackett of Osceola around 10:42 p.m. August 1st. He said he first spotted her car running hazard lights and passing traffic. He said she was doing 60 in a 40, then clocked 71 in a 60 once he caught up.
What's the emergency?
Window is broke.
That's not an emergency.
Hackett told him her window was broken and she was trying to get home.
Why do you have a Tito's bottle? You're not even 21, are you?
Coming from my grandma's house.
Well, let me get that bottle real quick.
You can have it.
Give me a second, okay?
Moises wrote up a citation for speeding, no seatbelt, and underage possession after finding a cold bottle of liquor.
Here's the citations, okay? Wrote you for the seatbelt, speed, and purchase or possession of alcohol by minor. You trying to go to jail, ain't you?
He then called another trooper, learned Hackett had been stopped days earlier with an open container, and let her go with the verbal warning.
So you wrote this girl just a couple days ago for speeding, and I just wrote her for MIP, and I was having her sign for her temporary license, and she pretty much just tossed the clipboard at me.
Put a 1 in chat if you think he's lying about her tossing it at him.
Black chick.
Yeah.
Well, she got an attitude, take her ass to jail.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
There's the cop mentality right there. If she has an attitude, then just take her ass to jail.
Sir, what did I do?
Put your left hand real quick. Do not resist. Do not resist.
I need to call my mom.
No.
He said, "Black chick, take her ass to jail." Wow, that's how the cops talk to each other.
What the f are we watching here, y'all? All of a sudden it turns into despotism.
One resisting. I don't give a fuck. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around.
She was on her back, face up, and just going like this, and he punched her in the face with a closed fist.
You cannot punch me.
I'll punch you again if you don't fucking turn around.
I'll punch you again if you don't fucking turn around. This cop is a fucking pig.
Can I call my mama?
No, we're past
No,
that.
you just punched me in my head. No, okay?
He should electrocute her, right? I mean, she's 4 foot tall.
You cannot punch me in my face.
Who said I can't punch you in your face?
It's our policy. Pain compliance strikes. As governor, I will end it.
Turn around. The fuck is your problem? Turn around.
Who said I can't punch you in the face? Holy shit, bro. So this is what I'm saying. Like, the cops know, and he knows as a state trooper who his governor is. And obviously, Arkansas is a red state, so they know that they're gonna back the blue. Trump says the cops have full immunity, so they don't have to worry about any federal consequences. Definitely don't have to worry about state consequences, and not a law enforcement, not a DA in the state of Arkansas is going to prosecute a cop. That's why they say, "Who said I can't punch you in the face? I can punch you in the face if I want." Knowing that he's on dash cam, he knows it. This is the attitude of the police, and it has nothing to do with white or black, because this cop is a Reno, so he's probably Hispanic descent to something like that. He's a white Hispanic, so he falls in the same line of the white supremacy hierarchy. Got a badge, and so like, hey, I could just beat on this black woman because she's at the bottom of the totem pole. Especially in the state of Arkansas, who's going to stick up for her? Probably nobody. And pretty sad. And that's what happens. No good cops around to take down a bad cop. And you can't tell me they train. Do they train cops to do this at the state trooper training in Arkansas? Maybe they do. Maybe that's part of their training. You should be able to punch a cuffed suspect in the face, or anybody in the face, if they mouth off to you, give you an attitude. Once again, the well-trained professional doesn't need to be professional, but the 18-year-old girl is expected, because I think she's 18, was expected to be the perfect model citizen during this interaction. Not like she's not scared on a highway late at night. She's probably frightened, scared, pulls over thinking that she's gonna get help from the cop. Instead, the cop decides to go after her. Now, look, the reasons for him giving her tickets probably are legit. Well, I don't know Arkansas law, but regardless of what the laws are in Arkansas, the interaction itself, the way you treat people, there's no law regardless of what her issue was. I don't care if she was drinking while driving or fucking giving attitude. You don't punch people in the face. You just don't do that. It didn't say, "Oh, I could." Who told you I can't do that? I can do that if I want. What? Really? I wonder how that would work if he was one on one out in the street with a man. Now, he probably would have shot the guy because he knew that the man would have probably tried to take him out. But lucky he didn't shoot this woman, right? I guess he felt like he didn't have to. And of course, people online are gonna make fun of this lady because she should have complied, right? That's always what you hear from the bootlickers, from the Back to Blue crew. She should have complied. If she complies, she don't get punched in the face, right? Like that's all you're gonna hear from these people. They don't care about the fact that cops should not do this. They just think that cops should be allowed to do whatever they want, right? That's what they believe. You should have complied. But anyway, screw them pigs. Next. All right, look at this. We got a wild one here at the HBCU Shade Room. I didn't know they had a Shade Room account, HBCU. God damn. Is this a HBCU? No way. Jackson State. These are Jackson State students. This is Mississippi, by the way. Jackson State, Mississippi. The one that this guy was talking about. Where are the black men at? You want to know where the black men at, dude? They're right here watching women fight each other in the street at Jackson State. That's where they're at. Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I might talk my shit. I have no problem calling out this bullshit, too. This is ridiculous. Especially if these are supposed to be college students. This is disgraceful. Look at this shit. You know? I think all around, the America has just lost their minds. Everywhere you go, it's just some craziness. And shame on these guys all got their phones out. They're going to record it so they can make content off of it later. Jackson State looks like a shit fest. Honestly, I would defund Jackson State for this. And if I was the dean, I would kick them all out of school if they're students. If there's students at this school, they all get expelled. Everybody's expelled. Everybody that's there, even the people who are watching, expelled. If I see one student upload a video, if you leave one comment on this fight, supporting the fight, you expelled. There you have it. But this is disgusting. And a video like this will go viral, and they'll set a narrative, and people will start talking shit about the school and saying, because you already know what the comments are going to be. I don't even have to read the comments. I already know what they're going to be. I don't want to read. We already know what it's going to say. So what's the point? Let's move on. Here we go. It's so petty. I put together a GoFundMe of $20 million for Kevin Sorbo to star in Brokeback Mountain 2. Huh? No, I don't even know. McDaniel on El Said. Ronna McDaniels, yeah. Former RNC chair. She's on Fox News, spreading fear for the Republicans because they told her, "Hey, Ronna, did I say Ronald? Ronna, excuse me, Ronna McDaniel. She's doing her tour. It's like, you got to earn that money because we took the chair from you. We kicked you out of your seat. Now go be a good little lapdog and put the fear of God into the Republicans to make sure they get out and vote." And that's what she's doing here on Fox News. She's like, he's a socialist, a communist. But just saying those words, kids don't know what that means. You have to say he's going to take away your health care. The irony of a Republican talking about someone taking away somebody's health care. Lady, have you read the big beautiful bill? Ronna McDaniel? Have you read the big beautiful bill? Have you read Project 2025, lady? You talk about taking away somebody's health care. We already passed that. That ship is sailed, lady. The Republicans are already on the clock with that. They already started that mission. You think El Said can take away health care as a lone senator? How? How's he gonna do that? They want you to be more afraid of El Said than he's gonna take your healthcare away, but Trump is not, as Trump already has. Okay, Rana. He's like, the kids don't know what a socialist is and communist. Right? So she's trying to talk to those young Republican voters. Because she already know the older ones they're already on board. They gotta get them youngins. You gotta get out here and stop this. We need you. We need you. She lost weight too. I think she was on that the same Ozempic as Sarah Huckabee. Good for her. Good for her. All right, let's move on. Ooh, here go another one. Lindsey English Jr., 49. Confederate flag enthusiast, anti-vax crusader, and now a level 3 felon. Woo! Indiana Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force served a search warrant on August 5th at his home after the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children flagged an online account suspected of possessing child sexual abuse material. Detectives identified English as the account holder, and after the search, he was arrested and booked into Ripley County Jail on a preliminary charge of distribution of child sexual abuse material. Indiana State Police and Homeland Security investigations both assisted. English Facebook is a greatest hits reel of far-right paranoia. A Confederate flag superimposed over a full moon as his cover photo. A "Don't Tread on Me" graphic merging the American flag with the Confederate battle flag, which is crazy considering how that went. And an anti-vaccine mandate profile pic, ring with syringes reading, "I stand for medical freedom." Months later, he spent over 40 days on a ventilator battling COVID, the same virus he apparently still didn't believe warranted precaution. So proud of the Confederacy, terrified of vaccines, allegedly disturbing child sexual abuse material. Pick your favorite red flag. He's got a full collection. Not a drag queen or a trans person inside. Rough. It seems to always be them. The same people. Right? The same type of people. Sick. And you notice they never get called out. Where are all the people that are against this? Where are they at? No, I know where they're at. They'll tell you, well, he was arrested. He was locked up. So there's nothing else need to be said. Right? That's what they'll tell you. That's their gotcha. Next. Oh, this one's pretty good. The Protect Women in Sports crowd wants men to join the WNBA so they could beat up black women. Ooh, that's a strong one there, Kobe. Gina Milan. I hope men join the WNBA so they can finally put this ghetto in their place. Wow. She's calling on men to beat up those ghetto black women. Wow. X is like a cesspool of like, they just let it all out. They let it all hang, huh? All right, here we go. Back to the left. Kyle Kalinske is disgusted by Andrew Wilson's, formerly known as Big Papa, fascists. These are the types of people that Joe Rogan hangs out with these days. Let's know what this guy says about Trump triple tapping a little girl's Iranian elementary school. Ooh. Let's listen to that. See what Kyle Kalinske has to say.
These are the types of people that Joe Rogan hangs out with these days and agrees with these days. And this should really say it all. Listen to what this guy says about Trump triple tapping and carpet bombing a little a little girl's Iranian elementary school. Here we go. Listen to this.
Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, he is a pedophile. Second of all, he's protecting the Epstein pedophiles. There's been 0 Epstein pedophile arrests. Third of all, he might even be an Epstein co-conspirator. Fourth of all, why are you making up that everybody he killed in Iran is a pedophile? They've killed 3,000 to 7,000 people. They've bombed schools. They've bombed hospitals. They've bombed bridges. They've bombed power plants. They've bombed roads. What are you talking about? It's so desperate. I'm sorry to cut him off, but let's get to it.
Killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
No. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
Wow. I want to make sure that they're alive so they can get raped?
Wow. Make sure they're alive. What? Wait. What did he say? Wait. Maybe I heard that wrong.
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
No. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
I want to make sure that they're alive so they can get raped?
Wow. That's crazy. Want to make sure they're alive so they can get. Wow. So what side did this guy lands on in the political sphere? Andrew Wilson. Because you know Orange Schwarzer is, I guess Orange Schwarzer is in the right-wing anti-war crowd. Is Andrew Wilson part of the right-wing pro-war crowd? So we got 2 right-wingers arguing with each other. And it seems that Owen Schwarzer is on the right side of this argument, at least. But that's crazy. Andrew Wilson. What the heck are you talking about? That man is deranged. We had to check that man's laptop, computer. That's crazy that he said that. But once again, these guys say the craziest stuff because they know it's going to go viral. Right? They're willing to say the most heinous stuff because it goes viral. So, move on. AOC Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez splits from fiance Riley Roberts. That story kind of came and went, huh? TMZ reported this, the split between these two. Now, interesting timing here because there's rumors that AOC is running for president. Which I don't think she is. I think if anything, she's going to challenge Schumer in the Senate. I've been saying that for years. If she does make a jump. But I honestly think that this move probably tells us that she does not really, depending on who she starts dating now, because remember, the election cycle is about to start right after the midterms. We go right into the presidential cycle. I don't see her seriously being a contender for president as a single woman. I don't see that. I know she's froze her eggs. We know about that. She spoke about that. She froze her eggs, which means that she's looking to probably have a family down the line. The guy, obviously, that she's with now, she didn't see him as a long-term partner. So maybe she has another person in mind, but I don't see her running for office as a single woman. That would be ultimately not a good look for her to run. I mean, just from a political standpoint, I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that these things are calculated when you run for higher office, all the way down to the partner you have. Trust me, it matters. Whether they're connected to Israel, right? Because we know a lot of the people that run, their partners have an Israeli connection. They might be Israel themselves, Jewish, or they have deep connections, family ties to royalty. There's always something in the air that connects them, and this is why I don't think AOC is even close to being in the running for president, despite what the polls may say now. Her partner will definitely be key to that. Now, why she got rid of this guy, I don't know. Let's see if there's some information in the article from TMZ.com. Let's see. Yeah, it's really weird because right after she talked about freezing her eggs, she got rid of this dude, and that was her fiance. And according to the split rally, AOC rally actually split roughly 2 years ago. So they've been split. It just, I guess now it's just being reported. That's weird. So maybe it's been announced now because she's starting to date someone else. That might be what it is. So they're like, well, if we want you to date somebody else, you're going to have to announce that you cut this guy off. That could be it. So whoever her new partner is, if she has one, could really determine if he is really going to run for the big office or not. Now, multiple sources on Capitol Hill tell TMZ it's felt like ages since the pair was seen together publicly. That is kind of strange because every time we did see AOC, she was always by herself. And we hadn't seen him with her since, they said the last time they were photographed together was back in 2021 at the Met Gala. About a year later, in May 2022, the Congresswoman confirmed she and Robert O'Reilly were engaged. While they were engaged, but they were last seen photographed in 2021. They got engaged in 2022, so they didn't take photos. The engagement? That's weird. So something happened in between 2022 for the breakup to happen. Ooh. That timeline is a little tricky. Because they said, according to the article here, it says that they split up 2 years ago, so they split up in 2024. They got engaged in 2022. So what happened? Did he not want to marry her? Did she not want to get married? Did she change her mind? Interesting. Maybe he wanted kids and she wasn't ready. That could be it too. No. Froze her eggs, though. She definitely thinking when she froze her eggs, that tells us that she's thinking about long-term career moves and have the option to have her kids later. So she's all in on the political stuff. And maybe he wanted a wife. Maybe he was ready. Now I can't think that why would he get engaged to a congresswoman, at a young congresswoman, knowing that obviously AOC's ambitious. He's looking to advance or leave the door open to advance. He had to know that when he got with her. Maybe that's what attracted him to her, is that she's ambitious, young, attractive. So I don't know. I highly doubt that maybe her wanting to advance higher problem. Or maybe he doesn't want to be part of the whole political process, right? Because, he dating someone that's high profile in politics could be rough. Maybe it was too much on him. And he knew once they would have got married, his world would have been turned upside down. And let's just say if she does run for president, he might have a background that he doesn't want exposed. That could also be possible. Maybe they found something out during the 2 years they were together. They were engaged, and she said, "Oh, look, I'm going to have to call this off because I can't get married to you if you have this background. If I run for Senate or president, all this is going to come out and it's going to be bad." So maybe that could be possible. Maybe something in his past came up and it was something that was so bad that she had to say, we can't do this. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. I think that's more likely what it is. I hate to say something negative about the guy. I don't know him, but I think something came up in his past that she found out about, and she knew she ain't going to be able to marry him and advance her career because it would probably blow up in her face. Now, what that is, I don't know. Could you imagine they found out the dude had like some weird Not even gonna say it. Okay, anyway. So there you have it. That's that. Let's move on. Let's see what the comments are saying. 4,000 comments on this. This post had 15 million views. That's how interested everyone is in AOC's dating life. 15 million views on this. This got to be good. But now it's 16.7 million. Let's see what the comments are saying. Americans on their way to Washington, D.C. after finding out AOC is single. That's funny. Oh, man. You can't. Somehow the writer's going to lambaste her for being a non-traditional woman who can't keep a relationship, while 75% of the Republican parties either effing children, beat up their wives, or mix of both. Ooh. Ooh, that's a hard tweet right there. There's some truth to that, though. Are you telling me there's a chance? Yo, that's funny. All right, so they all just kind of like, yeah, funny. Good for him. She's approaching 40. The men he watches her have sex with were about to get way less attractive. What? That was weird. Oh my god, these fucking gifs is funny. All right, how much room? Here we go. Kanye West is back. What is he saying? Kanye West says in a live video that he wished he was married to and had kids with Paris Hilton. Oh, I remember this. This is old news. That's another thing about X. Sometimes they'll bring up, upload old stuff to get the engagement. As you can see, this thing got 798K views, which probably helping this person pay their rent next month. So there you have it. AOC has a nice. Is this a real account? Oh, Priority News account. Okay. I thought this was like one of the real news sources. I was like, come on, really? I mean, it is a nice ass, don't get me wrong, but damn. They had to put that out there. All right, let's move on. Holy effing. Former Mossad chief was just handed full control of one of the biggest U.S. defense tech companies. Oh, that's a parody. That can't be true. Parody account. Yeah, satire. Well, let's move on. What's happening here? MAGA fashion model ready to call ICE on Hispanic family for using swimming pool. Really? What's happening here? Let me read. Let's listen to this. Listen to this.
Pay rent here.
So do I.
Do you know that you were just let in by residents with your 7 kids? I feel bad for them.
Georgia,
they do deserve a pool.
Georgia, you need to stop.
Go find your family that has a pool.
Come on, pack your stuff up. Come on.
Stop robbing
Go
people
leave,
that pay
weirdo.
money here.
Leave,
Does
weirdo.
your mom even speak English?
Leave my mom alone. What's your problem?
What is wrong with you?
I'm
just
sorry.
asking.
Go over there. Go over there.
Being ghetto.
You're a weirdo.
Does she
You're
speak
racist.
English?
You're
Georgia,
racist.
I'm not racist.
Yes, you are. That is very racist.
Pay rent here.
That is
How
very
am I going
racist.
to
Get out
jail?
of here. Get out of here. You're very
This is
racist.
my
You're very
property.
disrespectful. You're embarrassing yourself.
saying we let you
Leave.
in and you
Leave.
Oh, it's not your property. You're renting. Not yours.
7 children.
I fucking live here.
One of you
I live here. You need to leave.
She could
If you have a problem,
I live here.
I live here too. It doesn't seem like you live
So
here.
it
For
says
all I know,
2
you came.
residents?
For
A
all I
person?
know,
Just
you
stop
came
it.
from somewhere
Stop.
else.
I'm just saying it's a
No, hold
rule.
on.
2 residents.
Let's go.
I get
Get
it. You
inside.
have children.
Go inside now.
I'm letting
Okay, I'm
you
just
in,
recording
but
her.
there are rules.
Go inside now.
2 residents a person.
Bye.
It's a
Goodbye.
little bit crazy.
Get inside. Goodbye.
Go inside now. Goodbye. Lady, I live here.
Goodbye. Go back to your house across the street. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Go. I'm going this way. Are you okay?
Are you
I
okay?
pay rent here.
So do I.
Are you a citizen?
Are you a citizen?
Go.
It looks,
Now.
I'm pretty sure you're.
Wow. Wow. No surprise though, cause no surprise. MAGA fashion models, so of course they're racist. That's sad though. The incident occurred at an apartment community pool in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles, California, which is like a very high Hispanic population. They literally run LA. So the audacity of this MAGA fashion model to get all hype on this Hispanic family. Online comments appeared to identify the racist woman as fashion model named Georgia Rose. He doesn't have an account on this platform, so posting first full-length and credit video here to help raise awareness. All right. So Georgia Rose. Let's see what the comments are saying. Are they taking her side or are they standing up for humanity? Let's see. Trump didn't make America racist. He made the racists feel comfortable enough to show their faces in public. Ooh, that's the very first post. Ain't no lies detected there. Her own mom told her just she was being ghetto. No, she was being racist. She was being both. Model for what? Oh, man. She's a fashion model. What does she model? Gloves? Make her famous for does she model? Oh my god. Wow. Oh shit. Pure trailer park trash. As if a racist approaching her is an instant pardon for her thievery. Racism is not the problem here. It's using the pool without paying rent. Not retreating from the R word, and it's just a distraction tactic. What? Okay, whatever. How you built like this and starting shit with people? Damn, that's harsh. Georgia Rolls is flat as motherfucking earth. They dragging this woman. Why can't I ever be present when this shit happened? She's a model? That's a classic. It's in the DNA. Yeah. Hey. Ooh. Ooh. All she's proven is someone who is Hispanic could afford to live in the same pence he does, and probably works their asses off to do so. At least the friend was smart enough to try to shut her up. I mean, it's LA. Hispanics are everywhere. I mean, they're in low class, upper class, upper income, medium income, even high income. That's literally their city, pretty much. A shell. What is Cheeto Face has caused? Look what Cheeto Face has caused. If it weren't for him, this country would be much better shape. He's treated this nation like one of his bankrupt businesses. It will take decades to fix things. Even long after he's gone, this damage will remain. So there you have it. Everyone, no one's defending that woman. At least it appeared maybe one person was. Kind of weird, that one. All right, let's see. Michael Alfonso, son-in-law of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, won his Republican primary in Wisconsin's 7th congressional district. So look at that. A reality TV star's son, who's now the Transportation Secretary, has won his primary. All right. Okay. Racist white lady gets her snot box rocked for calling a black man the N-word. I blame Charlie. What? What's happening here? Man, that lady's knocked out. Is that real? Lunch took a wrong turn. Let's play this.
He shouldn't have hit her at all.
He shouldn't have hit her. But
she acted like she did. No, this lady is playing it to the fuck out.
you know what she said.
She called that nigga? Mm-hmm. Oh, period. No, she is pretending. She is doing the most. Listen, that one. How she lays on the floor. Wow. Okay. He shouldn't have hit her at all.
He shouldn't have hit her.
But she threw herself down.
He going to jail. He going to jail. You can't punch a. You can't do that. I mean, he going to jail. Even the black women are saying you shouldn't have hit her. He probably was defending them. That's why you gotta like, because how else? I bet you that interaction started with that lady was probably talking shit to the black women. The black women probably were like going back and forth, and then he steps in to try to be Mr. Hero, and then he caught himself in the middle of a situation to where he responds because she calls him the N-word. Yeah, you can't snot box an old lady for doing that. He should probably face charges, to be honest. And look, I know people are gonna say, well, you know, I understand the whole A-word thing, I get it, but it's gonna be something that you can't just knock people out for it. Like, you know, you can't do that. You can't do it. She has that's free speech, right? That's what they say. She's allowed to say that. Now I get it, freedom of speech is freedom of consequences, but freedom of consequences also apply to you too. If you decide to get physical over a word, over any words, it's just the imbalance. One is you get physical over verbal. Yes, I grant it's a racial slur, but and you're a man, a younger man, beating on a knocked out an older white lady, or older woman. I mean, I'm not even gonna say white, but obviously the lady's white. But yeah, you checked all the boxes in the wrong direction. You can't get out of that. I mean, you're fucked. Better get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. But I guess he feels good about it. For the culture, right? For the culture. Okay, moving on. Laura Boebert, Congresswoman Boebert's son, was filmed a sex tape with a 17-year-old and used the hard R N-word in texts tied to the case. Tyler Boebert was arrested after allegedly filming a sex tape with a 17-year-old and sending it to others. The text messages connected to the case Police say he repeatedly used the hard R and word. A sitting congresswoman's son gets caught in a sex exploitation case and still finds time to drop racial slurs. The entitlement is loud. Yeah, this is pretty bad for Laura Boebert. Pretty bad. The case about the sex tape thing with a 17-year-old. Ugh. I mean, this is the GOP in a nutshell, though. This is not surprising at all. This is typical behavior. And he'll probably get some form of light punishment because he's connected to the congresswoman. So there you have it. Right? I mean, this is a woman who was seen in public, giving out handies. So it's all in the family, folks. The family. All right, let's move on. This. Fell asleep with the Asian woman kept the same person. All right. Ron DeSantis responded to a poll that said Texas Senate forecasts Tellerico 63% probability to win. And Ron DeSantis says, oh no, Texas is not going blue. Ron may be right about that, to be honest, because the fact that they even picked Ken Paxton to represent the GOP, despite the fact that the man is probably the biggest crook in the history of attorney generals, and they still said we want him. Yeah, it's definitely crazy down there in Texas. But Ron DeSantis is weighing in. He has some Ron, won't you worry about your state of Florida? Because that thing may go blue if Byron Donalds don't get his shit together. Right? Wait, what? What happened? Okay. Let's see. Oh, I got another conspiracy. So apparently they say this woman is fake. She's a robot. She's wearing a mask. It does look like a robot, though, to be honest. Like the way the face structure looks. Is that a robot? I don't even know who that is. I still haven't figured it out. It does look weird now with a close-up. I don't know. I just think it's just her makeup job. I don't even know who that is. Oh, what the hell happened? Wait, let's play that again.
No, you're gonna break it or something.
Fucking nigga!
Whoa! Whoa! What the? Nana, chill, Nana. What the fuck are you?
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Bro. Nana, no good, Nana. No, bad, Nana. Bad. Akuma, bitch.
And you still hanging out with them? This man went out there to Japan and gets treated like this, and you still hanging out with them?
Bitch, Akuma. No, you're gonna break it.
What prompted her to say that? Let's see what the comments are saying. I don't feel bad for these guys that go out there and want to be a part of these different groups of people, and they just like straight up telling you they don't like you, and you still want to be in their graces, right? We seen that with the other. There was another video with a black guy streamer with a white girl was calling this guy racial slurs at one of the content houses, and he just like, And I get it in this scenario. This man is in another country. He can't even get aggressive because they'll probably throw him in a jail. But you put yourself in these positions when you travel to these places and these people don't like you and you just want to get content. If that was me, he should have just left the scene. Like, okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. Have a good night, guys. And just cut them off. Like, because if they treat you like that, obviously they're not your friends. That person, and anybody who's friends with someone who's racist is also not your friend. You got to understand that. You got to learn that. Let's see what the comments are saying. Honestly, that was effed up. Yeah, it's embarrassing for him. He can't just slap her on stream. He should have mocked her taking. He finally got to say it to a person in real life. Yeah, because she probably used to say it online all the time. And she knew that nothing was going to happen to her. Wait, is that the guy? Yeah. He said white people literally nuked them twice. Yeah, and they hate black people more than the people who nuked them. She's a wild attention seeking. Oh, she definitely got a lot of attention. Those right wingers, they love that. It was like, yeah. All the right wingers, those dudes are probably was creaming in their pants when they saw that. Cause that was like porn for them. Like anytime someone says racial stuff to a black man on stream, the black guy just like takes it. That's porn for the racist right wingers. Regardless of who's doing it. If it's a Hispanic person to a black person, if it's Japanese, white. And they definitely love it when it's other minority groups that do it because they're literally just they're like, yeah, like you know what you should do. Like this is what we like. That's why they love, watching minorities that crap on other minorities. They watch those people more than they'll watch a white person to do it because it's like, okay, yeah, you're boring, but a minority shitting on a minority, that validates that we are the superior people because we got you to crap on your own people or other people who are minorities. So when they see this, they're like, yeah. Right? They literally cream themselves watching this. They're going to replay this in the 4chan groups for the next year. Yo, you saw that Japanese girl, what she said? She called that black man the N-word in his face and he didn't do nothing. Yeah, man. She turned me on. I don't like them either, but she did one good thing for the team. Right? Like they love that. That's gonna be on a loop. They probably put a music behind that, a beat. Play that on a loop. This is reflective of how a lot of Japanese households lack father figures. The word has no value outside the United States. Props to him for not doing anything about it. She was drunk and there were cameras everywhere. If he retaliated, then he would have faced jail time. True. He definitely would have went to jail. He must have done something really, really bad to make her that angry. Really? Or you literally watching a video. There's always someone that's gonna make an excuse for being racist. He must have done something. There's no way she would have just said that for no reason. Let's see. Oh, he's responding. He said, I walked up and said hello. If you're black and you go to Japan or any Asian country in 2026, that's on you. I don't feel bad for him. Oh shit. They probably hate all black people because of people like the Jolly Somali guy who was over there doing that crazy stuff. All right. Oh, they tagged her in it. How many followers she got? 54,000? Oh, she's a big deal. All right, let's move on. What the hell? Hey, man, the death threats I get on this app is hilarious. Yeah, that's crazy. I refuse to take COVID vaccine because I oppose putting foreign substances into my body. That's the same person? No way. Holy shit. Lumatoons. You doesn't have. Oh, that's what I read. Oh, this was from Trump earlier, falling asleep. And RFK was shaking. It says, "We live in very strange times. Oldest president in U.S. history is sleeping, while the Secretary of Health is shaking uncontrollably, all while pushing their conspiracies about vaccines." Oh, look at that image. I can't believe Fox News ran that. I was surprised they didn't go to commercial. I'm surprised. If this was like last year, or like even his first time, they were like, "Oh, we gotta go to commercial break. We gotta pay the bills. We'll be back." They actually showed him sleeping. That tells me that they're ready to turn the tide on Trump. Even Fox News is like, "Yeah, we're tired of this guy." We know Newsmax would never do that. Newsmax would never play Trump sleeping. They would literally pause the video or put it on mute, go to commercial break and sell like gold or some shit. Right? They'll sell like some kind of senior citizen vitamins during the break. Huh? Wait, what? Why the caption said black man attacks elderly white woman in the street? So he was clickbaiting because he actually helped her. I hate when they do these clickbaits. Oh, here go another Lego video. Let's see what this says. The Lego people.
Big speech, big jet. Cameras got the shot. Cater Force One, Cater Force One, Air Force for the cameras, food truck for the run. Cater Force One, Cater Force One, talk like a king till the warning came through. Front door swagger, back door flight, press on the decoy with the window shades tight. Cater Force One, Cater Force One, whole tough guy image came undone. Boarded Air Force One for the big photo op. Wave like a king, then he made the swap. Catering truck lifted him up real clean. Drove him across the tarmac like a meal on the scene. C-32A, waiting in the dark while the decoy plane took the press on the arc. They thought he was with them. Shades pulled tight, but the boss was already gone into the night. One plane for the picture, one plane for the flight, one story for the public, one escape sleep in the night. Cater Force One. Cater Force One. Air Force for the cameras, food truck for the run. Cater Force One. Cater Force One. All that tough talk till the warning came through. Front door swagger, back door flight, decoy in the air while you slipped out of sight. Cater Force One. Cater Force One. I ran, changed the rap before the night was done. Sacred defense. Air Force One for the image. Cater Force One for the exit.
Yo, that's crazy.
Defense.
Yo, that's wild. So he Cater Force One. Let me see what the comments are. That is funny. Iran already trolling Trump for his cowardly plane swap that left the press corps. Damn. Unexpected attack while he was stuck out in a catering truck. Huh. Damn. Trump hit a catering truck. Oh my God. Oh man. That is wild.
I want to get off now!
And then slipped out a door on the other side of the plane into an airport catering truck.
Hide! 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 Codename Orange Pampers is loaded.
Name Orange Pampers. Like, oh snap. Oh snap. Oh man. Codename Orange Pampers. Oh man. That was good. I was not expecting that. Oh man. All right. Oh shit. That was funny. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, here we go. APAC rep Angie Craig has been defeated by Peggy Flanagan, the Democrat primary election for U.S. Senate in Minnesota. I remember Flanagan. Didn't she run like a couple years back? She was trying to win the seat and she lost to what's that girl name? In the primary, she lost to, I forgot who it was. Amy Schumer, I think it was. What was it? What's her name? I think it's Amy Schumer. I don't even know her name. It's not Amy Schumer. Amy Schumer's an actress. It's you know what I'm talking about. The Amy lady. You look her up. Should have known. I don't know why I'm saying Amy. Amy Klobuchar. There we go. I said Amy Schumer. Yeah, that's who it was. He was running against Klobuchar. Now Klobuchar is running for governor of Minnesota now. So she's leaving the Senate. Another person leaving the Senate. She tried to run for president. I guess she's gonna figure, well, if I become the governor of Minnesota and I show that I can govern, maybe that'll be my ticket to running for president down the line, whether it be in 2028 or maybe even 2032. I don't know. I mean, she's not electable for president anyway. By the way, she knows that. That's why she tried before and failed. It just they probably told her, Amy, don't jump in again. I think she's jumping in again anyway, especially if she does a good job in Minnesota. If she does any type of job in Minnesota, she'll probably jump in again and try her luck. Okay. So what else do we got here? We got a okay, not much else going on here. Oh, this is the one with the ICE agent pointed a gun at a US citizen. Let's pull that up. That's actually trending right now, or was trending earlier tonight. So ICE agent pointed a gun at a US citizen through her car window while threatening her in Falls Church, Virginia. And the excuse? They claim she almost ran them over. Except she had a dash cam recording the whole thing. She immediately called their bullshit. Wow. Are we gonna see the dash cam footage? This interaction? No. Kind of hard to. I mean, that is crazy pulling a gun out, but if she tried to run him over, I would need to see the dash cam footage on that one. I mean, I probably believe her anyway because ICE agents are out of control, just like the police have been. So it's very possible she could be telling the truth. I would say 80-20, she's telling the truth without the video. Here's another video of ICE agents pointing guns at children. Like, this whole ICE experiment has failed. It's been an epic fail. And the crazy thing is, it's been a fail. It's always kind of been a failure, but it's a failure on steroids right now because they literally get to do whatever they want. They literally get to do anything they want. And they have support, which is the crazy part. People who support it. All these goofballs in Middle America are like, yeah, we support ICE. Because the cruelty of how ICE is operating is what they're attracted to. It's what get their blood flowing, their juices flowing. Yeah, look how they treat these people. They love it. It's like porn. It's literally like porn for them. They sit back and they watch the clips online from this comfort of their trailer parks as they sit back, or their, suburban nice towns where they live at, and they watch the cruelty of ICE, of the shit that the ICE is doing. And they're like, yeah, this is what I voted for. This is why I like Trump, because he doesn't play around. He abuses those people because we hate them. We always hated them. And Trump sends ICE out there to do the dirty deed. That's why they love it. That's why they love it. So, there you have it. What else we got? That's interesting because, this is probably going to turn off. I think this is El Said's attempt to win back some of those black voters that Haley Stevens got, because she pretty much won all the black voters. So, and she used the ad that showed that Obama, even though it was kind of disingenuous ad, right, pretending that Obama endorsed her. But apparently it worked because the black vote in the primary showed up for her instead of him, even though he still won his primary. So I think now he's thinking, well, maybe if I campaign with Obama, legitimately campaign for him, unlike Stevens, who pretended that he campaigned with him, maybe I'll get some black support. That could backfire because I think it's this notion that, well, I think if Obama himself was running on the ticket, the black support would be there. But Obama's weight with black voters does not really carry to other candidates. I mean, we've seen that in live action. We've seen it with Hillary Clinton in 2016. We also saw it with Kamala Harris. And these are two major presidential tickets. It doesn't really sway. And I always said that the secret weapon to Obama was always Michelle Obama. She was the more popular of the two, even within the black community. Michelle Obama was the popular one, not so much as Barack. Michelle carried Barack's popularity with the black community, literally. And now Michelle's starting to disappoint some people with her comments about, oh, I think we should hear out these racist people, and she's starting to really turn some people off now. Like, I don't think she's as popular as she probably was at her tail end of her time as first lady, or even during her time as first lady. But I'm talking about with the black community. Obviously, many other groups of people love Michelle Obama, especially the women. But except for the right wingers, of course, they think she's a man, which is crazy. But that's their kooky stuff going on there. But I think that I don't know how much this helps in for him trying, because many people are not feeling Obama, even in the Democrat Party, as far as a lot of people across the spectrum. I don't know if this really helps. Like I said, it may help a little bit, but is he risking potentially losing other segments of the party in order to try to win? Now, Obama is still probably the most popular, or one of the most popular Democrats, which is not really saying much considering how unpopular the Democrat Party is. And also, you're supposed to be El Said has said he is not a Democrat socialist, even though he is in favor of many of the progressive policies. So maybe this is El Said trying to show the rest of the Democratic Party, hey, I know I've been pegged as a Democrat socialist, but I'm really not. As you can see, I'm willing to campaign with Barack Obama. And he tries to kill two birds with one stone, right? He tries to maybe get a little black support while also signaling to the mainstream Democrats that, hey, you don't have to worry about me. Come out, support me, elect me, and you won't see a guy that's going to turn into a DSA. So he's probably trying to play two scenarios at once. Will it help him, or will it backfire? I'm going to say 60-40, it goes the wrong way for him. Because he's going to disappoint his DSA counterpart. Now, I know, like we said, he's not DSA. He said that. But they've leaned on him. What if they decide, seeing him campaign with Obama, what if they get turned off and decide not to show up for him now? Which is very possible, right? They could say, oh, all right, screw this guy. He doesn't want to, he's going to hang out with Obama? Who, corporate war hawk, centrist, neo-lib shield, as Booker G. Washington is saying. Oh, yeah, that could piss off the left. And maybe they don't come out and vote for him. Maybe. I really interested to see how they react to this. Because the left, they're not really big fans of Obama. I've heard some of them talk about it on these left-leaning podcast, they're not big fans of the Obamas. They have no problem calling them out. Now, will they suck it up and say, okay, for the good of the movement, or they don't hold it against them because technically El Said is not a DSA, so maybe they say, well, he's just playing politics and we'll still back him. I mean, they were willing to back Grant Plattner, and he was a predator and a Nazi and a racist. So if they're willing to back that guy, they have to still show up for El Said, right? Or maybe they don't because they're low-key racist themselves, and while they'll give the white guy the grace, they won't hold that same regard for the Muslim guy or the brown guy. So interesting to see how that plays out, because we know they were not willing to give Kamala Harris any grace in the last election. They weren't giving her no grace. So the left will seem to not give any brown or black person any grace if they sway away from any type of movement. Now, look, Kamala Harris, in the defense to the people who were turned off by her hanging out with Liz Cheney, yeah, you probably would piss off, because Liz Cheney, the daughter of Dick Cheney, the war hawk himself, the guy who was the king of hawks. Yeah, you probably pissed off a big segment of the, Democrat population when it came to supporting you when you made that call. And yeah. So yeah, you did that to yourself. Trying to win in some never Trumpers. Like, you didn't have to do that. They would have probably showed up to you anyway because they were never Trumpers. But someone told her this is a good idea to be seen with Liz Cheney because she spoke out against Trump. Because she did what she was supposed to do. Kamala miscalculated. So will El Said miscalculate this decision that will cost him the election? If he had a chance to win anyway, right? Because we don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. All right, another fight. I don't want to watch that. Are they playing this again? Asian down. What's this about? Center right, anti-woke, realist. Oh yeah, see, they celebrating that. That's a right-wing Asian account. See that? They loving that. It's hardcore porn. Let me see the comments on that. I bet you the comments are gonna be pro this woman. Was there before, or did this all happen randomly? She looks pissed as hell. But did she really just come at the dude who literally did nothing? Huh. I kind of want to see the whole thing. Then I could judge. There's always a caveat to when something happens to someone else. I guarantee you, if this was the other way around and he just yelled at her, called her name, no one would say, I need to see what happened prior. Right? No one would say that. They would be like, he's out of line. He's wrong. They should hang him. It's always like an excuse. Like, it has to be a million qualifiers when something's going towards a black person. It's crazy how that works. This racist white woman got mad because she said that her Hispanic co-workers are making fun of the shorts that she wears to work. So she's going to call ICE on the whole business. Seriously. What? I'm not laughing at her calling ICE. I'm laughing because she's going to call ICE on the whole business that she works for, by the way. She's at work. We're going to listen to this in a second. She's at work. So calling ICE on the business, potentially, if things are out of order, let's just say if they're fucking up, doing something wrong, that they have to shut their business down for a week or whatever, or a couple days, that means you're out of work. You're not going to get paid because they have to, whatever is going on. Like, do these people even think or they just react? Let's hear this.
I was already on bullshit about my short. But
wait for it.
Everybody's in here got the same stats like their shorts on. But I work with a bunch of. So when I call ICE on their ass and ICE is here tomorrow, you gonna know not to fuck with Americans. Because their shorts is shorter than mine and they got thick asses. But what I'm saying is I work with nothing but Mexican, Cuban, and they always gonna say something about my shorts. So, when ICE is here in the morning at 6 a.m., don't say I didn't tell you.
Don't. Jesus. Unbelievable. So you're going to call ICE because they made a joke about your shorts that everyone else is wearing? This is next level insanity. Let's hear what the brother got to say.
Asking for no context, family. I have no context for this. Somebody sent me this, and I understand why. This is a first for me. Hearing that you want to call ICE, one of the worst things that you can do to a person, to your co-workers over shorts. And her line was, so they can learn not to fuck with Americans. So this isn't about legality. It isn't about doing it the right way. This is about you wanting to punish someone over clothing?
Right. And how do you know they're not? They could be Americans themselves. Just because they're not white, that doesn't mean they're not American. That's like the ignorance of these people. They think only white people are American. Like they don't have any idea that it's possible that there's a good chance that their co-workers may also be Americans. American citizens. But that's what happens when you live in Timbuktu and you have a low education and you think that everything that's only white is American. It's pretty sad how ignorant these people are. I'm going to call ICE. I'm going to call ICE? Like, are we serious right now? This is... Let's move on. Let's move on. Hey. I'm calling for a total and complete shutdown of primary polling in the Midwestern United States until we can figure out what the hell's going on. So Frank Lutz is saying shut down the polling because obviously the polling had hung up by 22, and these are all the Midwest polling, and she's trailing right now, at least by a small percentage, or close to a tie. They had the same thing for El Said too, right? He was supposed to blow out his candidate. He ended up winning his race, but they say he was going to win by like 20. These pollings, there is something wrong with the polling for sure. And as Frank Lutz just said, the Midwestern United States, their polling has been terrible in this election cycle for sure, especially in these primaries. And these numbers, I don't know why. How do they come up with these numbers? Do they make them up through thin air, or are they going off of like Polymarket or some shit? That is kind of crazy. Let's see what the people are saying. Have you tried just paying more attention? Huh. Looks like this guy had a good prediction. DNC backing a pathway to election outcomes many consider to do. I don't know who's doing those polling. Hong was a MAGA PSYOP plant. Ooh. He's actually a Gronk. Only issues are limited Midwest. Michigan Dev Senate primary saw similar big misses. Progressives overpolled. Yeah, the progressives are overpolled for sure. I think a lot of that is because it's a fear tactic they had to back up for the right wingers. Right? Because how can you sell doom and gloom like the doomsday scenario if you don't show data to back it up? Because the average Joe is like, there's no doom happening because a couple Democrat socialists won in blue states. So how do you sell it? You sell it by scaring the bejesus out of these Fox News viewers by saying, oh my God, Francesca Hong has a plus 30 lead in Wisconsin as governor. Scare the bejesus out of the independents to register as Democrats to run, or even moderate Democrats, scaring the bejesus out of them to show up to the polls and make sure they vote in the less left-leaning candidate. That's what those polls were meant to do, to scare the bejesus out of the voters that are not DSA, because they don't want DSA people to get elected. It's as simple as that. Really not that complicated what's going on. I don't think anyone realistically thought that this woman was going to win this primary by a Wisconsin Democrat primary. She was going to win that by 22 points. If you thought that, then I got a bridge to sell you. Right? This is all I wouldn't be surprised if this was an establishment Democrat with these polling, coming up with these crazy polls to scare their voters. Get out there and vote. Get out there. This is how we're going to scare the voters of the Democrats who don't want a DSA candidate. That's what happened. I mean, come on. We should know that. I'm surprised Frank Lutz doesn't even get it. I'm surprised he hasn't picked up on it. He's supposed to be a professional pollster. You don't see the tactic that's going on. This has Democrat establishment written all over it. Clearly what's going on there. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, this is Rich. We're about to get out of here soon anyway, about 14 minutes. So, you remember the guy, there was a story that went around with the Haitian owner of a chef at a Creole restaurant. He's a Trump voter, right? Haitian restaurant owner who voted for Trump regrets it now. Says he sold to me that he's a businessman who would make business decisions. Now, yeah, he would make business decisions for himself and his family, not for you, not for America. So, after 34 years, this brother lost his entire management team because Trump ended TPS. Wow, look at that. Now, there's a two response to this, two ways here. Your whole entire management team was on TPS? You didn't want to hire any Black Americans? What's going on? Or any other group of people? Now I get it's a Haitian restaurant, so they doing Haitian stuff. So obviously you want to hire people who understand the Haitian culture or the Haitian food. I'm not gonna really jump on you for that. I know some people have thrown that out there. You know, it's something to consider. But you voted for Trump after the man denigrated your culture, said that you were eating cats and dogs. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you kind of deserve this one. Let's listen to this story.
I voted for Donald Trump. The Chef Creole restaurant in Miami's Little Haiti neighborhood is typically bustling with customers. Not today.
People are scared.
Owner Wilkinson Sajor says it's not just the clientele. After 34 years in business, he's lost his entire management team at 7 locations and will likely have to shut down 2 stores due to the end of temporary protected status.
The end of TPS means for me that my future in the hospitality business is almost going to be non-existent.
On Sunday, federal officers made an immigration arrest outside one of his restaurants. What would you say to the president that you voted for?
He sold to me that he is a businessman and that he will be making business decisions.
Do you regret your vote?
Yes, I do.
Wow. He sold to you that he was a businessman making business decisions. Wow. Unbelievable. I mean, you can't feel, I don't know. I know some people do feel bad for this guy, but honestly, this is what you see from a lot of business people, because when you make a certain amount of money, and this guy probably was doing well. What he said, he had like 7 locations or something like that. So he was doing well. So he was in a pretty high tax bracket. And you see that a lot of times with many of the minorities who decided to vote for Trump because they saw tax cuts, right? For the business owners, for the top 1% earners, top 10% earners, right? This, like he was Trump typically, his tax policies are friendly to business owners. And this man falls into the business owner category. So he had to weigh the option of, do I look at this as I want a friendly a business owner? I was going to give us tax cuts, or do I trade off that for I don't even know what Kamala Harris's tax position was for business owners. I don't think it would have been that much different, because we're still under the Trump tax cuts that probably would have got renewed. Like Biden even renewed them, so I would assume Kamala Harris probably would have done the same. But probably to a different degree. I don't think she would have done it the way Trump did it, but there probably would have been a slight difference. You got to remember, Kamala Harris is kind of establishment, more like moderate type Democrat. So I think she would have kept some of those cuts in. She probably would have proposed other stuff, but for the most part, they still would have saw cuts. Probably not to the same degree Trump gave, but there would have been cuts for them for sure, and probably for most other Americans. So he would have gotten a cut regardless of who was in office. But this is the greed, right, of the business owner. So greedy that he was willing to potentially sell out his own people for an extra percentage point on a tax cut. And now you're paying the price. Now you're going to lose your businesses because your employees got rounded up or lost their protective status. And we probably know that if Kamala Harris would have became president, they probably still would have had their TPS. So yeah, you might not have had the hugest cut, but you still would have had businesses. So ask yourself this question: would you rather have a slightly lower tax cut with Kamala Harris and you keep your management team, or get a tax cut from Trump, but potentially lose your whole goddamn management team, the way you got to close down some stores? He didn't think this one through, and now he's paying the price. Because it's no shocker. Like I said, when they were saying they had it out for the Haitians, Trump said it during the campaign. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. That told you that they were a target for this administration. And you have to understand how Trump's mass deportation goes. Because just like any other law enforcement agency that are looking for, when you say, hey, we're going to go out and mass arrest people, they always go for the low-hanging fruit, right? even if you go to like any major city, any major big task force that has these mandates to round up a quota, when they say we need a quota, and this is what mass deportation is in a nutshell, a quota to meet a certain number. So it's easier to go after the low hanging fruit. And in major cities, when they say we need a quota to arrest a certain amount of people, I'll give you an example like New York City with the stop and frisk and the low level crimes, they usually go after people who jump in the turnstile or low level offenders to grab them up and fuck them, arrest them. In the case of this federal mandate, the low hanging fruit is how do we immediately beef up our arrest numbers to show that we are cracking down on immigration? Easy. Let's take away the temporary protection status, because immediately after we take that away, all of these people are now considered illegals and up for deportation because they no longer have status. It's the easiest way. We know who they are. We know where they're at because they're not hiding, because they've been showing up to the hearings. They're doing everything we said. We could just go and get them from their jobs. We can go to their homes, their schools, and pick them up at any time we want. Unlike the illegals who are not here going through the status, that are hiding under the tunnels, you have to go and search for them. The only way you can find those people is if they get caught committing a crime. Otherwise, they are literally hiding in America, and you have to do a lot more work to find those people than you do to find people who are already going through the process. So this is simple. This was easy. This was clear, obvious on what route they was going to take. They were going to take the easiest route to round up the most people. And that's what they did. Right? That's what they did, literally. And it's the safest way because these people are less likely to be confrontational or like dangerous. Because the people who are here under TPS, who have appointments, who've been showing up, they're less likely to physically attack law enforcement in the sense of, like, they're not dangerous. They don't have criminal records because they're going to the courtroom. They're going to the court dates. They got jobs. They pay taxes. They got businesses. These people are not dangerous. So it's easy to round them up instead of going through the dangerous parts of the neighborhoods trying to find illegals, because they're likely connected to gangs. They're in the street. They're criminals. And you have to really go in and find them. You got to rely on informants and do all the kind of other stuff. And it can get really dangerous. And considering that they're hiring anybody for this job, these people, these ICE agents that they've been hiring lately, the new ones, are less trained to deal with the worst of the worst criminals. That's why they go after the easy targets. Like, oh yeah, we hired Johnny 6 months ago to be an ICE agent. He can just go down to the courthouse and pick up Lucy. He's going to show up for a hearing. Her status has been stripped. Just go and arrest her. Simple. Boom, boom, bam, bam. Right? Yeah, you may get a little kicking and screaming and a little yelling, but that's the most you're going to have to handle. You don't have to worry about no guns being shot at you. Right? Like, none of that shit's going on. You just go pick them up. You might get spit on, may get punched a little bit, kicked, but you don't have to worry about facing an armed fight. And that's exactly what they would really face if they went after the real criminal aliens. They would probably have to face gunfight. Have you heard any cases of ICE agents facing gunfights while trying to take down criminal elements in the streets? No, because they don't go to those areas to go after them. They go to the low-hanging fruit. And that's what you see here. That's why this man lost his whole entire management team, because those people were the low-hanging fruit. Anyway. There you have it. There you have it. Okay. So let's move on to did I vote today? Huh. Nice looking girl. I voted today in Wisconsin to make sure that us white people don't get too close to Francesca Hung. Proximity to us scares her. Nice looking girl, but ugly attitude. Russian America. course. American. Okay, lady. Unless she's being sarcastic. Probably not. All right, let's see. Okay, Stephanie White, the coach of the Indiana Fever. Now we're back to the trans thing again, assuming. Or this is about the foul. Let me see. No, this is about the foul, not trans. Okay. So this person said, holy crap, Fever coach Stephanie White just went berserk and told people to go to hell after she got called out for not backing Sophie Cunningham enough when she was brutally attacked. It wasn't brutally attacked. Come on, Eric. Like right winger, I bet. Yep, right line news, of course. Brutally attacked. Kindness will win. I stand by them. Everyone else can go to hell. I take personally any suggestion that I don't 100% always have my players back. Let's watch this. You know, I'm going to say what I want to say after this. I don't want to watch.
Will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell. This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay. Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time.
Were there any
I take personally any suggestions that I don't 100% always have my players back. I ride with them 10 toes down all the time.
Now, I would defend her here on this part because she's right. She's at the game. And the people at home are seeing still shots, slow motion. Obviously, they have their own narratives about the play, considering the people involved. And so they already come to their conclusion on how they feel about it. So, as Stephanie White said, after the game, she goes from the court to the press conference and she made it clear that she didn't believe that that foul was done on purpose, like it was intent to hurt Sophie. She just thought it was a hard foul. She believed the ref made the right call, and the girl definitely deserved to be ejected. And she left it at that. But of course, the people online took that as, oh, you're not defending your player. You're making excuses. You should be fired, which is completely ridiculous. You know? But that's what she's been on the hot seat with this fan base, part of this fan base, since she's gotten the job because of the fact that she's a lesbian and she's married. I believe she's even married or in a long-term relationship with a black woman. So that automatically right there is rubbing the fan base that supports Clark and Sophie in the wrong direction. They want to go on just off of that alone. Now remember, Stephanie White is one of the Indiana. She's an Indiana legend. Like I don't know if I say legend, but she is. I believe she used to play for the team. She is one of the. They brought her in because of her connection here to the history of the franchise and the city, and they thought she would be a good coach for Caitlin Clark after the last coach was let go. But now it seems that, and this was prior to people finding out about her background. And obviously, they found out she was married. She was a lesbian. She was married to a black woman. So she has strikes against her with the fan base automatically. So she has no room for error. So they like, why you ain't defending Sophie Cunningham? Like, they wanted her to come out and probably, almost to the point, probably want her to say some racist shit against the other girl. That was the only way. Like, no matter what Stephanie White would have said in that press conference after that game, they would not have been satisfied. And this is why they need to stop responding to online. Because with this video, what you just did, You just gave these lunatics more ammunition. They know now, oh, you're paying attention to us. You notice us. Now we're going to do more. And this is why you got to stop responding to these people online. These players, they keep doing it. They just keep doing it. They keep stepping in bear traps. Don't respond to them. The online trolls should not be able to control your league or how you respond. You said what you said in the first press conference. I would have left it at that and just went on with my business. As long as you talk to Sophie privately and talk to Caitlin Clark privately or whatever the deal was, say, hey, look, I just saw the replay again. You know, I don't know how you feel about it. Do you believe that she did it on purpose? And have that internal conversation. It doesn't need to be public. Let the radical lunatics online make their own assumptions. They got their own agendas. They want to ruin your league. And they're doing a good job at it. I say they need to stop responding to every little craziness that's on the internet and just stick to the on court. Stick to basketball. You don't need to come to a press conference. When you go off like this, they love this. They're like, yes. That means we have her attention. That's exactly, she just gave them more ammunition. They need to get out of it. They need to stop. And sadly enough, when you have bad leadership at the top of the WNBA, unfortunately, Kathy's doing a terrible job. He's doing a terrible job as commissioner. So this is becoming a thing. I mean, she shouldn't have to still be responding to this. It's just crazy. Let's see what else she was saying.
All the time. They know that. It's a shame that we can't have an opportunity to talk about what great basketball they're playing.
Well, it is a shame. But when you go back and forth with online trolls, because that's exactly what you're responding to, like 85% of this whole discourse has been created by the right-wing online trolls. And you fed right into it. You feeding right into it. You're allowing them to hijack you guys. Hijack your league. Yeah, we should be talking about the great basketball, right? I mean, you guys are having a good year. You got the Atlanta Dream is having a good year where Angel Reese showed up over there. They got that team rolling. Olivia Miles, looking like the greatest rookie since Candace Parker. There's some great stories around the league. AJ Wilson's going to be probably the MVP again. There's still stories around the league that could be talked about, but instead, you guys always got to continue to respond to this crazy right wing. Because that's what it is. It's the right wing of the American political politics. They literally have pretty much taken over your sport.
Because they are f***ing playing. The reality is, with me, I will always lead with love. I will always lead with grace. I will always lead with humility. And I will always lead with integrity. Doesn't mean I'll always get it right. I'm also human. The hate, the fear-mongering, the divisiveness, the stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win.
Well, it is winning. That's the problem. It will not win. It's winning. They're winning. They literally took in your league. They taken it. They own it.
It won't win. We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided.
Yeah, you might be united within the locker rooms, but if the fan bases are not united, and that's what really counts. Because if the fan bases, if the legitimate fans get turned off and get tuned out by this and decide, you know what, I'm checking out because it's just too much, you're done. You're toast. So you can say we. And look, you're not thinking about the fan base. You might be united. And look, she understands that they're calling for a job. So this is her right here talking about like we're united, meaning that yeah, you could call for my job, but the team backs me and I back them. Right? So that's what she's kind of going to with this. But you keep responding to these people, you ain't gonna have a job long.
Every day, these women put their on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
He was pissed. Look, she has every right to be pissed, but come on, like they desperately need a PR team. Their PR team is the WNBA needs a PR makeover for sure. Who's running the PR department? I don't know. But this is bad. This is bad on so many levels. I'm afraid to go to the comments. We gotta go though. Can't be afraid. Unscripted. Go. Comments. You should have back Sophie Cunningham. Once again, they're not getting it. This is a right-wing audience, so of course they're going to be against her. So much grace in that speech. Shit, someone put a photo of her. It said, I always lead with integrity. It is a still shot, though. Like I said, we have to see the play. We have to see the video. It's easy to still shot it. When she says the whole play, I'm assuming she's meaning the lead up to it. That's a still shot. Again, it looks bad with the still shot. I'm more willing to believe her that she didn't see the play in real time. Like this is obviously a glimpse of probably because this is the aftermath of the play. This is not the whole play. Probably didn't catch the lead up. But still, this doesn't show when she says she has to still the play in real time, she's probably saying that because for all we know, could have been her had just turned her head over. Like because it was a fast break. So she could have had just turned at that moment. Plus her back is turned. So you can't see, like from our view, we see what's going on here, but from her view, she's from behind and she's at a distance. So she's not seeing what's going on. Like she sees that part of it, but from there you can't really tell of like as far as like intent. It could, you could assume that she's making a play on the ball and miss. I mean, she clearly made a play and completely missed. I think she missed because Sophie traveled and took an extra step, and the timing was off when it came to her hand swipe. Because as Sophie goes up with that, she's already taken like 3 steps at that point, 3 to 4 steps as she's getting ready to release. If she does the standard 1-2 step, like you're supposed to do when you do a layup, she probably gets to that ball. That ball's probably swatted away. Like I said, that's just my preliminary assessment on what I believe could have been taking place. But there you have it. Let's move on, shall we? What are you doing? Okay. Why is there cameras in the bathroom? Anyway. Well, I just thought about that. Is that a bathroom? I guess you could. It's in Prague, so I guess they have different rules over there. I guess as long as the cameras are not pointed toward. I don't know. I still think it's weird that they got cameras in the bathroom. But all in all, he's caught. He knew he was caught. He's like, yeah. It was at this moment he knew he fucked up. Oh shit! Oh shit! Grabbing myself with this laugh. Yeah, he's like, "Oh shit, I'm busted." Oh shit! Damn. He's like, "Damn, we ain't getting out of that one." Oh shit, bro! My man was caught in 4K. Let me put this up. Oh shit. Steve Wilkos. He does look like Steve Wilkos. Holy shit. He does. Oh man, wait, let me get this. Steve Wilkos. He does look like Steve Wilkos. He looks like Steve Wilkos. That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh man. He looks just like him. No way, bro. Oh shit. Yo, that is wild. Oh, here we go. There's always that one comment. If this was a black person, people would be spamming in the comments that blacks can't function in society. Dude. Well, I mean, he is right, but damn, bro. Like, can we just have one video to just laugh without the race being brought up? You know, and this guy's he just did some stupid shit. Now, like I said, he may be right. He's probably right, especially on X. But damn, can we just have one post and not make it racial? It's so funny, you know, like he's just like watching the window and shit. Like, we got plenty of other shit to make racial. We don't have to do this one. Is not, you know, this is Prague too. You know, this guy's busted. He's like, I'm not. The Steve Wilkos there, that was good. Internet they be on it. Probably got nails on. That's probably why I scratched her. What the hell? Wait, what the fuck is this? Exactly why black Zionists always look silly as hell tap dancing for this genocidal apartheid state. This is deeply racist society. They will never miss the opportunity to show you how deprived they are. Wow. So where is this from? Is this AI? Israeli activists shared the AI generated video depicting herself operating a municipal garbage truck in Tel Aviv and collecting African asylum seekers from streets. Company text read meditation department. Oh wow. I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, you know, but he is right though. Like, I never understood why. But in America, the crazy thing is that, and this is why there is an issue going on right now with the black voting bloc in the Democratic Party, especially. There's a split amongst black people when it comes to deciding to support APAC candidates, like, and like there's still a stronghold. Like many black people still support these black candidates, even though they are connected to APAC, and a lot of it is probably based on black people in America don't give a fuck about what's going on in the other countries, and they have a sadly, not I'm not gonna say sadly, there is a America first, what about us attitude that lines up perfectly with many people of the GOP. So, but at the same time, there are some black people who would support Zionist candidates. We've seen it already. I mean, Haley Stevens in the Michigan primary that she lost said that she saw Israel in her dreams. She won the black vote, even though she lost the election. And El Said, which, has a kind of a, as Trump would say, jihadist background, that resonates with a black voter that sees that, like, oh shit, I don't know if I can support that, right? Because you see that as different. Even though technically, and plus there is a anti-black sentiment amongst the Palestinians in America. Like, despite the fact that, yes, it's crazy, it's terrible what happened to the Palestinians in Gaza, but in America, there is an anti-black American attitude towards black people in America by these Arabs, many of these Arab communities, and some of them are Palestinians in some of these bigger cities. So that also dictates how they view, oh well, we're going to support the more Israel aligned candidates. And plus you see a lot of the black leaders of, like, Hakeem Jeffries, who is the minority leader, who would be the speaker, at least we think he would be, if the Democrats take back the House, and the Congressional Black Caucus, who has a direct pipeline to the local leaders in the black communities, are also bought and paid for by AIPAC. So that all falls in line with the black community and why they typically are supporting more Zionist candidates, at least in the Democrat side of the aisle. So there is an explanation for that. Now, do I agree with it? No. I think what Demarius is saying is correct. Like, you look silly tap dancing, but it's coming down from the top. Sadly, it's coming down from the top. And when you have the highly educated black voting, which is the more consistent voting bloc in the black community, is the educators, the ones that are like the professors, the HBCU professors, the degrees, college degrees, which a lot of them are black women, and so many black men, business owners and stuff like that. They're going to support that those people more because they're being told to. It's like, hey, this is what we got to do. They barely talk about AIPAC. I don't really hear anybody talk about AIPAC in black circles. They usually dismiss it. Like, oh, who cares? Like, long as, blah, blah, blah. Like, there are some people who do talk about it because they say, look, but they try to like tread carefully with it because they don't want to sound like an America First talking point, because obviously those talking points come from the right wing. So they just rather sit out instead of voting. Like they will almost not vote for the candidate instead of showing up and making sure that the Republicans don't take power, because that's how they feel about it. And yeah, there's probably many black people, I would assume, that don't give no fucks about what happened in Palestine because of how they view that community in America. So yeah, I think that's where a lot of it comes from, honestly. I don't think that they're really like pro Zionist, like they really are all in for like, oh, I'm pro Zionist, like I really believe in the Israeli state. No, I just think it's more about them being probably more anti-Arab or anti whatever Muslim, because of the way, and which is crazy. Like they go, how could a black person be anti-Muslim? Well, I think it's more so about how they feel about, and this is not all black people. Obviously, there is exceptions to this, a large exception to it. I think a lot of it is based on like, depending on where you live, what part of the country you live in, what type of interactions you've had with these communities in America. And to be clear, a lot of these communities, when they get to America, whether it be the Arabs, Asians, whoever the population is, they do come in with an anti-Black America agenda. Like they treat black people in America like shit. They run their stores, they open up their stores and their shops in black communities, and they treat the black population like crap, you know? And that's where you get that divide from. So, yeah. I mean, it's not a surprise. I don't agree with I still don't agree with it, but I understand why it's there. And you cannot dismiss it. You have to be able to process that and then find out how could you change that. And until that changes, yeah, there's going to be plenty of black people that's going to continue to shuck and jive for the genocidal apartheid state, because they believe, just like the ones who are pro-Trump because of the whole deportation thing, right? Like many black Americans who are pro-Trump because they feel like he's going to get rid of all the black immigrants, and that's going to make life better somehow for black Americans because he's going to purge them off for us. That means that things are going to be great for us now. And it's like, that's not how that works, but that's what they believe. That's what some of them believe. And so it's the same kind of deal, right? It's a kind of selfish minded take in politics. Look, I believe black people have the right to be selfish because black people put themselves on the line for a lot of groups to come behind them and take behind us, take and benefit. So I believe black people have the right to be selfish politically, but sadly, black people have the right to be selfish politically, but black people really can't afford to be selfish politically. So if you're saying that, you have the right to do it, but you can't really afford to do it. So it's a double-edged sword there. And right now, you know, it's biting black people in the ass. Major way. So yeah, there you have it. But that video is despicable. But it's not surprising at all. Not surprising at all. And plus, like black people in America that do still have a pro-Zionist viewpoint, they see this video, they don't care because they see is an African asylum seeker, not black Americans are being attacked. So we don't care, right? Like black people in America, like, who cares about that? That's an African. That ain't one of us, right? You hit that ain't an FBA. Who cares? So, you know, there you have it. But they'll do that to anybody. Like Americans, if America had, they'll probably do that to everybody here if they wanted to. Remember, they want all of us gone, including American born. If they had it their way, they would do it. That's the thing. Like they may not be able to do it, but the fact that they want to do it should trouble you. You know what I'm saying? Like they want to, they will try. That should trouble you. Well, let's move on. Didn't I say I was gonna leave in 24 minutes, 16 minutes? I guess we lied. We'll keep going. We'll keep going till the wheels fall off. Look at this. Rockton, Illinois. 8-month-old French bulldog collapses and dies from extreme heat while under an officer's watch. Owner pleads for over 30 minutes for help. Wow. Cops, once again, incompetent police. On a hot 97-degree day, this guy, Palazzo Gonzalez, was pulled over for speeding and detained for driving with a suspended license. Gonzalez stated that he did not know his license was suspended. Officers detained him and instructed him to call a family member for a ride because his vehicle was going to be towed. He requested all the camera footage through open records request to find out exactly what happened next. Oh, so she's a reporter. Republican precinct chair, constitutionalist investigator, journalist. Depending on where she goes with this, if I follow her or not. Because I really don't want to be following any like alt-right crazy conspiracy accounts, because then it welcomes my feed drown out with all that other bullshit. So let's see what the rest. If she's fair, I'll follow her. I don't care if she's Republican or not. If she's fair, I'll follow. But goes first. The result was clear. Message from Rocketeer to me and my team. You only get what we want you to see. They redacted nearly the entire written report. They also redacted very strange portions of the body cam footage. Damn. So they just kind of just gave you nothing. When officers arrived, officer removed Gonzalez from the vehicle. They left Cody inside the non-running car for more than 20 minutes. This is crazy. For the next 20 minutes, you see Cody's visible distress. Additional footage, you can see Gonzalez is clearly distressed dog attempted to hit. Wow. Dog passed away. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. There was no AC on in the cop car? Wow. Let's see what the comments say. This was the post. Unbelievable. Okay, here we go. Is this a phone call? This. Oh, this is the body cam footage. Dude, we can't hear nothing. So what's the point? I don't want to watch it. We already know what happened. Look at that. Damn. Sad, bro. Oh. Is that the dog throwing up? Is he dying? Wow. Fucking cops, man. This is the shit we talking about. Like, that's crazy. Let me watch this.
Get out of the car.
50 minutes after that traffic stop started, Cody was collapsed on the cop car floor and the back of Mr. Gonzalez's shirt is soaking wet. But they claim that the AC was blasting in the back of that vehicle.
After the cuffs come off, he attempts to take Cody into a shade to try to get in there.
Citation today, okay? Operating a vehicle without insurance, Operating, driving with a suspended license and speeding, okay? You're going over the speed limit. Okay. You have a mandatory court date. Okay. That's gonna. That being said, I'm gonna put all this in your property. Would you like a ride to like a gas station or something?
Well, is there anyone that's quick?
Yeah, right down the street. I can get to there, and you can get some water. Okay.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Notice how they redacted the audio when they're talking about the emergency of Cody, but then when the officer's going to tell him about the tickets, all of a sudden the audio comes on. Then when the officer gets in the car to drive Mr. Gonzalez and Cody to the nearest gas station, he tells Mr. Gonzalez the dog is okay.
As soon as I can, he's all right. As soon as I can turn around, we'll get him some water, okay? I don't want anything to happen to him either.
Does this dog look like he's okay? Does he look like he's thriving at the moment? As Officer Graham stares at him. No, he didn't put his emergency lights on. No, he didn't rush to the gas station for water. He stopped at every red light. And then when he gets to the gas station, he doesn't ask the employees if the dog can come in. He simply walks in and says, I'm going to grab some water. And the employee states that's absolutely not a problem. It wasn't until the kind hearts of the Kelly's Market employees suggested to bring him inside was Cody allowed to go inside in the air condition.
I think we should bring him in.
Are you guys okay with bringing him in?
Somebody's coming to pick me up from Milwaukee and
I mean, if he's like right here, we can.
Okay, yeah, if you guys are cool with it, I'm cool with it.
I mean, in this case, yes, most definitely.
Okay, thank you.
The sight of Cody to the other employees of Kelly's Market brought them to tears. That's how bad Cody was.
It's nice and cool in here.
There we go.
Bring him in. You're gonna make it. It'll be okay, honey. Yeah, it's not even my dog, and I haven't moved her animal. It's okay.
Body cam footage ends with Officer Joshua Graham telling Mr. Gonzalez, I'll be back. If you need any more water, please tell them.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm not leaving. If you need any water, just tell them and they'll grab it for you, okay?
Cody was in Mr. Gonzalez's car maybe 10 minutes before he got pulled over. Cody could walk, he could jump. All he was doing was panning. After 50 minutes of being in the back of the cop car, Cody's eyes were bugged out. He collapsed. He couldn't stand on his own. He couldn't drink water. And there was absolutely no medical emergency services given to that dog.
Wow. Unfucking believable. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be cops in America, man. They're just incompetent. Incompetent across the board. And I look, one thing I will say is that people are pissed off about this from all sides, it appears. This makes my blood boil. Every single one of these POS cops should be prosecuted for animal abuse. Now, to be fair, I'm not surprised that everyone is pissed about this because we all talk about an animal. I think that's the one thing people will get behind, even before a child. I'm talking about as far as political lines. A child or a woman or a black person is if an animal is harmed in police custody, right? That's the only thing that will unite everybody from all sides to be like, yo, this is crazy. This is messed up. Is if right? Which is sad, right? It's sad, but it's just something that is the reality of how people react in real time. And you'll say, well, maybe because obviously the animal didn't do nothing wrong. But I'm talking about in cases where the cops are clearly wrong in cases against either a woman or a black person or just any other person. Typically, the bootlickers of the cops will always say the cops side no matter what in those cases, even when the cops are 100% wrong. Unless there's an animal involved and they feel like the cop is responsible for that. That's the only time. Right? Think about it. That's the only time. So a cop could literally shoot a person in the back as they're fleeing. They'll make an excuse for the cop then and say, well, he shouldn't have fled. He deserved to get shot in the back. He ran from the police. But they'll reverse it and say, well, the cop is terrible because that dog passed out in the back seat and died. Right? So I'm just saying, like, that's just how we see the reactions. But all in all, I mean, I obviously these cops they suck ass. I was just making a point on how I just find it, interesting how that goes. like the hierarchy on what we should care about and don't care about. I mean, how we care about things. There's a hierarchy. Even above children, dogs are like number one. Like no one's making excuses in these comments at all. Nobody. Look at this. Officers should be fired. Evil. They should be prosecuted. They think they said the Attorney General should charge under federal animal cruelty laws. Look at that. Like all of this, right, is what people are saying. But they will never say that if a cop killed an unarmed person, especially if it was a person of color, for no reason. They would never suggest that they should be charged for federal crime. No. They would say that, good job, cop. And he must have did something wrong, or he shouldn't have ran. He should have complied. Should have just said he should never talk back. Remember that video in Florida with the kid? The young man was he got punched. He literally got punched in the face by the cop because he wanted the supervisor, and he sat in his car and said, "Look, I'm waiting for the supervisor," as is his right, and the cop decked him in the face, and they decided that they wasn't going to press charges. They were defending that cop. They were saying, yeah, he should be allowed to punch him in the face. You didn't get out the car. You deserve to get punched in the face if you don't move fast enough for the police. Right? So that, there you have it. I mean, proof is in the pudding, folks. We ain't making this up. But we'll see what happens. They probably do get charged, for sure. They probably would get charged. Knowing Florida, yeah, they'll probably get charged. At least get fired. Who's third in lines of presidency? What? What are they talking about? Who are they talking about? Oh, Mike Johnson. Congratulations on epic victory, David Crowley. Why are they saying congratulations to David Crowley? He hasn't won. Oh, so I guess Crowley did win. They called it. They called it. Yeah, there's more videos I gotta watch first. Oh, here's another one. Someone just posted. So this bitch get just 6 years, but Carmelo revealed 30 plus years. I guess she meant to say received. America is bullshit. Yeah, that's a crazy case right there with that OnlyFans model who was laughing during the at one point. Courtney Lindy. She got 6 years, and she already did 4. She's gonna get credit for 4, so she'll be out in about 2 years. So yeah, they gave Carmelo 35 years. Well, I mean, 2 different states, right? One is Florida, and one is Texas. And of course, that's one difference. And obviously, the justice system is never the same when it comes to black versus white. I mean, there's many studies out there to prove that. But different states. No, I think without a doubt, Carmelo Anthony probably gets life in prison if he's in Florida and he got convicted for that crime. Plus, Carmelo Anthony went to trial. She didn't. She would have faced up to 30 years if she would have went to trial on. No, she would have faced life if she'd have went to trial on that. They would get ready to go to trial, so she pled down. So she pled down to a manslaughter charge. She was facing first-degree murder. She would have gotten life if she would have got convicted. So, while this is a I understand what she's saying, but this is really a false comparison because situations are really different in the sense of one went to trial and lost. The other one didn't go to trial because he decided to take the plea. And while the cases are complicated, for whatever reason, the case in this woman's case, they probably felt that they might have not gotten a conviction. I don't know, based on, it's a hard sell to a jury. Like I said, it's Florida. I said this yesterday, I think, too, or the day before, that it's Florida. It's a white woman claiming that he's killed this black man in self-defense. This big black man, be feared for her life. I mean, remember, George Zimmerman got off in Florida on self-defense. So and he's a white Hispanic dude of killing a black kid. So I would assume that she would have had a fair shake to get off, and probably in today's climate, there was a good chance she probably would have gotten off. It would have been a reasonable doubt would have been there. It only takes one juror. So I think in that case, they probably weighed the options and said, look, let's just get this girl plead guilty. Because even at the same time, the odds were probably in her favor. She probably still didn't want to take that chance. Right? Because you just never know. So she probably took the best deal possible. Plus, she already did 4 years. So they probably told her, look, you can get out in like a couple years. We might as well just take this deal, plead guilty. This is typically how they work anyway. In these cases, like, they know you will take this deal, you will plead guilty because you already did most of the time that we want to give you. And now you get to your stipulations on these probation, which I call bear traps, because in the 5 years, if she violates any condition that they set to her, she can go back in and face 30 years. So, so they pretty much, essentially it's an 11-year sentence in a way, right? Because probation is almost like jail, but you're free. Is jail with conditions. It's like freedom with jail conditions. Like you're still under the Department of Corrections. You're in invisible chains in a way, because anything you do wrong, you can go back in. So that's how you look at it there. And in the Carmelo Anthony case, you see a scenario where we don't know if a deal was ever presented, because I still haven't found that out about that yet. Maybe there was an offer there and he turned it down because he felt like, look, I got self-defense, I'm innocent, and he took it all the way to trial. He rolled the dice. So one rolled the dice and one didn't. So I guess in that standpoint, there is the major difference when it comes to that, at least. Oh, so all right, so let's see. Wait, what happened? Andy Biggs? I don't even care. Francesca Hung is trending now. Let's see. Did she give a concession speech? Milwaukee Executive County David Crowley has defeated far-left socialist Francesca Hung in the Democratic primary for governor. He will face Tom Tiffany in November. So I guess it's over. He won. Wow, look how close that was. Literally close. Literally close. Like, not even a full percentage point. Not even a half a percentage point. Wow. That's crazy. That went down to the wire. And who's this freaking Rose? Like, I don't know who she is. Who is she? I wonder if she literally hit. She got in the race. Let's look her up real quick, because it's gonna be interesting to see who this woman is. I'll be back. Who's this woman? And if she's on left or right. Let's see what her politics is. He plays spoiler for real. 47 years old. She's the former Wisconsin examiner. No, she's a state senator. She's a member of the Wisconsin State Senate. Oh wow. Yeah, she definitely screwed the pooch. I wonder who she took votes from. Like this article says, she will improve the lives of the people of Wisconsin. Well, she finished third place. I guess what they mean by improve by losing the election. I guess so. I want to know what her, is she left or right? I mean, is she far left or right? Is moderate? I want to know who she took votes from. They calling it an upset. NBC News is saying that David Crowley pulls off upset. Wow. Upset, really? I mean, I guess in that sense, when every poll showed Francesca as the favorite by 20 points, that's like saying, you know what's so funny about this race between these two? It's unrealistic to call a Wisconsin far left candidate, progressive candidate, as an upset when they lose the election. You're literally in Wisconsin. That's not an upset. Upset would have been if she would have won. But here's the kicker here. So apparently, the state senator, Royce, is a progressive. So a progressive candidate took. This is what I'm reading right here. It says progressive state candidate Senator Kelda Royce was in third place, just shy of 8% of the vote. Now think about that. So Kelda Royce is a progressive, and she took nearly 8% of the vote. That's crazy. So essentially, the progressive candidates got more votes, if you want to call it, because I know Francisca is DSA, but this is not a highly, this is not a major victory for the moderate Democrats. The Democrats are in trouble in this election. Think about it. Think about this for a second. This is not a positive win here. They call it an upset, but it's actually more of it's not really an upset. It's a sign of something bad coming. Look at this. David Crowley is supposed to be the more moderate candidate of the two, right? Moderate David Crowley loses to beats Francesca Hong. But if you put Hong and Roy's votes together, they are almost 310, 59. That's almost 370. So we talk about almost 60 to 50,000 more votes. More Democrat primary voters decided that they wanted the progressive, the more left-leaning person than the moderate person. Think about that. That's the story of this race. It's not that he won the race. So they're going to sell this to you tomorrow morning on the cable TV. How, oh my God, the moderate Democrats stopped the far left from winning the Democrat primary. Well, in reality, they did not, because the left-leaning voters, the more progressive voters, showed out more than the moderate ones. So what does that mean for the general election? This means that there's a good chance that the Republicans, now depending on what the numbers are over there, we haven't seen them yet, and would have voters are not engaged to come out and back David Crowley because they clearly wanted a progressive candidate based on the numbers. This man got 39% of the vote, 40% of the vote, roughly. And he damn near lost. This is not an upset. This is troubling for the moderate in Wisconsin. He should have gotten 45, 46, 47%. He got less votes than the progressive. The more progressives came out and voted, more left-leaning voters came out in the primary than moderate Democrat in Wisconsin. So let's just talk about that. And what the fuck was Roy's doing? Roy should have stayed her ass out of the race. She should have dropped out, let it be a one-on-one. If this is a one-on-one race, Hung is the Democrat candidate for governor of Wisconsin. If this is a one-on-one race, because I would assume that some of these Roy's voters probably vote for Hung because obviously they wanted the more progressive candidate. For whatever reason, they decided they wanted Roy's over Hung. I don't know. Maybe they just knew her, they trust her, whatever. But no one didn't look like anybody clearly wanted Crowley that badly. Just brace off these numbers. They didn't want him. So what is the voter enthusiasm going to look like in November for these moderate Democrats? They wasn't too excited to come out and vote for David Crowley. Was it because he was black? I don't know. I'm just saying. They didn't like him. They just thought he was better than the other two. It's almost like they voted for him by default. This is like a default vote. Like, yeah, we're gonna vote for this guy by default. We really don't like none of them. But since Crowley's the more moderate one, we'll hold our nose and vote for him. That's what it seems like. That's what it looks like here. Right? That's what it looks like here. I mean, I don't know. And it's crazy because all these people are in government now. They're currently in government. So apparently they ain't doing enough good. They ain't did that much good to the point where voters wasn't that enthused to come out and support him in larger numbers, to the point where more left-leaning voters showed up than moderate voters. Yikes, yikes, yikes. But we know what the story is going to be. They're going to ignore that story, folks. I'm telling you right now, the mainstream media will not point what I just pointed out to you. They're going to turn this into a upset victory, a rejection of DSA and progressives in Wisconsin. That's how they're going to sell it. But we know the truth because the numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. So there you have it. See, look at this already. Wisconsin Democrats just looked at the DSA and said, maybe not. Think about that. David Crowley has beaten for the Democrat nomination for governor, despite the Democrat Socialists surging in the polls before Election Day. Hung wanted to ban new data centers and once floated banning Thanksgiving. Now, the whole banning Thanksgiving thing is stupid because a governor can't ban Thanksgiving. Okay? I was about to say a senator. A governor cannot ban Thanksgiving, right? So that's just dumb. Now, the data center thing, yeah, that's good. Apparently telling voters you fight AI infrastructure and potentially come for Turkey wasn't quite the winning coalition. But what's Mario missing here is that the far left, the progressive voting bloc, the turnout, the progressives turned out more than the moderates. It's just that they split their votes, a slight split. So that's what he's not. That's what he is. That's what he's ignoring. The socialism, the progressive revolution is still alive and well. It's just that they ran into each other and decided to fight each other for some reason. I don't know why. And the Thanksgiving thing, I don't think that played any role. Because she can't ban Thanksgiving. The fuck? Like, that's just some dumb shit that people make up. And here go another one. Midas Touch. In a major upset. See how they selling that? A major upset? A major upset. This is what you're going to see from all the moderate Democrat candidate outlets. They're going to sell this as a major upset because they literally set this up to look like a major upset. In reality, this is not a major upset. This is not a major upset. But that's how they had to sell it. This man did not get more. He got less votes. You cannot tell me this is a major upset when you get less votes than the like your voting, your votes were less than the two left-leaning candidates combined that were left of you. You're a moderate. The other two candidates were left of you, and they all both combined got more votes than you. So that, like I said, that tells us that the voters clearly wanted a more left-leaning candidate. But you won't. Midas Touch won't tell the truth. They won't give you the real. Even independent Midas Touch won't even give you the real deal. They'll sell this major upset too. Because they're for the establishment. They want more establishment. They want to reject the DSA just like everybody else. Or just the progressive, just like anybody else. So Crowley will face Tom Tiffany, a Trump loyalist who voted to overturn the 2020 election. So that's what they're going to go with. Right? That's what they're selling. They're not selling policy. They're selling Trump loyalists, not healthcare, not what is David Crowley standing for? Is he for Medicare for all? Is he for economic affordability? No. He's running against the Trump loyalists who want to overturn the 2020 election. So we have to relitigate 2020 election again in the sense of you can't let the guy who wanted to overturn the election to win. You gotta vote for the other guy so we can stop a Trump loyalist. So it's gonna be about Trump again. Trump. Instead of about what the people want. No, don't get me wrong. Trump is terrible right now, so it does make sense to make it about Trump, but it's about making it about what Trump is doing now. Not about 2020 Trump. That already was litigated. He lost 2020. The people already spoke there. You cannot run that same playbook again. And I guess they're going to try because the Republicans are running the same playbook in 2024, right? With the trans stuff and all the other shit. So I guess they're going to run, the Democrats are taking a page out of the GOP and they're going to run their same 2020 playbook. I don't know if it's going to work though. I don't know. It might. Because Trump is radioactive right now. It could work. I think it would have worked. I think it would have definitely not worked if had Hung won, because I think voters would have definitely voted for Tiffany over Hung, the more moderate one, just based off the fact that for what the stuff she said. But here's a tweet from Scarlett Johnson, Scarlett for Kids. Oh, she's conservative. Why am I getting all these conservative? See, the conservatives have hijacked the Democrat primary. Like every commentary is from the conservatives. Like they just taken over. So Hung was closing the gap with absentee ballots. Then she somehow loses the absentee vote in Milwaukee County after they had to fix a tabulation error. All right, let's see what this.
Are two things. There's the audit log and the results. What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the operations center and we're going to download out of those 5 machines the results and make sure that it's not the audit log.
Okay, so what does that mean? They're saying that is Scarlett trying to say that Hung got hung? Okay, that was corny. But look, it's whatever. Like, you know, it's whatever at this point. I guess we have to sell these conspiracy. Maybe they stole it. I mean, it just seems to be not enough voters out there that even cared. But here we go. CNN. Okay, at least they said defeated. Like they didn't use upset. Okay. State Assemblywoman, Democrat socialist who sought to ride the momentum of recent progressive victories. Well, she would have won had that other progressive not been in the race. So Dan Green said Francisca Hung lost because she was a bad candidate with bad policy proposal. I don't know if banning AI centers is a bad policy proposal. The only thing that if her proposal was so bad, how come the only thing you guys are focusing on was fucking banning Thanksgiving, which is something that probably would have never happened or could happen? How do you ban Thanksgiving? You can't ban Thanksgiving. Like, that ain't something that can be banned. How does that work anyway? You can't ban Thanksgiving. So that wouldn't be something that let's go to the time machine real quick. Okay, let's see what the people are saying. Right. I mean, the governor cannot ban Thanksgiving or cancel Thanksgiving. Legal and constitutional boundaries. Federal holiday status. Thanksgiving is a federal holiday established by the United States Congress. A state governor has no legal authority to overturn, abolish, or ban a federal holiday within their state. State governors can declare state holidays or order state government offices closed, but they cannot legally ban citizens from celebrating a holiday, gathering in private homes, or practicing cultural or religious traditions. Doing so would violate basic constitutional rights, including the First Amendment's freedom of association. Come on, people. Really? Is that the gotcha moment there? Is that the big policy that they're saying that would have been terrible? She couldn't do it. Not legally. Like, have these people ever read the Constitution? Have they read the Constitution? Because I wonder if some of these Republicans even know what the Constitution looks like if it slapped them in the face. Come on, man. All right, let's see what Hassan Piker has to say. Hassan Piker blamed the national media for Francesca losing. This is when she was losing. She hadn't lost yet, but she was losing at the moment.
These other candidates are a lock. It's +7 national electorate. For the Democrats, it's going to be easy, right? For everybody else except for Francesca. Okay. What about Michigan? Abdul Al-Sayed was winning against Mike Rogers by higher margins than Haley Stevens. Did that stop the fucking national media from saying Haley Stevens was the more electable candidate? Did anyone make a big fuss about how not a single poll showed that reality? No, it didn't, because these guys are fucking lying to you. Okay? Wake up. Corporate media is fucking lying to you. That's it. There was not a single fucking poll that showed that Haley Stevens was going to outperform Abdullah Sayed in a matchup with Mike Rogers. That didn't stop CNN, MS Now, ABC, CBS from skipping a fucking beat every damn day of the week and saying, no, Abdul's going to lose to Mike Rogers. He's too Muslim.
That's his take. Now, Dan Green says, okay, this is Dan Green from Minnesota.
These other candidates are a lock.
Democrat from Minnesota. Probably more moderate Democrat. The other bigger Hassan. Mehdi Hassan 30 years ago when he called non-Muslims. I mean, the polls, if the polls have been wrong, why wouldn't the poll be wrong that says that she was going to lose? Right? I mean, you can't pick and choose when you think a poll is wrong or right. Here go New York Times. Democrat Socialist was upset. That's what they're going to keep running, this upset thing. Okay, here we go. Hassan Piker's latest. Thanksgiving Gate? If that was the reason why people didn't vote for her, if they really was going to vote for her and they decided, oh, I was going to vote for her, but she said she's going to do something that she can't do, so I'm not. Like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. Let's hear the Hassan Piker's explanation. It says Hassan lists the reasons why Hung underperformed. I hope he mentions the fact that the other lady took votes that probably would have went to her, which would have definitely put her over the top. I don't know if he's going to make that correlation or he sees it the same way. Probably doesn't, but let's see.
Guys, Thanksgiving Gate is not as consequential as you think it is, please.
Exactly.
Okay?
That's what I was saying. Okay, so he's right. I agree with him on that.
I'm going to weight adjust it in terms of relevance. Tony Evers' endorsement of David Crowley at the highest ranking, okay? Electability arguments as a close second. Television ads pumping electability arguments all around the state, also a close third, okay? Thanksgiving Gate does not factor into the equation. Her, less than fantastic debate performance where there was not a lot of antagonism. No one was attacking her. She didn't shine in the election at a time when more and more people are starting to pay close attention to the races. All that stuff is not great, but that didn't actually move the needle. Yeah, Chaz Nuttycombe is right. Gee, I wonder why Florence County, Wisconsin isn't as strong for Crowley as the surrounding counties. Oh, right, media markets. It's almost like spending TV is king in primaries. Yeah, TV ads, that is the real truth nuke of all nukes. That is the...
Okay, which that is true, but even with all that TV ads and stuff, the man still performed. I think he performed poorly, considering all of the. If he's in the bigger markets, if he was favored in bigger markets with TV ads, the voters didn't show up for him. Like I said, I'm gonna go back to, and I said it before. To me, it seemed like the more left-leaning voters that were left of him showed up than moderate voters. So it just so happened the other two, took each other votes, or one took the other one's votes. That's what happened. And this man, he remember he was out the race. He re-entered. after the other guy, the other people stepped out. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this saying after Thanksgiving. Like, that makes no sense. Unbelievable. Like, Forbes, you got to be better than this. Forbes is clickbaiting. Loses after primary, after cancel Thanksgiving controversy. Like, come on. Look at, oh, here go MS now. A setback for Democrats' progressive wing. Really? I don't see that as a setback. You see, I told you they're going to sell this as some type of. I don't see it as a setback. They're afraid. You know why they're afraid to say the honest truth? Because Wisconsin, it shouldn't have happened this way. They're trying to rewrite the narrative, but the numbers tell a different story. The numbers literally tell you the complete opposite. That is not a setback. There's two possibles here. Is that the moderates were not as enthused with David Crowley, despite him getting endorsement from the governor. And the progressive wing voters showed out more and wanted someone left of Crowley. And that's why they got more votes. That's the two things you get out of this race. But neither will be talked about. Because every single media outlet will tell you that setback for the progressive wing. Upset. You keep hearing upset after upset. That's all you're going to keep hearing. But Wisconsin, oh, here go another one. Look at this. Radical lunatic lives a TikTok. Radical lunatic has been defeated. Wow. Like, unbelievable. Like, they like all these people, they're not even covering their own election primaries. They're all covering what's going on with the Democrats. Because literally nobody in their party knows what's going on in their own election. That's why they ended up voting for a guy who dropped out the race in Michigan, right? Was that Michigan or Ohio? I think it was. The guy dropped out. The other guy was in it. And they still voted for a guy who dropped out. Because they're not even paying attention to their own elections. I don't believe that voters necessarily have to vote for David Crowley. Aides for the primary. Crowley rejected Hong's idea of taxing the rich or a data center moratorium. So he rejected. He wants data centers and he wants to keep the rich in play. So he's basically a Republican. He wants data centers. He's definitely bought and paid for. He's bought and paid for. He's bought and paid for. I don't understand what the point of this is from the Blaze. These titles are stupid. I mean, what's wrong with what she said there? That's true. The expectations are different. Expected to be perfect. It's supposed to be great. They don't have the luxury of being like how Donald Trump is. Donald Trump literally is a criminal and he's the president. If any of these people, Adani, Abdul Ayed Ali, would have done her, if they do 1% of any the stuff that Trump has been accused of, they're not even getting close to politics. I get what she's talking about. I don't know why they would post that. I don't know understand what the gotcha moment. But it's the Blaze. I mean, their audience are idiots too, so you probably think they're talking about something. Social takeover in America has begun. What socialism has been taken over? Where? Eh. Polymarket thought it was a 90%. Polymarket got rich, boy. And then that's another thing. Like, so the polls, you know what's so funny about I forgot to mention another angle with this polling that needs to be examined. Is that the polling has now merged with the betting markets, right? So as you can see here, 14 hours ago, Polymarket had uh, a post up where you could have went online at Polymarket and put money down. Now all the smart people or all of the anybody who's part of that 4% made a fucking boatload of money last night. Because obviously probably won the primary. But Polymarket at 4%, if you threw down, I don't know, $100 on that 4%, if you just had $100 laying around and you was willing to get rid of, or if you had inside baseball, or if you knew that the polling was so bad that it made it look like, you know, she was gonna just wipe the floor, because all the that market is set up that way because all the polls were saying that she was gonna win by 25, 18 points. So they were like, okay, this is a 96% chance she wins. She's a lock. Despite no backing from Bernie or AOC, right? So Bernie or AOC, two of the most popular progressives in the Democratic Party, did not endorse her, and someone really thought, oh yeah, there's a 96% chance she's gonna lock it in. So this thing was set up from the start. This thing was set up from the word go that it wasn't gonna go her way. Especially considering a third person was in the race, which Polymarket doesn't account for, right? So like Polymarket doesn't even account for the fact that there's a third person in the race who also would take votes from her. What a scam. Like, what a sham. Not a scam. A sham this betting market is. But yeah, a bunch of people got rich tonight. That's why they're calling it an upset. Because they're going off of the betting market. Letting the betting market dictate who's going to win what. You know? What a sham. What a sham. They keep a major upset. They got to sell it as a major upset because they want to put a dent in the whole movement of the progressive movement of Democrat socialism, as they call it. They want to put a dent in it. So they got to make it sound like this is the death of the movement. It's over. Since they lose a Wisconsin seat by like less than 1%, that means the whole thing is gone. Forgetting about the fact that it is Wisconsin. All right. We talk about the middle of the fucking country, in a sense. Not the middle, but the middle. Yeah, they had all type of hit pieces on her. That she voted against an anti-child grooming law, responsible for pervy teacher pushing suing 14-year-old. I mean, New York Post of all places, of all people, are the last people to freaking talk about that. Oh, apparently they're saying they're saying black people the reason why she lost. I mean, the guy at the top of the ticket was black, so I don't know about that. I mean, I know Milwaukee County was a big deal, but the thing is, like, black people are going to vote closer to a more moderate position because they, and we talked about this earlier, like the whole the black leadership in the Democrat Party are moderates. That's where it comes from. Like, that's the call, like the call to the House. More moderates. Like, they're not supporting far left candidates like that. So yeah, I don't think Hung ever had a chance to get it. I don't know what the numbers are as far as like what kind of votes she got, but she was probably not going to. If you have a black moderate running in the primary, yeah, the black voters are definitely going to overwhelmingly support the black moderate over the left leaning woman of like Hung or even a white woman, right? Like, of course they're gonna go with the more black moderate candidate. That's like pretty clear every time, like every time. So Hung, there was nothing Hung could do, you know. Plus, DSA doesn't have a really good reputation when it comes to um their acceptance to black people in their movement. Yeah, a lot of that played would probably play a role in how she would have done in Milwaukee County. And like we said, I always say that the Midwest, typically the Midwest and the Southern voters are less likely to entertain a far like if a far left candidate does get any traction with black voters, it will typically happen more so in like on the coast, right? Which is not that many black voters there in general, but I'm just saying like on the coast you have a better shot to get some. You could get a dent. But in the South and the Midwest, the black voters in those two regions are almost always going to support more moderate positions in politics. That's just how it goes. Especially the older black voters too. They definitely they're not voting for no socialists. Like no black voter over 40s vote for Democrat Socialist. One. And that's just period, no matter where you are in the country. And regionally, if you talk about Midwest and South, probably no Democrat vote, no black Democrat vote over 20 or voting age, like 21, is going to vote for Democrat Socialist. Now, on the coast, you may get a few that are like under 30 that may support it, you know, because it's within proximity of other people. Things sound good, different policy. That they probably won't support the whole platform, but they would typically support it. But even if you go to the New York primary in New York, black voters voted for Andrew Cuomo, even though he was a sexual predator that just had to get kicked out of governorship for being a sexual abuser. And the black voters still supported him over Donnie. Donnie was a state rep that said all the good things, and they still was like, we'll go with we'll go with Cuomo because we know him. But some of them probably did come around during the general, you know, because obviously Eric Adams was a crook. I think he had dropped out at that point. Plus, you talk about Curtis Sewell. Nobody vote for that goof. But yeah, then they said, okay, we'll support you then. But it still wasn't as high as numbers as they would have liked. But some would entertain it, some. And I would think it was probably more of a younger group of people. But you know how that goes. Like black voters are more like, you got to prove to me before we support you. Now they will back you if you deliver. Oh yeah, black voters will back you. So like Mondani, if he delivers, and it seems like he has to a degree, like with the housing situation and all that stuff, if things look good and black voters in New York are benefiting, oh yeah, they'll support him huge when he runs for re-election. If they feel like he hasn't, then they won't support him at all. So yeah, it's black voters are not a monolith, and I think that is something that people will realize and have to understand, especially in the Democrat Party. At least a monolith when it comes to supporting any progressive candidate. They're not supporting that. They're not going to jump on board and support that. See what else we got. So something was trending earlier. So why is the KKK trending? What the hell? Oh shit. The KKK is trending. Let me. KKK is trending for some strange reason. Oh, this is a weird situation here. This is the largest tweet under the KKK. So the fact that the Black Panther Party was dismantled by the U.S. government, but the KKK still exists, tells you a lot about this. That was by Jizz. Pastor K is crashing out because she's crashing. Family, when people start telling you lies and calling Black Americans the KKK. What the hell? What's going on here? Black Americans the KKK. The Black Panther Party was dismantled by the U.S. government, but the KKK still exists. These are the top two tweets. What the hell? Let me read this. This is from August 10th. It says, you might agree or disagree, but she said what she said. Truth hurts. Tasha K on why she feels the FBA movement is the same as the KKK. Whoa. Wait, the FBA is burning people from hanging people from trees? So is those are the ones who've been doing all the hanging down in Mississippi? Oh, that's a drastic reach there. Let's listen to this. Listen to this. Might be the wildest claim I've heard. See if there's any nuance to this.
They called my husband an African booty scratcher. They said that I cannot speak on the foundational Black American movement because I'm married to a booty scratcher. Here's what I think about the FBA movement and any other movement that has to do with Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Dr. Umar Johnson, all of these movements that y'all look up to, all these men, okay, that I guess guide you to help elevate your consciousness. Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK. Meant to divide. Meant to separate you, to isolate you, to have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason. That is the same foundation and principles that the Ku Klux Klan build themselves on, which is protecting their whiteness, their pureness, not knowing that they are not pure. It's a lie. And I don't get involved in these types of conversations because it's ridiculous. It is very unintelligent to talk about, to even speak on, that I would deny my own children, my own grandfather, my own mother, just to protect what? A movement? Y'all don't put food on my plate? Y'all don't pay none of my bills? Y'all sitting in living rooms with bonnets on, causing division because you angry, trying to be accepted, no different than a gang on gang crime when you got them little boys in Chicago or any other city taking each other out over what? Just because you look different, you said something, now we got adults actually doing this.
We have an announcement.
So this ad. What is that? Did she just add an ad to her end? Okay, so let's unpack this a little bit. Oh, she did say it was an ad coming. Okay, so she did warn us. Now, Tasha K is, from my understanding, is someone who does like gossip drama, like posting like salacious stuff on people and kind of like spreads that type of stuff that's like, you know, craziness online, things that make like make black people look bad, kind of like the what was that one called? Kind of similar to like how the Shade Room does, but to a different degree. And the media takeout, yeah, he's kind of in that realm. He's, you know, so her agenda obviously is to paint black people in the worst light for profit. So she, you know, so when she talks about people divisiveness amongst certain movements, I guess she's talking about this FBA movement thing. From my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the FBA movement is not really a movement. It's kind of like a lineage, according to some people that speak about this. And so I don't know how lineage could be parallel to the Ku Klux Klan. And a lot of this lineage talk and drama is mostly on the internet. I mean, I don't really see any black people out in public, FBA movement or blah blah blah. They're not doing things in the name of FBA when they talk about like burning buildings or beating people up, like, you know, because she basically making it sound like FBA is a gang. And look, I could be wrong about the interpretation of this FBA thing outside of the internet, but to even if I'm wrong, to compare it to the KKK, that's a strong reach. Like that's a beacon yoga stretch, as the late Kobe Bryant was. Like that is, she stretched the hell out of that. Seriously, like, and I mean, like I said, it's ironic that she's talking about somebody being divisive when her whole the point of why she exists is that she's divisive, right? Like she's part of that whole drama, salacious stuff where she literally goes around and looks for the worst stuff around to cause division. That's what she does. That's her brand. Part of her brand. Now, I don't know if she does good things on the side. I don't know if she donates to. I mean, matter of fact, let me take that back. I don't care if she donates money to children, to kids that are sick in hospitals, because if she's making money based on drama, then you are a drama queen and you cause division, just like you are accusing this FBA movement of doing. Whether they're doing it or not, you're just like them. You're no different. Now, neither of you are equal to the KKK. I think that's like the worst thing you can call comparison, especially of black people. Like that's crazy. Now, you know, And then she threw in the whole thing about the kids in Chicago, and it's always like Chicago's like a punching bag to these people, despite the fact that crime is at an all time low. They always love to go back to Chicago. It almost sounds very right wingy, which is kind of weird because the FBA, the people who are part of the FBA lineage, they also sound very right wingy times as well. So I don't know what's really going on here. What I will say is that the pot calling the kettle black. So Tasha K attacking this FBA movement, I guess she called the pot calling the kettle black. Let's see what the comments say. Love the comments. First one. It's the dumbest movement and it's quite funny at times because they just try to believe like they're oppressors. Yeah, they all calling it a movement. I didn't understand it as a movement, but I guess it is a movement. Or at least maybe it's kind of like Black Lives Matter, right? So there were two separate Black Lives Matter. You had the Black Lives Matter movement, then you had the Black Lives Matter organization. So is it to that? Or there's two fractions of it? Yeah, I may not be lynching people, but the Twitter FBA movement is divisive as fuck. I know because I've actually been in those spaces. Everybody gets suspected. Lineage, your mama, your daddy, grandparent, hairline, everything. It's like you need a DNA test and a family tree just to have an opinion. Huh. That's crazy. He said that she got to say this because she's with an African. Where's the lie? Just got to look at the majority of the thumbnails of the leader. Federal black agents. Tariq Nasheed to know that the hatred for black people other countries are parallel to the races every hate black person gets from. Yeah, that's pretty strong, man. Those titles are weird. Like I said, I'm not really fully equipped on. Like I do, I'm aware of Tariq Nasheed, and I think his political takes are stupid. That I do. That's mostly where I kind of hear a lot of his stuff. But I'm not really that fully informed on his abusiveness towards the black immigrants. I don't really have a particular viewpoint of that. Enough info on that to uh to give an opinion either way, and how it's connected to like FBA or like I said, I've heard his politics stuff, and his politics are he doesn't make any sense politically. His his rational his rationale when it comes to like how to deal in politics, and he's always attacking one political party over the other. He doesn't really have a plan, and if he's the leader or a leader, he ain't leading much. At least in the politics way. Like other stuff he might seem to be on point with when it comes to like talking about culture or music. He may know more about that. He may understand better, but when it comes to politics, that man doesn't know shit about politics. He's wrong almost 90% of the time. Every time he talks about politics, about 90% of the time. As far as the black immigrant thing, I don't know. I didn't know it was that deep. Honestly, I didn't. I have to probably do more research on that to see. It seems like there's a real division happening here, and like, there's some hatred. I mean, look at these thumbnails. That's what going on over there. This must be something bigger happening. And I wasn't aware. Like I said, I knew he was talking about FBA as a lineage. I heard him say that, but I wasn't aware that there is a movement. Are they the same thing? Is it two separate things? Like BLM? I don't know. And outside of him, I don't really hear anybody talking about it. That's why I thought it was just some online, you know, stuff that was going on. So it says your husband family said stay away from the Akata way before some African booty scratcher was even used. No, FBA is a lineage. Yeah. Well, African booty scratcher has been used for decades. I remember as a kid, I'm 40 plus years old, and African booty scratcher was used when I was growing up. I used to hear that when I was a kid. They used to call kids that as jokes. So that's been around a long time. That's not even a new thing. They always just call people that for jokes. I mean, when you're a kid, you don't understand if that's offensive or not. They use it as an offensive term. I guess it was supposed to be ashamed that if you like to be called an African, I guess. And it came from other black people, by the way. It wasn't like you didn't hear it. I never heard a white person say it. Maybe they did say it. I missed it. But every time I heard African booty scratch, it came directly from a black person. Um, so I guess it was supposed to be an insult. I guess I don't know. I didn't get it then. I didn't understand why they were saying it. I remember seeing kids get mad about it. They used to be mad. It was almost like the same thing when people say your mama. Well, okay, yes. Now maybe for me, because my mom died when I was 3, so I didn't have a relationship with my mom. Maybe that's why I didn't give a fuck. Some people, they take that shit to the heart. They be like, yo, talk about my mama. But if you say your daddy, they be like, they didn't care. Which is another thing though. So you're mad if someone says your mama, but if they say your daddy, you're not mad. Right? I guess it's the same thing. Like if they didn't know their dad, but some of them had dads and they still didn't care. So it was like, you have a dad, you don't care. I mean, a lot of that shit is just so dumb and redundant that, whatever. But yeah, African booty scratcher was used for a long time. That's been a long. Even before FBA was even thought about. Okay. Saying that they mad because black Americans don't want to unify. I don't understand unified to do what exactly? There's a lot going on here. I'm gonna have to do some more research on it. This person said FBA is a cult. Most of them are dusty, met many of them in person. Delusional or yeah. He said, do you believe Jamaicans and Africans are black Americans? Isn't black Americans just someone who's black in America that's an American citizen? I mean, I guess yeah, you have your ancestry, your ethnicity could be Jamaica or Africa or I mean Nigeria, not Jamaica or Africa. The Jamaicans is a separate island. You get what I'm saying? No, they aren't. There are black people of non-American origin but can have American citizenship. In America, they are considered black Americans, African Americans. Always been so. Like white Americans are of European descent, Asians. Yeah, that's not true at all. Black Americans, African Americans, always referred to us melanated interlopers come here and assume our identities for various purposes. You're not allies. Hmm. Oh, this is the census. White, German, Irish, English, Italian, Lebanese, Egyptian, black or African. African American, Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, Ethiopian, Somalia, American Indian, and Alaskan. Fine, yeah, but who gets to decide what's someone's race? Is the government deciding that? And based on what? Do people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just think that, pulling up a government form is almost like conceding to the fact that the government gets to decide what we are. And it's like, yeah, that's stupid. Like, I got the proof. Here's what Google said. And it's like, okay. Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a divide on the internet, at least between black immigrants and black people, black Americans. It's so complicated. It's like it's dumb. The whole thing is stupid. I don't know what did this start? Because in my estimation, in the eyes of the system of white supremacy in America, it doesn't give a fuck what part of the world you came from as a black person. You could come from Brazil, Jamaica, Nigeria, Alaska. You're black in the eyes of the system when you walking around in America. When the cop pull you over, they don't say, "What part of the world are you from? Are you a Brit? Are you in Jamaica? You from Harlem, L.A.?" No, he gonna look at you as a black motherfucker, right? Any racist that lives in a trailer park in Alabama sees your black ass, regardless of where you came from, what part of the world you came from, walking down the street, moving into their neighborhood. They just gonna look at you like another N word. They don't care what part of the world you came from or what part of the country. They don't care. They're gonna treat you like the crap that they treat everyone else that's not white. So now the only way you get treated a little bit different, possibly a little bit different, is if you come around and you got some resources that they want. Right? So like for example, if you walk into a bank, you got known asset. Let's say, okay, let's do some business. But other than that, we don't want to see you after 8. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how they move it. That's certain parts of the country in the U.S. Now, that's not the whole U.S. Obviously, you go to like on the coast, you may be okay in the major cities, you may be fine, and you'll find your enclave in the major cities. But outside of the major cities, like outside of like urban centers, black is black. They're not deciphering which kind of black you are. Maybe the white people in the urban cities could decipher that because they're a little bit more educated. The white folks in the country, in the rural areas, they see black. That's all they see is black, and they'll determine by your accent if you're American black or just foreign black. And they'll proceed on that. But if you're American black and you're not like more like them, they're gonna treat you like shit. Like if you're American black and you're from the city, oh yeah, they treat you like shit. If you're American black and you're from the country, they'll probably respect you a little bit more because you're a little bit closer to them, but they'll still not see you as one of them. They'll still, call you the N word, a heartbeat. So you know what I'm saying? So I don't know why this division is going on. It should stop, to be honest. And at this time, that's why I feel like these are ops. These are like, it's almost like the government, like some type of foreign entity is pushing this because Now, when black political support, political power is literally disappearing, now you want to divide? This is the wrong time to divide. When you got sewer problems going on in Loudon County, when black women and men are getting exiled from the federal uh labor force, when when things are costing higher, when like literally they're removing history, black history, and they want to roll back the civil rights. Why the fuck is there a division going on right now? Like, I don't understand that. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense at all. Why is there a divide now, of all times? Now? Like, who's setting this up? Who's out there pushing this? Outside forces are coming in and saying, hey, let's divide these people. Who's doing this? Is it Russia? Is it China? Is it our own government? Is it the right wingers? Who's doing it? Like, it's just weird. Is it the left wingers, right? It could be them too. Who the hell's doing it? Because it's so strange that this is taking up so much energy on these online spaces with people who supposedly have the voice of these communities, these separate communities. Like I said, this Tasha K lady is literally only popular or has any traction is because she pushes out salacious garbage online. That's how she's making her bread and butter. And look, I mean, I don't want to just like single her out. I mean, there are men doing it. There are different people doing it. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. I just finished calling out. What's the outlet that was doing that? Talking about earlier in the political space. You know, everybody does it. It's kind of like the new business now. So I don't want to just single her out, but that's what she does. And so where's this division coming from? That's what I want to know. It just makes no sense. Look at this. Making fun of a woman. This is a picture of the woman that was killed by this man, by the way. Come on now. Really? This guy's got America First. It's so funny that he has America First on, like, which is part of the political right. And he's touting that up while posting this. This woman was killed by this man. Oh, well, we think he's killed by this man. We don't. He was allegedly killed by this man when they was on an island together. I have to be careful with my words, because even though no one listens to me now, no one late down the line may listen. Like, oh, he said he killed her. I don't want to be sued. So allegedly. That's a weird post. All right, let me move on. Even the DKK dislike the whites as much as European Jews, Italians. I guess in theory she's kind of like, if she's saying whatever she's saying is true about this FBA stuff, you know, I still think it's a ridiculous comparison, because while the KKK might also dislike many white groups, but the FBA people are not out. Their power. They have no power outside of just claiming that they're delineating. It leads to nothing. Like, they can't move a needle when it comes to. They're not out doing any violence. They're not hanging people. They're not burning down cities. They're not even getting justice for like black people that are gone missing. They ain't doing none of that. They haven't used any type of, you know, power to do anything. They're not into politics. They have no power there. I mean, we know that there are plenty of members. KKK had many members in police departments, fire departments, politics, judges. FBI ain't got nothing like that going on. So it is a bad comparison. As matter of fact, the FBA is the opposite of the KKK in the sense of the way the movement. If you're describing the FBA in the way you're describing it, right? Like they're the complete opposite. They're not trying. They're trying to get away from politics. Because Tariq Nasheed, who's the leader, I guess the de facto leader, default leader, which is not a movement, so it shouldn't be a leader. But when I say leader, I mean like he's the voice of these people. He's telling people to stay out of politics, to get out of the game, sit back and wait for, I guess, to wait around for. This is what I heard by listening to some of his stuff. He's made it clear that his position is that he wants to watch the Democrat Party crash and burn, and then eventually they'll come back around and give him what they want to get them to come back to the table. That's his strategy. That's what he said. I heard him say that during the 2024 election. So that's not KKK. KKK is not, oh, let's sit around and watch it burn. No, we'll go and burn it. So if they want to be like the KKK, they would actually literally go out and take power. Right? They would go out and take it. Not sit back and hope that someone comes knocking and say, hey, you guys, we need you to come back. No. That's not how it works. By splitting up and dividing amongst black people, you're actually diluting black political power. You're not gaining it. Diluting it. Because you're fighting each other. It's a literal divide. I'm watching it online. I'm watching all these comments. It's like they're literally fighting for nothing. Fighting. So there you have it. All right. So let's see what we got here. Move on. Look at this. Another march from the Trump is a race of Black history, African American history. He wants to whitewash slavery and Jim Crow and the KKK. And this is the stuff that's going on now, but these motherfuckers are online arguing about FBA and other shit. Well, literally, this is going on. If the FBA movement was like the KKK, they would be out here stopping this shit right now. Where the fuck are they at? Why aren't they marching and telling these people, think about it, FBA stands for Foundational Black American, right? So where are the foundational Black Americans to get out there and tell these people to get the hell off their land, marching that white supremacy bullshit? This is where that power would come in if you was comparing KKK to the FBA movement, which is ridiculous. It's not a movement. But this is what you see. This is a movement right here. This is a movement. And look at the flags that they're marching. It's so weird seeing a Confederate flag with the American flag. That's just such a strange sighting. It makes almost no sense. Remember, these people were supposed to be feds 5 years ago, according to the right wingers. Now they're still marching as the right wingers are in power. So are they still feds? Or are they not feds anymore? So that's a mystery that we still have to solve. Has not been solved. Like the fact that the GOP, MAGA, currently runs the FBI. They could literally bring these people to heel and find out who they are, demask them. But they haven't. They have not made one attempt to demask these people. They was willing to do it. They was calling for it before. Remember when these people were out marching during the Biden administration? They called for them to be demasked, unmasked, so we can know who they were. Not anymore though. Quiet. That's funny. That worked. So this person says, actually, the KKK was hunted down and dismantled by Republicans, but gained a new life under the Democrat President Woodrow Wilson, who famously had a viewing of the pro-Klan film Birth of a Nation. See, the thing is that they always do this. They always do this. They always try to, and this is when they do this. Do you know that when Republicans or MAGA people try to revise history on the Democrats and Republicans, like they want you to believe that today's MAGA is the same party of Lincoln. That's what they want you to believe. Because that's a direct hit on the education or lack of with many of the voting bloc, as well as a invitation to voters, black voters that are voting Democrat. They're like, hey, why are you still voting for that party? They're the party of the KKK. They did this, they're that, right? And if you just say it, if you just leave it at just that and stop, you sit back and think like, man, yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna vote for them anymore. And then boom, they got them, right? But then if you continue and you give nuance and you give the full context of what happened, then they understand more. But they purposely leave that part out. That's why that's why they want to erase history. That's why they want to defund and shut down the Department of Education. Because then you don't get to learn that in school. They completely don't want that taught. They're like, no, don't you dare tell them about that. This is how you're going to tell the history. Lincoln freed the slaves, and MAGA is the party of Lincoln today. We freed the slaves. MAGA freed the slaves. And skip everything else in between it. Don't want to talk about it. Then if we do got to talk about the Civil Rights Act, let's talk about how the Democrats in the South voted against it. Which those Democrats today are now MAGA. But they want to erase that part. They don't want you to know that. Because technically MAGA didn't exist back then. So it's easy to separate the two when talking to the future generation, the future kids, the future people. Like, what do you mean? MAGA just came around in 2015. Obviously, that wasn't MAGA. But the point is that those Southern Democrats today are MAGA. Right? That's why they fly those flags. They're MAGA, right next to the Trump flag. You've seen it during the 2020 election, 2016 election, 2024 election. They fly them. I see them here in Illinois, in Southern Illinois, where we live. You ride around, you see the Confederate flag, and you go drive around in Collinsville. I saw, and during 2020 election cycle in Collinsville, right around that time, used to ride around. You saw a person with three type of flags you would see. You would see the back to blue flag with the lines with the little blue going across. You would see that flag. You would see a Trump flag, and you would see a Confederate flag. All the time. And sometimes you would see all three on the same property. That's what you would see. And I saw that many. I used to see that on the bus. I used to drive the bus line. I used to see that shit. Look across, you see American flag. Every house had an American flag, even a house that was not a Trump house, because we had an American flag out front of our house. Every house had it, and everybody would put a flag up during like certain times of the year. But then there was some houses that had the American flag, Trump flag, and the Blue Lives flag, or Blue Lives flag, Trump flag, and Confederate flag. So it was it was that combination. Some people had the LGBT flag with the American flag, because some people were that too. But so yeah, that's pretty much how it went. So they don't want to tell the history. They want to excuse and ignore a big chunk of it. That's why they want to erase it. Schools, I'm telling you, no. Right? That's why they thank you today, thank a Republican for freeing the slaves. Like it's almost like they're doing it as a like they're making fun of it's like a joke to them. They're literally trolling when they do that. They don't really mean it. If it was up to them, we black people would still be slaves. Like think about this, and I always say this when people bring this up. I go, answer this question: do you think MAGA would have freed the slaves? Would have been in favor of freeing the slaves if we were back in the 1800s? Would MAGA have freed the slaves? Yes or no? Answer is no. They would have been against it, for sure. And said no. The Southern MAGAs, we're talking about the Southern MAGAs, right? Would they have been in favor? Hell no. Because if we was back in the 1800s or the late 1800s, most of the South would have been MAGA. Like if we try to equate it, prorate it back then, like the South would have been hardcore MAGA straight up, like it is now in a sense. They would. That's what they want. What do you think they're talking about? Is they make America great again, going back to those times when the Dixiecrats and all that. That's what they want to go back to. Why else are they flying around a fucking Confederate flag? Oh, it's for heritage. Heritage? They're fucking traitors. They're traitors. They lost the damn war. Heritage. Heritage my ass. Damn heritage. You know what you're doing. Heritage is based. So you want to preserve your hatefulness, your hatred for not only just America, but for the people in America, because those people hated America. They hated the American side of things. That's what you're preserving, the hatred. Because what is so good about this Confederate heritage that needs to be preserved and celebrated every year? Tell me. I want to know. What? You want to preserve being a loser? No, they want to remind themselves that they want a round two. They want another shot at the belt. That's what it is. They want another opportunity to go back. And it's so funny. They say Democrats weren't this mad since Lincoln freed the slave. That's the joke that they use, which is so funny because it's like literally the people who are mad are literally the same people that are mad about the civil rights. It's the same fucking people. That's why they want to take it back. You guys are the same people. You're like, dude, your fucking grandmother and your granddad or your great granddad are the ones that were mad that Lincoln freed the slaves. You idiot. You MAGA reject. It's your family that was mad. Literally, go talk to your great grandpa that's sitting on a porch that's like 90 years old and probably still alive. He'll tell you he was the one that was mad. He was pissed. His parents were mad. Probably. Not him, because he was probably not alive. But his parents, his great grandparents, were the ones that were mad. Right? They talking about. Yeah. We're mad because they read the slaves. because it all makes sense now. That no wonder it's like the Lincoln Project, which is not MAGA, and I don't know. I don't know if I would agree. The question is, if Abraham Lincoln was around today, would he be part of the MAGA movement? Right? Would he be part of it? I mean, some people say yes, some people say nay. I think the big difference here is that the whole slave part. Now, I'm gonna take something back that I said a few minutes ago. That I would say that I would think that MAGA would not be in favor of freeing the slaves. I'm gonna qualify that. I'm not gonna say fully no, they wouldn't be in favor, because when you look at certain segments of the MAGA base that are like, when it comes to like if there was a way that they could monetize more about freeing the slaves, to the sense of if it was economically good for the bottom line, right? For like the big, rich, fat cats, not for the low IQ idiots. We talking about from the people that are about business. If they thought it could benefit them economically to free these people, allow them to flourish and possibly enter other fields of work to help the workforce out, I think, like, loosen the shackles per se, I think they probably do it, right? And they would still have to fight the Civil War to win that war, which they would obviously win, because they would be more right. Trump, I got the best military. We got the best military. So, you know, but then again, would if Trump is the leader of this and not Abraham Lincoln, and under this MAGA scenario, and the way Trump and his incompetence of government will operate, would they really beat the Dixiecrats? I mean, not Dixiecrats. Like, would they really win against the Confederates? I don't know. Right? I mean, depleted stockpile. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. He's got Pete Hegseth leading the Department of War. There would be a split, obviously, in like Trump's base wouldn't be as strong, because most of them would still be, the South would be like Dixiecrats, there would be Confederates, so that wouldn't be part of Trump's base anymore. He would really have more of a more moderate base, I guess, in a smaller number. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how that would work. No, would we trust a Trump government to go into to the Confederates and take them down? Right? Could a Trump led army beat the Confederates and the slaves become free? Probably end up losing, messing around with Trump, who would still be enslaved. Or Trump will make a deal. He'd be like, let's make a deal. They're killing all our soldiers, so let's say you could keep your slaves, but we want some for work. Like, he'll probably say the North can have slaves now. Like, he'll make a deal that would probably keep black people as slaves. Or he would say, he would kind of like come up with a scenario where like the slaves can be traded with the North for like work, or maybe he'll buy them. I don't know. Like, it would be some crazy scenario that would benefit Trump. It would have to benefit Trump, right? So, do I think that the slaves will probably be free? Probably, if they are free, those Southerners would have got like a boatload of cash. They would have been so wealthy. It would have been not funny, because Trump probably would have said, "Okay, we're gonna free the slaves, but we have to pay these people, give them reparations." He would have gave them reparations. He wouldn't have gave black people reparations. He would have gave those Southerners, those slave owners, they would have got major reparations. they would have made a big deal. And Trump would have got credit. He would have looked like the good guy for freeing the slaves because that's what he's about himself. And that's kind of how it would have probably happened. Maybe, right? Because he would have made a deal. Because his big buddies, his billionaire buddies would say, hey, we need more workers up north. Let's make a deal, free these people, let them come up north and work and make a living. We get labor, we get cheap labor. Because remember, obviously at this point, many of the black slaves couldn't read, fully educated. So it would have been almost like the new immigrant class entering the north, right? Get people at very low rates. The South wins because they get to get reparations, giving up their slaves because Trump would have made a deal. And that's how America probably would have advanced for the Trump 1860s or whatever, 1890s or whatever. So, yeah, it would have been crazy. And I think life would have been even worse for black people, of course, because, you know, what would have stopped those motherfuckers from, because there would have been less people dead. That means there would have still been a big contingent of Confederates roaming the South, and they probably would have kidnapped many black people and brought them back down to slave, even after Trump made a deal with them, and it would have happened because Trump government was competent. They would have had no guardrails to prevent that. Right? So, yeah, it would have been a wild time. It would have been a wild time for sure. We simulated that moment in history as we're just spitballing. All right, let's see what we got. We're about to get out of here in like 9 minutes. What else is trending? Woke one? What does that mean? Oh, look at this. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at these pictures. I always wondered the people who took those photos back in the days, they are like legends documenting history. And it's so crazy how people could have became like a photographer and not got touched. Like these people are like in the middle of war zones, race riots, and they were not touched by either opponent. Now I'm pretty sure there were some people who probably did get beat up and assaulted by the ongoers, but just think about these photos, man. These photos live on through history. It's just crazy. Like after you're dead and gone, like your work is there. Look at that. Crazy. Here go another idiot. Like, obviously, we know what political party started the KKK. Like, it's always trying to like, what is your point here? So, as you can see, obviously, yes, the original Ku Klux Klan was founded in 1865 to 66, Pulaski, Tennessee, by 6 Confederate veterans as a social club. It quickly turned into a violence against Reconstruction. Those founders were mostly early members. Most early members were Southern Democrats. The Democrat Party organization did not create it, but the group functioned to restore Democrat control in the South by targeting black citizens and Republicans. Yes, that was the early days. And then once black people got rights, that pissed off the Southern Democrats. Why they ran off to the GOP. Makes sense. I mean, it all makes sense if you think about it. Like, it's not really, that complicated. Six founders were Confederate veterans. They formed it as a social club, not as a Democrat Party project. As white Southerners, they shared the region Democratic leaning against Reconstruction Republicans. I don't know why they keep on trying to. The point that you have to make is that these people are not part of today's party. And they keep on putting this out here. Yes. He's probably getting backlash because he's not telling the full story. These people today support this person, would support him, and not any Democrat today. But they keep on purposely missing that point for whatever reason. Look at this. Oh, this account is cringe. I want to know these people. None of this makes them conservative. Like, it's so funny that all her posts is literally exactly acting how these people act. Anti-minority, anti-Muslim, anti-xenophobia, homophobia. Right? That's what these people were. The ones that you're now trying to argue that DeSantis was making the case that were Democrats. But those people today are the people like you. It's so weird that they will literally do everything that these people are doing in their feed, but then try to make a case and convince you that you're wrong for suggesting that those people are not today's Republicans. They go this stupid ass shit. This is so taken out of context because there's nothing in those states. So when they say, oh, so he goes, Democrats like go on and on about affordability, but according to the Council of Community Economic Research, the 10 most affordable states are run by Republicans, right? 13 most expensive are run by Democrats, but he doesn't provide any nuance. So yes, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, Kansas, and West Virginia are the most affordable, but guess what? Also, these states are the fucking poorest. You get what I'm saying? So these states are also amongst the poorest in many communities, low wages. So yeah, of course, it's going to be the lowest cost of living because you cannot charge more than what people are making. They also got the lowest minimum wages in those states. And only the cost of living is lower. But there aren't any jobs in those cities. And guess what? Also, the highest usage of and many of these people in those states are all on. Oh, wait, hold up for a second. I'll be back. Be right back. Because I want to make a correlation or something. Prove a point. Hopefully it does. What's the number he said? Look, said the 10, right? So 10. These numbers correct. All right, that's not a good number because they're gonna give me total. Okay, per capita. There we go. Capita still doesn't make my point. All right, let's forget that. Let's go to 10 to 10. Most 30. All right, here we go. Now this may come as a more in depth. Yeah, New York is pretty high. All right. So he's talking about the lowest cost of living. Now, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, Kansas, West Virginia. That's your top 5, right? That's your top 5 in lowest cost of living. Now, guess who is the top 5 in highest poverty rates? Those states are all, for the most part, Republican. I mean, only out of the top 10, I think, is New Mexico Republican or Democrat? Tennessee's tied with District of Columbia, so I'm going to give Tennessee the nod. Purposes. So Tennessee's number 10 on that, Republican. New York is number 9, Democrat. Alabama, Republican. Arkansas, Republican. Oklahoma, Republican. Kentucky, that's Democrat, but it's a red state legislatively. West Virginia, Republican. I believe New Mexico. I want to say New Mexico's Republican. Mexico. Who's the governor of New Mexico? Michelle. Oh, Democrat. Okay, he took office since 2019. Yeah, you gotta get it going, lady. You sucking right now. You cannot run for re-election. She's term limited, so she's gonna be out of office. But anyway, it's a Democrat. So yeah, you done a bad job. Number 3. Damn, lady, you suck. You fucking suck. All right. So anyway, so out of the top 10, 3 of the 10 are run by Democrats, and the other 7 run by Republicans. right? Now, New York similarly has an excuse. There's no excuse for New York, but if you want to make an excuse for New York, you could say, well, cost of living is crazy in New York. So that makes sense that, you know, it's literally a town of the ultra wealthy and the rest of the people fucking are poor, pretty much. So that makes sense. Kentucky, I don't know what the excuse is. They seem to be kind of, you know, I don't see why they would. They're not on the most affordable list. They're in the where they rank. You know, and I was gonna reply to this guy, but he turned off his replies, which is a cowardly thing to do. I'm gonna post it here. 7 of and 7 of the 10 most poverty are run by that there. You want to go talk shit. Hopefully I get this tweet out. Fits. Probably won't. I knew it. Probably gonna have to probably gonna have to screenshot it. What? Why they the AI doesn't want to acknowledge? Wow. AI sucks. AI is scared to insult Republicans. Yeah, I mean a lot of it is based on cost of living. But if you have the lowest cost of living, why the hell would you be in the top poverty? Unless your government is doing something wrong. So that's a total indication of how bad Republican policies are on the state level. Because, you know what I'm saying? And if we count U.S. territories, Puerto Rico has the highest poverty rate at nearly 40%, which is crazy. That is wild. And that's a U.S. territory. Like, how the hell in America, how do we have a territory that has a 40% poverty rate? In the United States of America is the richest country in the world. Unbelievable. I want to make sure I let him know. We have your number. And when you break down where Francesca Hung won, she won she won rural farming area. Think about that. This is why I was saying, like, if they break down how the areas that she won in, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna be pissed off. Anyway, look at Mike Eagleman. Not all Democrat voters in Wisconsin are retarded after all. Really, bro? This is a guy who is America is a constitutional republic, not a democracy. USA Today. David Crowley pulled off a victory, a stunning victory. Stunning upset and heard of come. Understand how? Where did they get this stunning upset from? Wait, what? Oh shit! No way she said that. They must have cut her off. I mean, shit. People voted for Trump because he said he was going to grab him by the PUSSY.
I voted for Francesca Hung.
Okay.
Yes, and so I'm. It's nice to see someone who's like me to be in the office, and she's a single mom. I'm not a single mom, but I was at one point, and she's a part of the working class.
Mm-hmm.
She's a woman who understands women's issues. And also, she's a breath of fresh air here for Wisconsin. Personally, David Crowley, I voted for.
Oh, that's not bad. Come on, John. Really? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to. I'm still like baffled by this. You idiot. Look at the total. This man got 39% of the vote. That tells you that. Put this in perspective. When they talk about I like to look at this in a different lens. And I'm hoping people that cover this tomorrow or today will let you know that the Democratic primary voters, 46%, 47%, mind you. My math is correct. 46%. 46% of the Democratic elective, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying. 46% rejected David Crowley. That's how you got to look at it. Like, and they keep telling you this is a major upset. Oh my God. Wisconsin voters rejected progressivism. No, they didn't. He got 39% of the vote, about 40% of the vote. 48% of the voters rejected him. So how did Wisconsin deny it? Right? Come on, people. Let's wake up. And there's some more candidates at the bottom. I gotta get the full numbers here. He was rejected. This is a pathetic performance for a moderate Democrat in a Wisconsin. Think about that. I really hope the majority. I think I have a feeling that the majority report is going to break this down in what I'm saying. I may not be breaking it down properly, but I think they're gonna. Somebody on the left will definitely expand on what I'm saying here. One of those podcasts, I don't know who will, but maybe they already have. But think about this. Wisconsin, a Wisconsin Democrat, moderate, got less than 40% of the vote. He might end up with 40% when after the full tally's in. Like when they get off, but still 40% of the primary vote. He got, and more people in the primary did not want him than wanted him. It just spread it out the vote. So he was not wanted. He was not the guy. They didn't want moderates. They wanted the hung. They wanted the hung. Will they be honest with that? They coming with this, because she didn't want Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is trending on Twitter right now. Thanksgiving, really? Like, voters are not that. Like, I know some voters are dumb, but did any voter outside of the right wingers believe? I like to think left wing voters and Democrat voters didn't really believe that this woman could cancel Thanksgiving. I like to believe that because obviously she would have had no authority to do that. Now, of course, the MAGA people probably believe she could have done it because that's what, they're stupid. Look, they keep running with that. You said cancel Thanksgiving. And they literally, like, Polymarket, Cashy, literally scammed their voters, scammed their audience. And I bet you some Cashy employee probably dropped a bunch on Crowley because they knew Crowley probably wins. Unbelievable. That's so funny that look at Benny Johnson's tweet here. Now remember, Benny Johnson is the same guy that was caught up for plagiarism and he's like gay on the down low, whatever. He's giving this woman a hard time because he's saying that the woman said, you heard the video. She said that she liked that the woman that hung was just like her. She's relatable. She's basically saying that Hung is relatable because of all these different qualities about her. Hardworking, single mom, or used to be single mom, whatever. Understands women issues. This is a pretty normal conversation, like pretty normal thing to say for any voter if you ask them. But remember, if we go back in the time machine, saying that how are these people even real? Now, this is the same MAGA people that said that black people were going to vote for Trump because Trump made sneakers and that Trump had a mugshot. Now tell me what would be more ridiculous. What this woman said about understanding women's issues and being a single mom and she's relatable, she can understand her and she just likes her, she's a woman, or someone voting for somebody because of a mugshot. So what are we talking about here? You really trying to clown this woman when you guys literally tried to get black people to vote for Trump because of sneakers and a mugshot? Even Trump himself alluded to it, said, "Oh, the blacks, they like me because I have a mugshot." Yeah, like, come on now. Like, you guys are really trying to clown this lady when you guys go to the lowest of the barrel to try to get people to vote for them based on some immaterial type stuff, which was completely ridiculous, by the way, like absolute racism on the part of the GOP to even assume that or try to imply that a black person would be enthusiastic to vote for Trump because of a fucking mugshot. Are you kidding me? Like when that came out, he should have lost the vote. Zero. He should have got 0% of the black vote. So of course, we don't live in a world where people are using critical skills. They just think that that's some kind of badge of honor, right? I mean, come on now. Like, are you even real? Should be the question. Look at that. So now, if you go, but now Polymarket at 9 hours ago, this was right when the polls had closed. This is the manipulation that they did. Remember, Crowley had like a 5% chance to win. I guess now, and look at the volume on that. 700. Somebody got paid. 751,000 was thrown around. But remember, this was back when Crowley was at about 5% chance and Francesca was at 94. Polymarket manipulated these people to all go and bet. And then they changed the odds. Obviously, I don't know how they would determine to change odds from the poll closing, from when they decided to set the odds earlier. What was their indication? They just manipulate the market to what they believe people are going to do. So they changed the odds because now all the monies came in and they said, oh shit, we're going to have to make some of that money back. Or they realized people probably jumped on board of the bad odds, so they have to raise the other guy up to try to stop people from coming in. Because once they realize, oh shit, Crowley could win, we're going to have to flip the odds so people are not really banking. So if you got in early, of course, you made a lot of money. If you was one of the people that got in early on the so-called sure bet, you lost money. Or maybe there was no money to be made, right? Maybe not enough people bit on this. So they said, let's drop these odds down to 28 and see if people, now with the polls closed, the election, they counting the votes, it looks like Hong could probably win. So people probably started jumping on and betting for Hong. So they get the best of both worlds. They got the last push of the Hong. And that dip happened. See, look at that. It went from, it was right here, and then it was right here, and then it dipped, right? It went down and then it shot back up, which means something happened in that betting market. It dipped a little bit. People said, oh shit, Crowley's going to win. So people probably ran in real quick, threw something on there, and then it shot back up to there. And then people stopped putting money on her, probably somewhere around, I would say this was probably the sweet spot because it drastically go woo. That's probably where it stopped. People were like, oh shit, I don't know if she's going to win. But when it was right here, he was right here. So this is the sweet spot. There was a push right there for a lump sum. Then when it came down, there was another one. So I'd say 1 and 2 was probably the bump. And then that initial one was right here for the people who got in early birds. And, to me, this is like, I think these Polymarket things, these apps are all money laundering operations, to be honest. That's what I believe. Because who the heck is out there betting on a goddamn Wisconsin governor's race? Look at the volume on that. I would bet that probably went over 1 million at some point. Who the hell's dropping? How many people out there really dropping that kind of money on a fucking Wisconsin governor race? I don't think so. Something's definitely off. But who's going to regulate them, right? You got a favorable government right now. Sadly, data centers, that would have been a good look. I guess they love data centers so bad out there. They robbed. And one's Republican. Got one. Why is she so dangerous? Let me look this woman up. I've heard about her, but why do they consider her dangerous? It can't be because of the Thanksgiving thing. Is it really about Thanksgiving? I just can't believe that. Why do they consider her dangerous? I wasn't following the Wisconsin race, so I didn't know all the primary. All right, so during her 2026 gubernatorial primary, critics, including establishment Democrats and Republicans, labeled State Representative Francesca Hung dangerous, primarily because of her radical self-described Democrat socialist positions and a history of highly controversial social media statements. Ah, okay. So she called to abolish the prisons and police. On record back in 2021, she posted police exist to upload white supremacy, defund, then abolish. Reform can't be an option. She also posted aspirational statements about creating a world without prisons. The backlash. While she later backtracked ahead of the primary, stating she wanted to stop violent crime, it would not sign legislation cutting resources for law enforcement. Critics hammered her shifts as political flip-flopping, maintaining that her true ideology was dangerous to law and order. Here's weaponized up. She faced backlash for appearing on a fundraiser live stream hosted by Todd Piker, because Piker has a history of making highly controversial statements regarding 9/11 and American foreign policy. Critics argued that her willingness to share a stage with him for campaign cash proved she aligned with dangerous fringe elements. Oh, like Trump hosting Nick Fuentes and Kanye West at the Mar-a-Lago. I mean, there's definitely a double standard there. Who's more dangerous, Assad Piker or Nick Fuentes? I would argue Nick Fuentes is way more dangerous, especially considering he is, I don't know. I mean, Kanye West, they got debanked for crying out loud. That's how dangerous they were. I don't know. And then her unelectability. Some of these things that they're talking about is really not. They're really not that huge. Like I thought, she was saying like she was hanging out with Hamas or some shit like I thought it was gonna be something crazy like that. Like that's the best they got. That's why they called her dangerous. It just seemed like it was more GOP scare tactic. I mean GOP and Democrat scare tactic. So the main reason was because she was a DSA person. That's what it was. Look, the way police act in America today, shit. That shit sounded more and more like a plan, and more like a statement that people would get behind. I mean, they kill people, they get dogs killed, they do everything wrong. Do everything wrong. All right, we gotta get out of here. All right, 6 o'clock. We gotta go. Let's see anything else. Forward to real quick. The acts on American holidays. It's so funny because the GOP constantly attacks Black History Month, which is part of American history. But now they have an issue if someone criticized Thanksgiving, which has a brutal history to it, by the way, the meaning behind it, as well as the 4th of July, as well as Christmas and Easter. So funny that they have no problem with people attacking Black history, King Day, that type of stuff. They say the most vile shit about that. Like, these people are just such hypocrites. Yeah, the biggest hypocrites is the Magum base. Biggest hypocrite. It'll be much harder. Motherfucker barely. I disagree with that. I think David Crowley is gonna get fucking smoked. I don't know anything about this Tom Tiffany guy, but David Crowley is not a shoe in. It's gonna come down to turnout for sure. The question is, will the progressive wing of the party turn out for a Black candidate? We already know that they're not, you know, they ain't really on that type of timetable. He'll be a fool not to reach out to those people though, considering that they more of them voted than his own base. We'll see what happens. He was rejected by a majority of the Democrat voters. Er, what the fuck? God damn, girl. What the fuck happened? Dude, what happened to her? Don't tell me she's on the Ozempic too. No, why did she get that skinny? What did she do to herself? This is the girl from Scream 5, I believe, right? That she looks healthy from what? Dude, you can see her fucking ribs, her bones. That is not healthy. To lose, because you're not supposed to. You're not. Humans are not meant to lose that kind of weight. Like, it'd be one thing if she was already that way and kind of like you fluctuate your body weight, but that's a drastic weight loss. That ain't healthy to drop weight like. What are you talking about? That woman is healthy. Sorry. How old is she again? I hate to do this because obviously we don't want to like. But she was already skinny already when she was in Scream 23. I mean Scream I think 5. She was already skinny. This girl is 23 years old, by the way. But she looks like she's approaching 40. All right, bags under her eyes, like she hasn't slept in years. There's no way that her last movie that she did, maybe she's had to lose this weight for a film. Because according to this, her last film was Beetlejuice. At least according to this. But she did say she would go all day without eating as a kid. Does she do that now as an adult? Wait, why it says she's 20? Yeah, she's 23 now. So she's been in Beetlejuice, Miller's Girl. That was a couple years ago. What is she doing now? I saw her in Beetlejuice. She didn't look like that either. Yeah, I don't understand. It's she's always been kind of skinny, but this is another level skinny, and she doesn't look 23 anymore. So that's what I'm saying. Like usually, no, you don't drop this kind of weight like that unless something happened. Like if you get a picture of her right here, where her face is a little fuller. Yeah, she was never like fat or nothing. She was always. She must be. She must be getting a role or something. Yeah, she was always slim. She just went from slim to another level. Something definitely up. I hope everything's all right with her because I thought she's a pretty good actress. I thought she did a pretty good job in Dream 5. Yeah, we do gotta be kind of careful because like we could obviously you could have conversations surrounding this, but we really don't know what's really going on with her. But I don't know. I just feel like from a visual standpoint, it's just that she like if you see her here, she does not look like a 23-year-old. And I didn't even realize she was 23. I thought she was closer to like maybe 25, 26. I know she's been doing a lot of films for a long time, like she's been around. But she's 23 and you don't look 23 more. Something happened. And Gronk. Nothing. She's always been fatigued. Oh, she definitely slimmer. You could just see it. Look at her structure. For sure. Or maybe she has some facial work done and it's still healing. That's also possible. But then that doesn't explain her arms. This is her body. And she has bags under her eyes. These. I mean, technically, like if you look at it, it does look like she lost some weight, but not. It's just she lost some weight, but then it's not like not toned, right? But yeah, she has always been, but maybe it's not her. What if it's a double, a stunt double, right? Could be. I think she got some work done. Probably couldn't had to stay home, couldn't get out, couldn't walk around, and probably lost weight staying in the house, not moving around, you know. I don't think anyone's criticized. I think people just wondering did something happen. I think in Hollywood there is a push for people to look slimmer for roles and stuff. Like skinnier you are, the uh more opportunities you can get because obviously the camera put 10 pounds on you, so to fit you for a role, shit, you want to be. It's crazy how that is. Like Hollywood has these weird ass like for these elite actors. Sad, but that's how it is. Like you literally got to walk around like a stick. Yeah, because you got to be flexible, right? Because they need you to 30 pounds. You have to lose it again. You're already because it's harder to lose weight once you get a high number. So once you reach And I would assume for a woman, especially in Hollywood, like if they reach like a certain weight, and especially like if you end up having a baby at some point, getting pregnant, you want to be able to drop that weight off quick and get back to a normal level. If you reach a certain weight at a certain age, especially if you get like past 30, unless you're like an elite athlete, it's probably harder to just drop that weight immediately on a drop of a dime in like 6 months to get a role that requires you to be at a certain size. So you always want to be ready. Like it's easier to gain that extra 10, 15 pounds for a role than it is to lose it, probably on a consistent basis. And it's not really healthy to continue to lose weight, gain weight, lose weight either. But I would think like for a woman, it's probably a lot harder to deal with that because of the hormones and stuff like that. So, the hell is that? Go away. How they get inside? Outside. God, got it through my air vent. Anyway, we're done here. Let's get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. Damn, we've been on for 6 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. Meantime, you see. Oh, white privilege is trending. Before we leave, let's check that out real quick before I get out of here. Anybody on here still? Do everything wrong. Meantime, yeah, let's check out this real quick. This white privilege. White privilege is trending at 6 in the morning. What the hell happened? Did something happen? Are they doing this again? I thought this was old. Let me see. Yeah, white privilege, all right. Dude, they're replying. They attacking this woman again. This has happened like 3 days ago. You people, I bet Marcus is equally tired of you people. Are these legit? Wait, what? Are these skits or for real?
Hi, Marcus. If that is your real name. You know, I need to see some proof that you live here, because you know what? I'm sick and tired of you people coming in here. We have you people coming in from that neighborhood over there all the time, grabbing stuff, grabbing lawn furniture. The guy over there had a bicycle. That's gone now. We haven't seen it in weeks. Okay. And you know, I'm sick and tired of seeing you people coming in around here. You people who don't belong here.
Well, okay. What do you mean by you people?
You know what I mean by you people. You people.
This is a skit. Not even good. First of all, if it was real, he wouldn't be saying that like 3-4 times. That's not how the confrontation usually goes. Let me see if anyone in the comments catch this. That's over 1 million views. I can't be the only person that didn't think this was fake. Now, obviously, these interactions do happen for real, but this is not one of them. How do people know this is a skit? Thank you. Here's one person that gets it. He's the only one that. How do people know? How do people not know this is a skit? Hallmark Channel level of acting. Duh. I don't understand how there's so many people can't see this is a skit. Exactly. Oh my god. Oh fucking useless. This guy. And these skits are dangerous for many reasons. Because one, what it does is it almost conditions people to not accept when these incidents really happen. One, right? And two, it almost it almost excuse the real racist people because they say, well, look, if racism must be over if people have to create these scenarios, they have to fake them. So you do damage with these type of skits, especially if you're not acknowledging that it's a skit. Like, it's one thing if you say this is for educational purposes only, right? When you talk about how to deal with someone who is accusing you of doing this, or like if you're saying this is a comedy skit, like if you acknowledge it, like say it up front instead of trying to play it off like it's real. That's different, right? Because you could look at it like Saturday Night Live skit or a TV skit. But if you're trying to pass it off as real, you're doing damage. Completely, you're doing damage to people who really do have these encounters. And you ultimately excuse and you lessen these encounters by doing these fake encounters. So, not a good look. You have to look at the overall picture there. All right, so so that's why white privilege was trending. Everybody's got up in the morning. They started, and I don't understand Twitter. Like, this stuff was like from the weekend. Why is this trending again? I don't get it. Oh, they're clowning the theory of white privilege. So they all woke up to attack this woman? I don't get it. Hatred towards white people. This is not even accurate, by the way. This is more 4chan bullshit. More 4chan bullshit. More 4chan bullshit. Lifetime of free welfare. See, that's the you could find the golden nuggets in these racist graphics, like lifetime free welfare. That doesn't even make any sense. But people will believe this shit because they're low IQ. 80% of the TV ads, really? Like, what do we live in? Are people really falling for this? Black Month. Talking about Black History Month, but Black History is American history. You dope. And there's everybody has a fucking history, you jackass. Every group has a history. Has a appreciation celebration month. You dumb fucks. Yeah, do you know why black colleges exist? The HBCUs, the historical black colleges. Do you know why they exist? You mope. You dummy. They exist because you wouldn't allow them to enter your college, the PWIs. So they had to create HBCUs. So they don't like that. They didn't like the fact that how dare you create a space so you could get educated because you weren't allowed to enter the other spaces to get educated. How dare you create that? And mind you, black colleges are not only for black people. So this is how this graphic is coming off like it's only for obviously the 80% of TV ads is a lie. Right? The black anthem that's sung like every once in a blue moon. It's not like a daily tradition, like you wake up and put socks on. There is no black TV networks. BET is not a black TV network. It may be called Black Entertainment Television that features black programming, but it's not black TV. It's not even black run or even owned. Matter of fact, Black Miss America. I mean, probably Black Miss America probably exists because the regular Miss America probably wouldn't allow black contestants to win Miss America. So that ain't. And we heard the lifetime free welfare. That's a lie. VP because she's black. The VP is not black. The VP is JD Vance. Lie. I get what they're saying back then. Black only. There's no such thing as a black only graduation. I mean, obviously, if HBCUs have graduations, if you're talking about college, yeah, the majority of it's probably going to be black because it's an HBCU. But it's not black only. There are no black only spaces in the United States of America. That's a myth. It does not exist. 70% of the NBA, WNBA, and NFL black. Well, that's because the best players in those leagues happen to be black. 70%. It's not because the WNBA said or the NBA said only black people could show up. No. If you're different background and you're good, you will be in the league. Trust me. Because those leagues are about making money, as you can see with Caitlin Clark. So that holds no weight. Lenient treatment by judges, well, we know that's a lie. We just saw a kid get 35 years while a white woman got 6 years. That's a lie. We know that 50% of exonerations in America are from black defendants who are falsely accused. We know that's a lie. We watch sexual predators get probation. We watch sexual predators walk away with a couple years in prison. White predators that commit sexual crimes get leniency by judges all the time, especially the one who was Trump's special advisor. Didn't he get like probation for sexually abusing children or boys? Lower college admission thresholds. That's a white lie. We'll give that a half lie. I think there's more context to that. black racists believe and enjoy black privilege. No, there is no black privilege, no such thing. Not black privilege. Stop killing everyone in sight. See, this is white supremacy. All you want to talk about black racists? This whole graphic is racist, created by a white person. Stop killing everything in sight. Do you know what it would mean if black people were killing everything in sight? That would mean that there would be millions and millions upon millions. That would mean that the population of America would drop every week. Right? Unbelievable. Destroying everything in sight. Like, this is straight up 4chan bullshit. Straight up 4chan BS. That we just debunked it all in like 30 seconds. So once again, these people are so damaged and broken that they love to talk about black people 24/7/11. Hey, Jamel Hill, what did she say? Boomer. Jamel Hill said, I'm sure he's never spoken to a current WNBA player, but he's ecstatic to push the narrative that black players are jealous of white players with no evidence. When white WNBA players compete hard against black players, they are celebrated and it's just considered good ball. Black players do it, they're jealous and hate. I mean, that's pretty much it right there in a nutshell. Boomer Esiason. Boomer Esiason, he's like a goof. He's trying to be, he wants to be the sports version of Rush Limbaugh, right? That's what he's trying to be. He wants to be like, I'm the sports version, because while he's trying to provide a lane for like the sports people who are tired of wokeness, but they're older and they're like, because they're like, hey, there's a lane here for you over here to come and enjoy, because Boomer doesn't have no connection to the current players as far as like the current athletes. WFAN is missing the void, right? They don't really haven't been the same since Mike Francesca left. They don't really have anything. CBS Sports Network, they don't really have nothing going on over there. So Boomer's like, hey, let me get that Boomer audience, that sports audience who is MAGA, and they like to hear me defend Sophie Cunningham, and it will help my ratings. It will help me get those people. And he'll get that audience, especially the ones from Long Island and Staten Island. They'll tune in. They probably already tune in. But his takes are so bad when it comes to trying to talk culture war stuff. He has bad takes across the board, and it's so biased. I don't know why these people they're so invested in this shit. Ooh, that does look like. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I think this is kind of stupid. This is one of the things that I don't like. I don't know why women do this. I mean, I'm not gonna get in on the parade of like clowning people for this, because the same people that are doing that right now are literally doing that based on racism, and I don't want to contribute to that. If I'm being completely honest, this shit is ridiculous. You know, just from like that standpoint. Carry on. I don't understand why this shit is trending all over again. They trying to make fun of this woman. It's just crazy. None of this shit makes any sense. Dude, else? They keep talking about that Thanksgiving thing. Get up, Grandpa. And like years old. 30 plus year in the wine and spirits industry. That's way too much wine. And he's not even from Wisconsin. He lives in fucking New York. Well, then he probably lives in Hudson. They're making a it's so weird because there's kids from all backgrounds out there doing this shit. And he's focusing on the black people. Guy. Name Lee Kong Young. Look at this. Truth is, the black experiment has failed. What the fuck is a black experiment? What does that even mean? Like, this shit is stupid. How the heck did this become American black culture? There's people of all backgrounds in here throwing shit and acting like an idiot. Like, you can literally see it in the photos. How did black people get blamed for this? I don't understand that. Black people are being blamed for this guy and that guy. Those two people are not black at all, and they're the main culprits fighting. How did that become a black? How is this black people's fault? And this is what I like. This is what I keep telling people that are. This is the proof right here. When we talk about um black black Americans fighting online with black immigrants. The bottom line is, to the white supremacists or the white people who or the anti-black people, they look at all minorities as the same. They don't even try to decipher who's from where or what. They literally taking a photo like this and they're blaming this on black people because you saw a few black people in the photo. But when you see the two main agitators, two main people that are that are not even black. I mean, they could be Hispanic, they could be, some white kids, who knows? But they're definitely not black. Now there were some black people involved, throughout the video. I mean, mostly watching, right? You got a black person there watching, standing on the table, another person recording, right? But it seemed like the brunt of the destruction was done by non-black people, at least from this standpoint. That person right here seemed to have been the main antagonist. That's a black person? That's a black guy? I don't see, So this is the black experiment that they're talking about, that this guy's talking about. Black experiment has failed. The racism. They're mentioning racism for this shit. It's crazy. And no one is correcting the record here. No one's correcting the record here. Look at this guy. Black privilege again. Black privilege strikes again. Yeah, black privilege strikes again. That guy's definitely got black privilege. It's just so crazy how they blame black people for everything. Wild. Look, these women are getting out of the way. Those black women are getting out of the way. That dude's wilding. I mean, they're all acting crazy. Don't get me wrong. They're all wilding. But blame that, on black people. It's just crazy. Like, the obsession is wild. session is. Why are they replaying this? That happened like 3 days ago. Fox News ran a fucking development story. Oh shit. Fucking Fox News, bro. What the hell does Fox News even care about the WNBA? Oh shit. This is the basketball. Because people are still not clocking it. I'll try and make it make sense. WNBA has always been a tough league, just like the NBA. They make egregious plays, they get them. They get them. The difference is here, just the emergence of Kayla Clark and Angel Reese. Bandwagons want black versus white. Wrong. All ball. There was a exact similar egregious play between Cam and Sheldon. Both got ejected. This tweet is end of the day, why can't well, correction, we don't enjoy boring. Oh. These women want a ball that's I enjoy. They literally asked Gronk for it. And Gronk has already been proven to be wrong. He made a good point though. And then this idiot goes, "Gotta love you, dumb pedophile Democrat." Like, have you not? The man is covering up the largest pedophile ring in the history of political corruption. That's currently the president. You're talking about pedophiles. Who you support? He's obviously a Trumper. Why would you take a sports tweet, turn it to the hell does Democrats have to do with her political take? I mean, her not political take, her sports take. James Wood said, "Screams white privilege at a better athlete." Well, it's debatable if the Carrington is a if Sophie Raines is a better athlete. Carrington, I would say. He said all. Who the hell is Riley Roberts? Why is he trending? Man, I'm getting offline. There's too much going on. We're out of here, folks. We got to go. We've been on here too long. Been on here too long. We'll be back another time, guys. See you later.